Before we describe the individual monsters, we will briefly discuss the monster types. These classifications represent the fundamental nature of the creatures that inhabit this fantastical realm. Each type embodies a unique essence, a distinct connection to the forces of magic, nature, or the supernatural. Aberrations are truly alien beings, their existence a mystery that defies comprehension. These creatures wield innate magical powers drawn from their otherworldly origins, distinct from the conventional magic of the world. Among their number are the nightmarish Aboleths, the ever-watchful Beholders, the mind-controlling Mind Flayers, and the chaotic Slotty. Encountering an aberration is a journey into a realm where reality warps, and the unexpected becomes the norm. Beasts, the unsung heroes of the natural world, are non-humanoid creatures essential to the fantasy ecosystem. While some possess magical abilities, most lack intellect or societal structure. Beasts encompass everything from common animals to colossal dinosaurs and mythical creatures that dwarf their mundane counterparts. In their untamed domain, survival hinges on instinct, not reason. Celestials, radiant and noble beings, hail from the upper planes, where purity and goodness reign supreme. Often serving as divine messengers and agents of benevolent deities, they embody unwavering virtue. A celestial straying from their virtuous path is a rarity, a shocking perversion of their heavenly essence. Constructs born of artifice rather than flesh are creations of artificial origin. Some are bound to simple directives, while others possess sentience and free will. Dragons, ancient and formidable, are colossal reptilian beings endowed with unparalleled power and intellect. True dragons, categorized into the noble metallic and malevolent chromatic clans, wield innate magic and wisdom. To encounter a dragon is to confront the embodiment of primordial might. Elementals emerge from the elemental planes, entities intrinsically tied to the essence of fire, earth, air, and water. Some manifest as sentient elemental masses, while others merge their biological forms with elemental energies. Fey creatures, magical beings closely connected to the natural world, dwell in twilight groves and misty forests. Some originate from the Feywild, also known as the Plane of Fairy, while others find their abode in vibrant outer planes like Arborea and the Beastlands. Fiends, embodiments of malevolence, hail from the lower planes, where wickedness reigns supreme. While a rare few serve deities, most toil under the cruel dominion of archdevils and demon princes. Malevolent sorcerers and dark cultists may summon these malefic entities to carry out their nefarious desires. The emergence of a good-hearted fiend is an almost inconceivable paradox. Giants, towering over humans with immense stature, share a human-like form, although some possess multiple heads or grotesque deformities. In their imposing presence, creatures like ogres and trolls are but lesser kin, yet equally fearsome in their own right. Humanoids, the most prevalent inhabitants of the D&D world, encompass a vast array of civilized and savage species. Possessing language, culture, and the potential for spellcasting, they manifest in bipedal forms. Throughout this tome, a diverse array of humanoid races will be encountered, each with its own unique attributes and quirks. Monstrosities, the stuff of nightmares, defy easy classification. They are aberrant and unnatural, often born of arcane experiments gone awry or cursed by dark forces. Monstrosities inhabit the fringes of existence, embodying terror and chaos in forms as diverse as the darkness itself. Oozes, amorphous, and gelatinous entities lack a fixed shape and are most commonly found in subterranean realms, lurking in caves and dungeons. Their diet consists of refuse, carrion, and unfortunate creatures that cross their path. The notorious black puddings and the ever-persistent gelatinous cubes are among the most recognizable denizens of this grotesque category. Plants in the context of Dungeons and Dragons are not your ordinary garden flora. These vegetative creatures are ambulatory and, in some cases, carnivorous. Beware, for in the wilderness, the line between flora and fauna is blurred. Undead, once living but now tormented by necromantic magic or cursed into unholy existence, are a terrifying embodiment of death's grip. They encompass the walking corpses, such as vampires and zombies, as well as the disembodied spirits, including ghosts and specters. In the dark corners of existence, the undead roam, driven by malevolent intent or cursed to unending torment. The D&D alignment system applies to monsters as well. It characterizes a monster's moral and ethical stance. This system consists of two main axes, good versus evil, and lawful versus chaotic. These axes define where a monster falls on the spectrum of behavior. The good versus evil axis determines whether a monster leans towards altruistic and benevolent behavior, or selfish and malevolent behavior. A monster that harms others without reason might be considered evil, while one that helps or protects others could be classified as good. The lawful versus chaotic axis represents a monster's attitude toward rules and order. Lawful monsters tend to follow strict codes and structures, while chaotic monsters prioritize personal freedom and unpredictability in their actions. And if they're kind of in the middle, not too good or evil, and don't really care about rules, they might be true neutral. Aarakocra are bird-like humanoids that inhabit the elemental plane of air, specifically the Howling Gyre, characterized by powerful winds and relentless rains. They are guardians of their peaceful realm, protecting it from creatures of the elemental plane of earth, particularly gargoyles, with whom they hold a deep-seated rivalry. These creatures serve the Wind Dukes of Akka, conducting aerial patrols across the plains to locate temples of elemental evil. They either engage in combat with the malevolent elemental creatures, or report their findings to the Wind Dukes. On the material plane, Aarakocra build their nests atop high mountains, especially those near portals to the elemental plane of air. From these lofty perches, they vigilantly watch for signs of elemental intrusions and potential threats to their home plane. Aarakocra embrace a nomadic lifestyle, akin to the ever-shifting wind. They dedicate years of their lives to safeguarding a region against elemental evil if needed. However, they have no understanding of political borders or property ownership. Material wealth, like gems and gold, holds little value in their eyes. To Aarakocra, one should use what is necessary, and then let the rest be carried away by the wind, available for others to utilize. The Wind Dukes of Akka, whom Aarakocra served, are descended from a race of elemental beings known as the Vaadi, who once ruled numerous worlds. A significant threat to their rule emerged in the form of the Queen of Chaos, sparking an interplanar war against the Vaati. The Aboleth, ancient rulers of primordial waters, reigned before the arrival of gods. Possessing formidable psychic powers, they dominated life forms, considered gods by their subjects. But the arrival of true gods ended their reign, leaving an enduring grudge. Aboleths possess flawless memories, storing ancient lore. They reside in watery realms, demanding worship and loyalty. By consuming others, they gain knowledge. With telepathy, they discern desires, promising rewards in exchange for obedience. Immortal in essence, Aboleths return when destroyed. They harbor dreams of reclaiming dominion over the world and plot meticulously. Aboleths are immense, serpentine beings with natural armor, formidable strength, unmatched intelligence, and powerful tentacles and tails. Their unique abilities include amphibiousness, mucus clouds causing disease, and probing telepathy to discern desires. Aboleths create lairs in underwater lakes or ocean depths, often surrounded by ancient remnants. They primarily live underwater, but occasionally surface. Angels are celestial beings sent forth by deities to carry out their divine agendas, whether for benevolent or malevolent purposes. They possess an awe-inspiring beauty and presence that can either inspire reverence or foretell impending doom, depending on their mission. These celestial entities are created from the astral essence of benevolent gods, endowing them with immense power and foresight. Angels tirelessly execute the will of their deities, even if it means serving deities whose alignments differ from their own. However, they are bound to follow only lawful and good commands. An angel is unwavering in its commitment to slay evil creatures, driven by its embodiment of law and goodness. This unyielding nature may lead to a sense of superiority, especially when conflicting with the goals of other creatures. Angels are sent to aid mortals only in the most dire of circumstances, acting as commanders rather than servants. Some angels, despite their wisdom, may commit an evil act driven by pride, marking them as fallen angels. Fallen angels lose their connection to their deities but retain their power. They often seek rulership over portions of the abyss or a place within the hierarchy of the 9 hells. Others choose a solitary existence on the material plane, living in disguise as hermits. Redemption can transform fallen angels into powerful allies dedicated to justice and compassion. Angels possess an immortal nature, requiring no food, drink, or sleep. Devas are a specific type of angel that acts as divine messengers or agents across different planes, including the material plane, the Shadowfell, and the Feywild. They have the ability to assume forms suitable for the realm they are sent to. Legends speak of Devas taking mortal form for extended periods, providing aid, hope, and courage to virtuous individuals. They can take various shapes, but they typically prefer appearing as innocuous humanoids or animals. When necessary, they reveal their true form as beautiful humanoid-like creatures with silvery skin, radiant hair, luminous eyes, and large feathered wings. Planetars serve as the formidable instruments of the gods they represent, manifesting their deity's power in tangible ways. They can bring rain to alleviate droughts or unleash insect plagues to destroy crops. Their celestial senses detect falsehoods, and their radiant gaze pierces through deceptions. Planetars are muscular, hairless beings with opalescent green skin and white feathered wings. They often wield immense swords and eagerly undertake missions that involve combating fiends. Solars are beings of unparalleled glory and might. In battle, their swords move independently, and a single arrow from their bows strikes its target with deadly precision. There are said to be only 24 Solars, each serving as a steward of a specific deity. The rest remain in contemplation, awaiting the time when their services are needed to defend the cause of good against cosmic threats. Animated objects are creations infused with potent magic, designed to carry out the commands of their creators. In the absence of commands, they adhere to their most recent directive, carrying it out to the best of their ability. While some animated objects, especially those originating from the Feywild, may converse fluently or adopt personas, most are simplistic automatons. These constructs possess a constructed nature, requiring no sustenance or rest, as they do not breathe, eat, drink, or sleep. However, the magic that breathes life into them dissipates when an animated object reaches 0 hit points, rendering it inanimate and of little use. One example of an animated object is the animated armor. It appears as an empty suit of steel plate armor, moving with ponderous yet relentless determination. Many of these magical guardians are enchanted with scripted speech, enabling them to issue warnings, demand passwords, or pose riddles. Rare instances of animated armor are even capable of holding actual conversations. Another variant is the flying sword, a blade that gracefully dances through the air, fighting with unwavering confidence as it is impervious to harm. While swords are the most common weapons to be animated through magic, other items like axes, clubs, daggers, maces, spears, and self-loading crossbows have also been known to take on this form. The Rug of Smothering is a treacherous creation that often catches intruders by surprise. Intricate in design, these rugs can range from finely woven carpets fit for royalty to coarse mats in humble abodes. They can be designed to mimic the appearance of other magic items, often fooling those who attempt to detect magic. However, stepping onto or uttering a command word near one will quickly ensnare victims as the rug tightens around them, often leading to dire consequences. The Ankheg is a formidable insectoid creature characterized by its massive, many-legged form. It possesses long, twitching antennae that react to movements in its vicinity. Its legs end in sharp, hook-like structures, which are well suited for both burrowing and capturing prey. The Ankheg's most striking feature is its powerful mandibles, capable of snapping a small tree in half. Ankhegs are known as lurkers in the earth. They employ their formidable mandibles for digging intricate tunnels deep beneath the Earth's surface. During a hunt, an Ankheg burrows upwards, remaining concealed below the ground until its sensitive antennae detect movement from above. At that moment, it erupts from the Earth's depths and seizes its prey with its mandibles, subjecting them to a crushing grip. During this process, the Ankheg secretes acidic digestive enzymes, aiding in the breakdown of its victim's flesh. This macabre method of consumption allows it to swallow its prey with greater ease. Additionally, the Ankheg can expel corrosive acid as a weapon to incapacitate or kill adversaries. The Ankheg primarily preys on pastures and forests, favoring areas abundant with grazing livestock and game. As such, it is often considered a significant threat to farmers and rangers, causing considerable damage to local ecosystems. As Ankhegs burrow through the earth, they leave behind narrow, partially collapsed tunnels. These tunnels can contain various remnants of Ankheg activity, including discarded exoskeletons from their molting process, hatched Ankheg eggs, and the grisly remains of their victims. These remains may include scattered coins or other valuables, often left behind during the chaos of an Ankheg attack. Azers hail from the elemental plane of fire and are known for their expertise in crafting, mining, and their deep-seated animosity towards the Ifrit. At first glance, an Azer may appear as a male dwarf, but this is a deceptive exterior. Beneath their metallic-looking skin, Azers are beings of fire, a fact made evident by their fiery hair and beard. These creatures are not born, but crafted. Each Azer is meticulously created from bronze by another Azer, who infuses a portion of their own inner flame into the new creation. The uniqueness of the crafting process ensures that Azers have distinctive features and limits their population, making them relatively rare. Azers make their homes in a kingdom situated on the border between the elemental plane of earth and the elemental plane of fire. This kingdom comprises a range of mountains and volcanoes with towering fortresses scattered throughout. Azers are expert miners, extracting precious metals and gems from the earth beneath mountain peaks, volcanic calderas, and rivers of magma. They diligently patrol the tunnels and passes of their realm, defending against salamander raiders under the command of their Ifrit masters. Their history is marked by a profound enmity with the Ifrit. In the past, the two races were allies and collaborated to create the City of Brass, a magnificent city. However, the Ifrit betrayed the Azers in an attempt to enslave them and protect the city's secrets. While occasional skirmishes occur, a full-scale war has thus far been avoided. Azers believe that their knowledge of the hidden pathways into the City of Brass is the only thing keeping the Ifrit from attacking in force. Azers are renowned as masters of metalwork and gemcraft. They create exquisite works of art and magic items from the gems and precious metals abundant in their volcanic habitat. These treasures hold immense value for them, and they often send expeditions across the plains to acquire rare metals and gemstones. When summoned to the material plane through magic, Azers are typically sought to assist in forging intricate magic items or crafting works of art. Their unparalleled skill in these crafts is highly esteemed. Azers have no need for food, drink, or sleep, as they are living embodiments of fire. Banshees, haunting specters of the night, are born from the tormented souls of female elves. These vengeful spirits manifest as ethereal, wraith-like figures, their appearances reminiscent of their elven origins. A banshee's visage is marked by a contorted face framed by a wild tangle of hair, while its form is draped in flowing, wispy rags. The creation of a banshee is the result of divine wrath. These beings were once elves blessed with exceptional beauty, but they squandered this gift by using it to corrupt and manipulate others. Elves afflicted by the curse of the Banshee find no solace in life and are filled only with distress in the presence of the living. As the curse progresses, their minds and bodies deteriorate until death transforms them into these undead entities. Banshees are bound to the place of their demise, unable to venture more than 5 miles from that location. They are trapped in an eternal cycle, forced to relive every moment of their lives with perfect recall, yet persistently refusing to accept responsibility for their downfall. Their vanity endures even in undeath. Banshees covet beautiful objects such as fine jewelry, paintings, statues, and other works of art. However, they harbor an intense aversion to mirrors, unable to bear the sight of their own horrifying existence. A single glimpse of their reflection is enough to send a banshee into a violent rage. Banshees, like other undead creatures, do not require air, food, drink, or sleep to sustain themselves. Basilisks are formidable creatures known for their ability to turn their prey into stone. Travelers might stumble upon what appears to be remarkably lifelike stone carvings of wildlife with missing parts as if bitten off. Seasoned explorers recognize these relics as warnings, indicating the presence of a basilisk nearby. These adaptable predators thrive in arid, temperate, or tropical climates, often making their lairs in caves or other sheltered locations, most frequently underground. Basilisks are born and raised in captivity, making them trainable. Trained basilisks can be taught to avoid meeting the gaze of individuals their master wishes to protect from their petrifying gaze, but they remain imposing guardian beasts. This is why basilisk eggs are highly sought after. The most distinctive feature of basilisks is their gaze of stone. They are skilled hunters, and they don't need to chase their prey. Locking eyes with a basilisk can trigger a swift transformation, turning the victim into porous stone. Basilisks, with their powerful jaws, can then consume the petrified creature. The stone consumed eventually reverts to its organic form within the basilisk's gullet. There are rumors that certain alchemists possess the knowledge to process the contents of a basilisk's gullet, extracting fluids that, when handled properly, can be turned into an oil. This oil has the unique ability to reverse the petrification process, restoring petrified creatures to flesh and life. However, this method has its limitations, as any body parts lost while in stone form remain absent upon revival. If a vital part, such as the head, is detached during the petrification process, revivification using the oil becomes impossible. The Behir is a serpentine creature that moves along floors and scales walls to reach its prey. Its most deadly weapon is its lightning breath, capable of incinerating most creatures. The Behir has a monstrous appearance, resembling a combination of a centipede and a crocodile. Its scaled hide ranges from deep blue to pale blue on its underside. Behirs prefer to lair in locations that are inaccessible to other creatures, such as deep pits, high cave walls, or caverns reached through narrow, twisting tunnels. They use their dozen legs to move through their lairs with ease, and when they need to move quickly, they can fold their legs beside their bodies and slither like a snake. After capturing prey, Behirs swallow them whole and then enter a period of dormancy while they digest their meal. During this time, they choose hiding places within their lair where intruders might overlook them. Behirs have a deep-seated hatred for dragons, stemming from ancient times when giants and dragons were locked in an endless war. Storm giants created the first Behirs as weapons against dragons, and this enmity remains. Behirs never make their lairs in areas inhabited by dragons. If a dragon attempts to establish a lair too close to a Behir's lair, the Behir is compelled to either kill the dragon or drive it away. Only when the dragon proves too powerful does the Behir seek a new lair site at a significant distance. A single glance at a beholder reveals the depths of its foul and otherworldly nature. These creatures are aggressive, hateful, and greedy to their very core. They view all other beings as beneath them, playthings to be toyed with or obliterated at their whim. A beholder's spherical body perpetually levitates, with a colossal, bulging eye atop a toothy maw. A ring of smaller eye stalks wraps around its form, twisting and turning to maintain constant vigilance. Even when slumber beckons, a beholder closes its central eye but leaves the others open, alert to any danger. Beholders are deeply paranoid, convinced that the world conspires against them. They believe other creatures resent their brilliance and magical prowess, dismissing these lesser beings as crude and repugnant. Beholders constantly suspect plots against them, even in the absence of any actual threats. This disdain extends to their own kind, with each beholder convinced that its form is the ideal representation of their kind. Even slight physical differences can lead to lifelong enmity between beholders. Some sport chitinous plates for protection, while others have smooth hides. Eye stalks vary from tentacle-like writhing to crab-like joints, and even subtle differences in coloration can fuel their hatred. Some beholders channel their xenophobia into tyranny. These eye tyrants enslave other creatures, founding and ruling over vast empires. They establish domains within or beneath major cities, commanding networks of agents to serve their sinister purposes. Given their aversion to sharing territory, most beholders withdraw to frigid hills, abandoned ruins, or deep caverns. Beholder lairs are characterized by vertical passageways connecting stacked chambers, optimized for the beholder's mobility and impeding intruders. The lofty ceilings enable them to float and harass foes on the ground. Within their lairs, beholders adorn chambers with trophies, including petrified adventurers frozen in their final horrified moments, parts of defeated beholders, and magic items wrested from powerful adversaries. Their self-worth is measured by their acquisitions, and they jealously guard their treasures. In rare instances, beholders undergo a macabre transformation, emerging as death tyrants. These undead abominations retain the cunning and much of the magic they possessed in life, but are now fueled by undeath. A death tyrant appears as a massive, bare skull with a red pinpoint of light in its hollow eye socket. 10 spectral eyes hover above it, glaring in all directions. They lord over other creatures, even converting former slaves and enemies into undead minions. Zombies created by a death tyrant serve as guardians, combat fodder, and bait for traps. Death tyrants, driven by insatiable hunger for power, launch relentless assaults on humanoid settlements. They use their eye rays to obliterate any opposition, building armies of undead as they conquer cities. Left unchecked, a death tyrant can decimate entire populations, creating overwhelming forces of zombies. The chilling presence of beholders and their death tyrant brethren warps the regions around their lairs. These effects include an eerie sense of being watched, strange, subtle alterations to the environment, and unsettling marks on cave walls. If a beholder or death tyrant perishes, these effects dissipate over time. A spectator is a lesser beholder, summoned from another plane through a magical ritual. This ritual requires 4 beholder eye stalks as components, which are consumed by the magic. A spectator has 4 eye stalks, 2 on each side of its central 4-foot diameter body. Summoned spectators serve as magical guardians. They protect a designated location or treasure of their summoner's choice for 101 years, allowing only their summoner to access it. If the item they guard is stolen or destroyed before the 101 years are up, the summoned spectator disappears. Otherwise, it remains steadfast in its duty. Communication with a spectator primarily happens through telepathy, although they can speak. Years of isolation can cause peculiar quirks in their personalities, such as inventing imaginary enemies, referring to themselves in the third person, or mimicking their summoner's voice. Like other beholders, they believe themselves to be the epitome of their kind and have a strong aversion to other spectators. When 2 spectators encounter each other, they usually engage in a fight to the death. Once a spectator's service is complete, it is free to pursue its own desires. Many choose to stay in the places they once guarded, especially if their summoners have passed away. Without their former purpose, spectators often display their quirks more prominently. Awakened plants known as blights are imbued with intelligence and mobility. They thrive in lands tainted by darkness, serving as instruments of ancient evil and spreading corruption. Originating from the roots of the Gulthias tree, blights trace their lineage back to a vampire named Gulthias. His demise led to the infusion of his evil essence into a wooden stake. This stake eventually sprouted into a sapling that was discovered by a mad druid and transplanted into an underground grotto. From this Gulthias tree came the seeds that gave rise to the first blights. Blights carry out a dark conquest wherever they take root. A Gulthias tree can infest and corrupt a forest, spreading its evil through roots and soil, transforming other plants into blights. These corrupted lands see rapid growth of plants and vines, overrunning structures, trails, and roads. Entire villages can vanish within days when infested by blights. Controlled by the evil that spawned them, blights act under a Gulthias tree's influence, perpetuating the legacy of their malevolent origin by targeting old foes or seeking valuable treasures. Needle blights resemble shuffling humanoids from a distance, but up close they reveal their true nature as horrid plant creatures covered in quivering clumps of conifer-like needles. They attack by launching these needles at their foes or using them in melee combat. When a threat is detected, needle blights release pollen to alert others, converging on their enemies to saturate their roots with blood. Twig blights, when food is scarce, can root in the soil and resemble woody shrubs. They ambush prey at campsites and watering holes, lying in wait to catch those who come to drink or rest. When they decide to move, their branches form a humanoid body with a head and limbs. Twig blights often gather in groups to blend in with natural vegetation or debris, making them hard to spot. Vine blights appear as masses of slithering creepers, lurking in the undergrowth to ambush nearby prey. They can animate surrounding plants to entangle and hinder their enemies before attacking. Vine blights are unique among blights as they can speak, using a fractured version of their deceased master's voice to taunt victims or negotiate with powerful foes. Bugbears, fearsome creatures born for battle and mayhem, thrive through raiding and hunting. They have a strong disdain for being bossed around, but are willing to fight for powerful masters as long as there's the promise of bloodshed and treasure. These goblinoids often associate with their cousins, hobgoblins, and goblins. Bugbears have a tendency to enslave goblins they encounter and intimidate hobgoblins into providing them with gold and food in exchange for serving as scouts and shock troops. Although bugbears can be unreliable allies, their strength is recognized by goblins and hobgoblins, making them a potent force. Bugbears follow the deity Hrugek, who resides on the plane of Acheron. In the absence of their goblinoid kin, bugbears form loose warbands, each led by its fiercest member. They believe that in death, their spirits have a chance to fight alongside Hrugek and seek to prove their worthiness by defeating as many foes as possible. Despite their imposing physical presence, bugbears are surprisingly stealthy and excel at setting ambushes. They are quick to flee when faced with superior forces and can be dependable mercenaries as long as they are provided with food, drink, and treasure. However, bugbears tend to forget any bonds when their lives are in danger, even leaving behind wounded comrades to aid their own escape. In some cases, a wounded bugbear might help pursuers track down its former companions if doing so increases its chances of survival. The Bulette, often referred to as a land shark, is a formidable predator that instills fear wherever it resides. These creatures are insatiable feeders and are known for their irascible and rapacious nature. Bulettes are fearless and will attack without hesitation, paying no heed to superior numbers or strength. As underground hunters, Bulettes use their powerful claws to tunnel through the earth when hunting. They are relentless, uprooting trees, causing landslides in loose slopes, and leaving sinkholes in their wake. When they detect vibrations in the soil and rock, signaling the movement of potential prey, Bulettes burst to the surface with jaws wide open, ready to strike. Bulettes are wandering monsters that roam across temperate lands, feeding on any animals and humanoids they come across. These creatures have a peculiar taste for halfling flesh, and they take particular delight in chasing plump halflings across open fields. Bulettes have no fixed lairs and instead have hunting territories that can span up to 30 miles wide. Their territorial boundaries are determined solely by the availability of food, and when they've depleted the resources in an area, they move on. Humanoid settlements often fall victim to their terror, as Bulettes pursue and consume their panicked inhabitants. These creatures are solitary by nature, shunned by all other creatures. Bulettes are indiscriminate eaters and will even prey upon other predators and fellow Bulettes. They come together only for the purpose of mating, which often ends in a bloody confrontation resulting in the male's death and subsequent consumption. The origins of Bulettes are shrouded in mystery and speculation. Some scholars believe they are the result of a deranged wizard's experiments involving the crossbreeding of snapping turtles and armadillos with demonic influences. Bulettes have been thought to be extinct at times, only to reappear after years without sightings. Due to the scarcity of sightings of their young, some speculate that Bulettes maintain secret nesting grounds from which adults venture out into the world. Bullywugs, frog-headed amphibious humanoids, inhabit watery and damp environments like rainy forests, marshes, and wet caves. Their existence is characterized by a harsh and sinister way of life. They are always hungry and show a preference for attacking in large numbers whenever possible. However, when faced with formidable foes, they tend to flee in search of easier prey. Their skin varies in color, including shades of green, gray, and mottled yellow, allowing them to blend in with their surroundings. Bullywugs wear crude armor and wield simple weapons, using their powerful bite when enemies get too close. Within the Bullywug society, they consider themselves the rightful rulers of the swamps. They follow a peculiar set of customs and etiquette when dealing with outsiders and each other, all of which revolve around the whims of their self-proclaimed leaders, the Lords of the Muck. Bullywugs have a habit of using grand-sounding titles, perform exaggerated acts of bowing, and constantly vie for the favor of their superiors. Bullywugs have two main paths to advancement within their society. They can either eliminate rivals through covert means while keeping their actions hidden, or they can find valuable treasures or magical items to present as tribute to their lords. These gifts are intended to gain favor, but over time, they are often reduced to shabby, neglected items. Subsequently, Bullywug leaders demand more tribute, setting a cycle of greed and competition among their subjects. When it comes to diplomacy, Bullywugs delight in asserting dominance over trespassers in their territories. Instead of outright killing intruders, their warriors attempt to capture them. Captives are brought before the king or queen, who is typically a larger-sized Bullywug. These rulers force captives to beg for mercy and can be swayed by bribes, flattery, or treasures. Despite their self-proclaimed regal status, Bullywug lords have deep-seated insecurities and crave both fear and respect from outsiders. Bullywugs communicate through a language that resembles croaking, enabling them to share information quickly across long distances in the swamp. This communication system also allows them to form strong bonds with giant frogs, which they train as guardians and hunters. Some larger frogs even serve as mounts, and their ability to swallow prey whole makes them efficient at carrying captured creatures back to the Bullywug villages. A cambion is the result of the union between a fiend, typically a succubus or incubus, and a humanoid, often a human. These creatures exhibit a blend of characteristics inherited from both parents, with prominent features such as horns, leathery wings, and sinewy tails that reflect their otherworldly lineage. From a young age, cambions display a predisposition for malevolence. As they mature, their wickedness and perversity become increasingly pronounced, shocking even their most devoted mortal parents. Cambions are destined to become ruthless overlords of mortals, with ambitions to assert dominance over others. They are known to manipulate and lead uprisings in towns and cities, rallying gangs of humanoids and lesser devils to serve their nefarious agendas. For those cambions who find themselves serving their fiendish parent, their loyalty is driven by a complex mix of admiration and fear. They anticipate a future where they will ascend to positions of power and prominence. In the Nine Hells, Cambions play various roles, including serving as soldiers, envoys, and personal attendants to greater devils. In the Chaotic Abyss, their authority is determined by their ability to amass strength and exert their will over others. Among the Cambions sired by the demon lord Graz'zt, distinctive traits set them apart. These individuals possess charcoal black skin, cloven hooves, six-fingered hands, and an otherworldly, captivating beauty. They often become agents of chaos, working alongside Graz'zt to spread discord and upheaval throughout the multiverse. Carrion Crawlers are voracious scavengers, diligently seeking out and devouring decaying flesh. They aggressively defend their territory against any intruders or disturbances to their gruesome feasts. These creatures are natural carrion eaters, guided by their keen sense of smell to locate areas where death is abundant and competition from other scavengers is limited. They typically establish their lairs in places such as caves, sewers, dungeons, forested marshes, battlefields, and cemeteries. Carrion crawlers are known to roam in search of food, with their tentacles probing the air for the scent of blood or decay. In tunnels or ruins, they can often be seen scurrying along the ceiling to avoid contact with other dangerous denizens of the darkness, while surprising potential prey. Carrion crawlers exhibit remarkable patience as predators. They are drawn to sources of light, following them from a distance for extended periods, hoping to catch the scent of blood. Despite their significant size, these creatures are adept at setting up ambushes by lying in wait around blind corners, luring unsuspecting victims into their grasp. When confronted with potential prey or intruders, carrion crawlers employ their paralyzing poison. Once a victim succumbs to paralysis, the carrion crawler ensnares it with its tentacles and drags it to a secluded location, such as a high ledge or an isolated passageway, where it can safely consume its meal. Afterward, the monster resumes patrolling its territory while waiting for its next meal to ripen. Centaurs are reclusive wanderers and seers of the wilderness who prefer to avoid conflicts, but can be formidable foes when provoked. These creatures belong to nomadic tribes that traverse lands with mild to hot climates. They are well suited to these environments, often wearing only light furs or oiled skins to protect against the elements. Centaurs rely on hunting and gathering for sustenance and rarely build permanent shelters or use tents during their journeys. Centaur migrations span vast territories and may take decades to complete, ensuring that a tribe might not revisit the same areas for generations. However, this nomadic lifestyle can lead to clashes when centaurs encounter settlements or other creatures that have established themselves along their traditional routes. In cases where a centaur can no longer keep pace with its tribe, it is left behind. Some of these lone centaurs choose to disappear into the wilderness, never to be seen again. Others may find refuge among other races, especially in frontier settlements. These communities often value the centaur's deep knowledge of nature and rely on their insights and wisdom for survival. Despite their reclusive tendencies, centaurs engage in trade with elves and benevolent humanoid caravans they encounter during their wanderings. In some cases, traders might assist wounded or elderly centaurs, escorting them to settlements where they can peacefully spend their remaining days. This willingness to engage in trade and interaction with other races highlights the multifaceted nature of centaur society. Chimeras are monstrous creatures born from the consequences of mortals summoning the demon prince Demogorgon to the material plane. In his demonic cruelty, Demogorgon transformed various creatures into these nightmarish beings, marking their origin as a dark reminder of the presence of demon princes in the world. A typical chimera is a grotesque amalgamation of different animals. It possesses the hindquarters of a large goat, the forequarters of a lion, and the leathery wings of a dragon. Most notably, it has the heads of all three of these creatures. Chimeras are known for their tactics of surprise attacks, often swooping down from the sky to engulf their prey in fiery breath before landing for a more direct confrontation. The nature of a chimera is conflicted as it combines the worst aspects of its composite parts. The influence of its dragon head compels it to amass treasure and indulge in raiding and plundering. The leonine nature drives it to hunt and kill powerful creatures that threaten its territory. Its goat head gives it a stubborn and vicious streak, making it willing to fight to the death when provoked. Chimeras stake out territories as large as 10 miles wide, where they hunt wild game and view more potent creatures as rivals to be defeated. Their most prominent adversaries include dragons, griffins, manticores, perytons, and wyverns. During hunts, chimeras take pleasure in the fear and suffering of weaker creatures. They often toy with their prey, inflicting initial wounds and terror before returning to finish the job. While not particularly cunning, chimeras can be swayed by flattery and gifts thanks to their draconic ego. If offered food and treasure, a chimera may spare a traveler. Villains can even gain the services of a chimera by keeping it well fed and ensuring its treasure hoard is well stocked. This makes them formidable, albeit unreliable, servants of evil. Chulls are creatures that have survived from the ancient times of the Aboleth Empire. These crustaceans were originally modified and granted sentience by the Aboleths to serve their purposes. In the primeval ages, the Aboleths held dominion over vast oceanic realms, and they sought to extend their influence beyond the waters. However, their aquatic nature limited their reach on the terrestrial world. To overcome this constraint, they created the Chulls. Chulls were designed to be the perfect servants, unwavering in their loyalty and obedience to their Aboleth masters. They were tasked with collecting sentient creatures, gathering magical artifacts, and amassing power, all under the directive of the Aboleths. Over the ages, they grew in size and strength while carrying out these ancient commands. When the Aboleth's empire eventually crumbled with the ascendancy of the gods, the Chulls were left without masters. Nevertheless, they continue to fulfill their original purpose, guarding the ruins of the ancient Aboleth civilization. These ruins are often sought after by treasure hunters and explorers who are lured by rumors and ancient maps. However, the reward for their audacity is typically death, as the Chulls fiercely defend the hoarded wealth and magical artifacts within. Chulls possess an innate ability to sense magic from a distance, making them adept at identifying and safeguarding magical items. When explorers fall victim to their attacks, the Chulls claim their gear and conceal it in hidden locations designated by the Aboleths eons ago. Furthermore, should Chulls come into contact with Aboleths once more, they immediately revert to their old roles, rekindling their ancient psychic bonds and serving the sinister purposes of their creators. This unwavering loyalty to the Aboleths is a testament to the enduring influence of these ancient and enigmatic beings. Cloakers, aptly named for their appearance resembling dark, leathery cloaks, are stealthy predators often found in remote dungeons and caves. These creatures patiently await the arrival of lone or injured prey stumbling through the darkness. Their ability to blend into shadows and strike from the obscurity of the caves is facilitated by their stingray-like bodies composed of cartilage and muscle. When their tail and fins are unfurled, they glide through the darkness, resembling a cloak. Rows of round, black eyes dot their back, and their ivory-colored claws on the cowl resemble bone clasps. However, when a cloaker unfurls and prepares to attack, its pale underside is exposed, revealing its true nature. Its red eyes glow menacingly above rows of sharp teeth, and a long, pendulous tail whips behind it. Cloakers are opportunistic predators, often trailing behind groups of other creatures traversing the Underdark. They prefer to target wounded individuals after battles or pursue herds of Underdark beasts, preying on the sick, weak, or straggling members. They attack swiftly, enveloping and devouring their victims with haste. During their feeding, they employ their whip-like tail for defense, although they rarely engage in combat against dangerous foes or groups of creatures. Additionally, cloakers possess the ability to create illusory duplicates of themselves, enhancing their defensive capabilities. Communication among cloakers is unique, as they exchange information through subsonic moans that are inaudible to most creatures. These moans, when intensified, become audible and evoke feelings of doom and dread in those who hear them. While cloakers prefer isolation, they occasionally convene with other cloakers for mutual defense or to share information about new threats, suitable hunting grounds, or changes in their habitats. After these gatherings, the cloakers typically disperse once again, returning to their solitary and elusive existence. The cockatrice is a creature with a nightmarish appearance, resembling a grotesque blend of lizard, bird, and bat. Its infamy lies in its unique and dangerous ability to turn living flesh into stone. While its diet primarily consists of berries, nuts, flowers, and small animals like insects, mice, and frogs, which it swallows whole, these creatures would pose no threat to anything else, if not for their extremely aggressive response to even the slightest hint of danger. When faced with a perceived threat, a cockatrice becomes frenzied and reacts fiercely. It takes to the air, squawking loudly and vigorously flapping its wings, while its head darts out to peck at the source of danger. Even the smallest scratch from a cockatrice's beak can be fatal, as the victim slowly begins to petrify, turning into solid stone due to the injury inflicted by the creature. This petrification process is a grim and irreversible fate for those unlucky enough to encounter a cockatrice. Couatls are beings of serpentine appearance, known for their benevolence, great intellect, and profound insight. Their most striking features are their brilliantly colored wings, which, coupled with their gentle demeanor, give them an air of celestial origin. These creatures were created by a benevolent deity long forgotten, a god whose worship has faded into obscurity. Originally tasked with guarding and caring for specific divine mandates, many of these responsibilities have been fulfilled or have gone unfulfilled over the ages. Nevertheless, some Couatls still watch over ancient sources of power, await the fulfillment of forgotten prophecies, or protect the descendants of those they once guided. Despite their celestial heritage, Couatls prefer to remain concealed, revealing themselves only in the most dire circumstances. They do so to safeguard something of great importance, honor their promises, or keep the secret of their existence. One notable trait of Couatls is their inability to lie. While they cannot deceive through falsehood, they might choose to withhold information, respond ambiguously, or allow others to draw incorrect conclusions, all done in the service of higher principles. These creatures are ancient and exceedingly rare. They can endure for extended periods without sustenance or air, but they are not immune to the ravages of time or disease. A Couatl can sense its impending demise up to a century in advance, yet it remains unaware of the specific circumstances of its death. When a Couatl believes its imminent passing threatens its uncompleted tasks or the well-being of those it protects, it embarks on a quest to find another of its kind. The mating ritual of Couatls is a breathtaking display of magic and light, culminating in the creation of a gem-like egg from which a new Couatl is born. The parent that sought out the mate assumes the role of caregiver, instructing the fledgling Couatl in its duties, ensuring that it can carry on its mission after the parent's passing. Crawling claws are gruesome creations, consisting of severed hands animated through dark magic, driven by a malevolent intent to kill. These macabre entities find their origins in sinister necromantic rituals that bind the life force of a murderer to their severed hand, enabling it to continue its murderous rampage. The rituals responsible for the creation of crawling claws are most effective when performed on the freshly severed hand of a murderer. To obtain suitable hands, those who practice these dark arts may attend public executions or make unsavory bargains with assassins and torturers. Once animated, a crawling claw becomes entirely subservient to its creator's will. The creator can exert mental control over the claw as long as it remains within sight. Should the creator cease to command it, the crawling claw will obediently carry out its last directive to the best of its ability. The commands given to a crawling claw must be straightforward, as its limited senses and intellect prevent it from tracking specific individuals. However, it excels at carrying out simple instructions, such as slaughtering all creatures in a designated location, thanks to its keen sense of touch, which allows it to navigate through various obstacles. Despite its origins as part of a living being, a crawling claw possesses only fragments of the intellect and memories of its former self. Instead, it embodies the negative emotions that drove its living counterpart to commit murder. Left to its own devices, a crawling claw replicates the same murderous acts it perpetrated in life. In rare cases, if a crawling claw is created from the hand of a still living murderer, the ritual binds it to the murderer's soul. The claw can then reattach itself to the murderer's limb, seemingly healing the severed appendage. When separated, the living body falls into a coma, and destroying the claw while it is detached leads to the death of the murderer. However, the destruction of the murderer does not affect the crawling claw itself. Cyclopes are formidable one-eyed giants inhabiting untamed wilderness areas. They are solitary beings who tend to steer clear of interactions with other races and often go to great lengths to drive away intruders in their territory. While myths suggest that Cyclopes are the offspring of a god from the giants' pantheon, they are generally non-religious. Cyclopes typically have little interest in deities, viewing prayers and rituals as overly complex and unfamiliar practices. However, when a Cyclops directly benefits from a divine sight or faces a supernatural threat, they may pay homage to a deity as long as the benefit or threat persists. Despite their reasonable intelligence, Cyclopes lead simple lives in isolation. They raise herds of animals for sustenance and prefer to dwell alone or in small family units, often taking shelter in caves, ruins, or basic stone structures they construct themselves. At night, they house their herd animals with them and seal their dwellings with large stones, effectively transforming them into barns. Cyclopes establish their lairs within a day's journey of other Cyclopes to facilitate trade and mating. They create wooden and stone weapons and tools, occasionally using metal when available. Communication among Cyclopes is rudimentary, relying on grunts and gestures, as they speak sparingly and have no written language. In their trade, Cyclopes do not use currency but value shiny and colorful objects like gold, shells, and other adornments as jewelry. Their personal ornaments often feature feathers, silver coins, pewter goblets, cutlery, and various bits of salvaged metal. While formidable in combat due to their immense size and strength, Cyclopes are not known for their intelligence or strategic thinking. They struggle to adapt to new ideas and innovations, making them susceptible to cunning adversaries. Cyclopes can be easily impressed and manipulated by overt displays of magic. Lacking exposure to such phenomena, they might mistake a warlock, cleric, or another spellcaster for a powerful divine entity. However, if they discover that their assumptions were incorrect, their prideful nature drives them to react with vengeful and violent fury toward the presumed god. Dark mantles are stealthy and deceptive creatures that inhabit cavern ceilings, resembling stalactites or unremarkable stone formations. They remain completely motionless, patiently waiting for unsuspecting creatures to pass beneath them. Once potential prey is in range, a dark mantle drops from the ceiling, unfurls its membranous wings, and shrouds itself in magical darkness as it engulfs and crushes its victim. These creatures are commonly found in the depths of the Underdark, where they employ their ambush tactics to hunt. However, they are equally prevalent in the Shadowfell, where they serve a role analogous to that of bats on the material plane. In the Shadowfell, dark mantles thrive and are sometimes trained by intelligent denizens as guardians or companions. Dark mantles' ability to mimic inanimate objects and their capacity to create magical darkness make them formidable predators in their subterranean and shadowy habitats. A Death Knight is a fearsome undead creature that was once a fallen paladin. When a paladin who has strayed from their virtuous path dies without seeking atonement, dark powers can transform them into a malevolent undead being. The Death Knight appears as a skeletal warrior adorned in menacing plate armor. Under its helmet, you'll find a skull with malevolent pinpoints of light burning in its eye sockets. Despite its undead nature, a Death Knight retains the ability to cast divine spells. However, it can no longer use its magic for healing purposes. Additionally, a Death Knight has the power to attract and command lesser undead creatures. These minions often include skeletal warhorses or nightmarish steeds, serving as the Death Knight's mounts. In some cases, Death Knights who serve powerful fiends may command fiendish followers instead. What sets a Death Knight apart is its immortality, at least in an undead sense. Even after being destroyed, a Death Knight can rise again. Only through atonement for its past wickedness or by finding redemption can a Death Knight break free from its undead purgatory and finally meet its true demise. A Death Knight is a fearsome undead creature that was once a fallen paladin. When a paladin who has strayed from their virtuous path dies without seeking atonement, dark powers can transform them into a malevolent undead being. The Death Knight appears as a skeletal warrior adorned in menacing plate armor. Under its helmet, you'll find a skull with malevolent pinpoints of light burning in its eye sockets. Despite its undead nature, a Death Knight retains the ability to cast divine spells. However, it can no longer use its magic for healing purposes. Additionally, a Death Knight has the power to attract and command lesser undead creatures. These minions often include skeletal warhorses or nightmarish steeds, serving as the Death Knight's mounts. In some cases, Death Knights who serve powerful fiends may command fiendish followers instead. What sets a Death Knight apart is its immortality, at least in an undead sense. Even after being destroyed, a Death Knight can rise again. Only through atonement for its past wickedness or by finding redemption can a Death Knight break free from its undead purgatory and finally meet its true demise. The immortality of a lich hinges on a sinister practice feeding mortal souls to its phylactery. However, should a lich falter or fail in this dark task, its once mighty form crumbles away until only its skull remains. In this diminished state, known as a demolich, it retains only a fraction of its malevolent life force. When disturbed, the skull levitates, assuming a wraith-like form and emitting a bone-chilling howl that can slay the weak-hearted and leave others in profound fear. When left undisturbed, it sinks back into its dormant existence. Becoming a demolich is not a goal for most leeches, as it signifies the end of the existence they sought to preserve through undeath. However, as time passes, a lich's reason and memory can erode. It may retreat to its ancient tomb, forget to feed on souls, and lose the spells and arcane abilities it once possessed. Even in its reduced state as a mere skull, a demolich remains a deadly and vexing adversary. Despite this diminished form, the lich's phylactery endures. As long as the phylactery remains intact, the demolich cannot be permanently destroyed. Should the demolich possess the presence of mind to do so, it can regain its former power by feeding just one soul to its phylactery. This act restores the demolich to its full lich form, reconstituting its undead body and all its dark powers. Demons born in the dreadful depths of the infinite layers of the abyss are the harbingers of chaos and evil, driven solely by the desire to bring destruction and suffering to the cosmos. These vile creatures have no room for compassion, empathy, or mercy in their hearts. Their existence revolves around devastation. The abyss spawns demons spontaneously, giving rise to various fiends formed from filth and carnage. Some demons are unique monstrosities, while others belong to uniform strains with similar traits. Certain demons, like the Manes, are created from the souls of mortals shunned or cursed by the gods, or those imprisoned in the abyss. This relentless chaos churns forth these nightmarish creatures. Demons respect power above all else. In their violent hierarchy, greater demons command hordes of lesser ones because of their sheer might. A demon's status rises with the blood it spills. The more enemies it annihilates, the mightier it becomes. A demon can ascend through the ranks, evolving from a lowly manes to a fearsome Varrock after surviving countless horrors in the abyss. Yet, such promotions are rare, as most demons meet their end before achieving significant power. The survivors, however, become the dreaded demon lords who threaten to tear the abyss asunder with their eternal conflicts. By expending immense magical power, demon lords can elevate lesser demons to greater forms, but these promotions are never based on deeds or accomplishments. Instead, a demon lord might transform a Manes into a Couatl when it needs an invisible spy, or turn a legion of Dretches into Hezris when confronting a rival lord. Demon lords are cautious about elevating demons to the highest ranks, fearing they might inadvertently create rivals to their own power. Demons perpetually seek portals to other planes while wandering the abyss. They yearn to escape their home realm, spreading their malevolence throughout the multiverse. When they breach into other planes, they unleash havoc, undo the work of gods, dismantle civilizations, and reduce worlds to despair and ruin. Some of the darkest legends in the mortal realm revolve around the devastation wrought by unleashed demons. Nations in conflict will even join forces to contain a demonic outbreak, temporarily setting aside their differences to prevent the fiends from causing further destruction. Demons bring corruption with them wherever they go, changing the world for the worse. Plants wither and die in their presence, and animals shun the sites of demonic activities. Locations infested by demons might bear a perpetual stench, experience extreme temperatures, or be plagued by enduring shadows marking the fiend's lingering presence. In the eyes of demons, death outside the abyss is a minor inconvenience. Mundane weapons are powerless against them, and many demons resist even the most potent spells. When a hero manages to defeat a demon in battle, it dissolves into foul ichor, only to reform instantly in the abyss. The only way to permanently destroy a demon is to seek it in the abyss and vanquish it there. To safeguard their existence, powerful demons create amulets using abyssal metals and secret methods containing a portion of their life essence. If their physical form is destroyed, these amulets allow them to choose when and where to reform. Obtaining a demonic amulet is perilous, for seeking such a device risks drawing the demon's attention. Possessing a demonic amulet grants leverage over the demon. Its possessor can demand favors or inflict torment upon the fiend if it resists. Destroying the amulet, however, imprisons the demon in the abyss for a year and a day. Despite the risks involved in dealing with fiends, many mortals covet demonic power. Demon lords manipulate these mortal servants into committing greater acts of depravity, furthering the demon lord's ambitions in exchange for magical powers and other boons. However, demons see their mortal followers as expendable tools and discard them at will, consigning their souls to the abyss. Summoning a demon is a perilous endeavor. Even mages who deal with devils fear the unpredictable nature of demons. Though demons yearn to sow chaos on the material plane, they show no gratitude when summoned, instead demanding release. Individuals who summon demons often do so to extract information, coerce them into service, or send them on missions that only creatures of absolute evil can undertake. The summoner must be well prepared and knowledgeable about spells and magic items to control a demon. One mistake can lead to the demon breaking free and wreaking havoc. Binding demons into objects is a dark art described in tomes like the Book of Vile Darkness, the Black Scrolls of Am, and the Demonomicon of Gdeg Wilv. These objects trap the demon's essence on the material plane, preventing its return to the abyss. Creating such an object requires unholy incantations and the shedding of innocent blood. Possessing an object that binds a demon grants control over the demon within, although it corrupts those who handle it. Destroying the object releases the demon, who immediately seeks revenge against its captor. Even if bound securely, a powerful demon can sometimes escape its containment and possess a mortal host. When a demon's essence emerges from its prison, it can take over a host, sometimes subtly and other times with violent malevolence. While in possession of a host, the demon puts the host's soul at risk of being dragged to the abyss if exorcised or upon the host's death. Only powerful magic can expel the demonic spirit. Demon lords rise to power through ruthless cunning or brute force, aiming to claim absolute control over the abyss. The Abyss rewards outsiders who conquer its infinite layers, offering them a path to become Demon Lords themselves. Demon Lords wield immense power, enabling them to shape their abyssal realms to their twisted desires. They rarely leave their domains to avoid allowing others to seize control. If a Demon Lord dies on another plane, its essence returns to the Abyss and reforms into a new body. Yet, if it perishes within the Abyss, it is destroyed permanently. Most Demon Lords safeguard a portion of their essence to prevent such a fate. Baphomet, the Horned King and Prince of Beasts, rules over Minotaurs and other savage creatures. He seeks to dissolve civilization and encourage primal savagery. Baphomet resembles a gigantic black-furred Minotaur with iron horns, blood-red eyes, and a blood-soaked mouth. His crown is adorned with the decapitated heads of his enemies, and his dark armor features spikes and skull-like decorations. Baphomet wields a massive glaive named Heartcleaver, and he often hurls it into battle before engaging foes with his horns and hooves. Demogorgon, also known as the Sibilant Beast and the Prince of Demons, is a chaotic entity of madness. He aspires to unravel the order of the multiverse, spreading fear and hatred among other demons and demon lords. Demogorgon stands 3 times the height of a human, with a sinuous snake-like body and suckered tentacles in place of arms. His saurian lower torso ends in webbed, clawed feet, and he possesses a forked tail tipped with cruel blades. 2 baboon heads, both deranged, crown his monstrous form, each representing a different aspect of his dual nature. Graz'zt, the Dark Prince, is nearly 9 feet tall and exudes an air of dark allure. Among demon lords, he appears the most humanoid, but this belies his capacity for evil. Graz'zt's ebon skin, pointed ears, yellow fangs, crown of horns, and 6-fingered hands reveal his demonic nature. He revels in luxury, pageantry, and indulgence, often surrounded by incubi and succubi. Jublex, the Faceless Lord, is the demon lord of slimes and oozes. This wretched creature cares only about converting all life into formless copies of itself. In a resting state, Jublex spreads as a noxious mass, emitting a foul stench. When provoked, it forms a shuddering cone of slime with red eyes and dripping pseudopods. Jublex contaminates all it touches. Lolth, the demon queen of spiders, is the evil matron of the drow. Malice dominates her every thought as she weaves plots across the material plane, striving for the day her drow followers bring the world under her dominion. She appears as a lithe drow matriarch when interacting with her followers, but transforms into a giant demonic spider with spike-tipped legs and mandibles when combat demands it. Orcus, known as the Demon Prince of Undeath and the Bloodlord, is revered by undead creatures and those who wield the power of undeath. A brooding and nihilistic entity, Orcus seeks to plunge the multiverse into a realm of death and darkness, unchanging except by his will. Orcus's corpulent form boasts a humanoid torso, powerful goat legs, and the head of a decaying ram. Bat-like wings sprout from his back, and he wields the wand of Orcus, a malevolent artifact. His surroundings are teeming with undead, and living beings not under his control are his enemies. Yenogu, the Gnoll Lord and the Beast of Butchery, craves senseless slaughter and destruction. Gnolls are his instruments, committing ever greater atrocities under his name. He delights in sorrow and seeks to turn the world into a wasteland where surviving gnolls battle each other for the right to feast upon the dead. Yenogu stands as a massive scarred gnoll with a spiky crest, black spines, and emerald flaming eyes. His armor is a macabre collection of shields and breastplates adorned with the flayed skins of his enemies. Yenogu wields a triple flail known as the Butcher, and uses his horns and hooves to tear apart foes. The Abyss is home to countless demon lords, and their exact number remains a mystery. Given the Abyss's infinite depths, powerful demons continually rise to become demon lords, only to fall as quickly as they ascend. Demons are categorized into different types, each reflecting their power and abilities. These types range from Type 1, the weakest, to Type 6, the strongest. Dretches, a Type 1 demon, are among the weakest. They are repulsive, self-loathing creatures doomed to spend eternity in a state of perpetual discontent. Their low intelligence makes them unsuitable for anything but the simplest tasks. However, what they lack in potential, they make up for in sheer malice. Dretches mill about in mobs, voicing their displeasure as an unsettling din of hoots, snarls, and grunts. Manes, also a Type 1 demon, are the souls of evil creatures that descend to the lower planes and are transformed into manes, the lowest form of demon kind. These wretched fiends attack any non-demon they see and are called to the material plane by those seeking to sow death and chaos. Orcus, the Prince of Undeath, has the power to transform manes into undead monsters, most often ghouls and shadows. Other demon lords feed on manes, destroying them utterly. Killing a manes causes it to dissipate into a cloud of reeking vapor that reforms into another manes after one day. Barlgurus, a Type 1 demon, represent the savagery of the abyss. These hulking orangutans with gruesome faces and tusks jutting from their jaws stand just under 8 feet tall, with broad shoulders and a weight of 650 pounds. They move apishly along the ground but climb with great speed and agility. Barlgurus gather in packs, take down tougher foes, and decorate their territory with gruesome trophies. Quazits are physically weak but mischievous. More powerful demons use quazits as spies and messengers when they aren't devouring them or pulling them apart to pass the time. A quazit can assume animal forms, but in its true form, it looks like a 2-foot-tall green humanoid with a barbed tail and horns. The quazit has clawed fingers and toes, and these claws can deliver an irritating poison. It prefers to be invisible when it attacks. Shadow demons exist outside the normal abyssal hierarchy, often created by mortal magic. They feast on fears, memories, and doubts, appearing as insubstantial, winged humanoids. They all but disappear in the darkness and can creep about without making a sound. A shadow demon uses its insubstantial claws to feast on its victim's fears, taste its memories, and drink in its doubts. Bright light harries this fiend and shows its distinct shape, resolving it from a blur of darkness to a winged humanoid creature whose lower body trails off into nothing and whose claws rend a victim's mind. Hezris, a Type 3 demon, serve as foot soldiers in the demonic hordes of the abyss. Although physically powerful, they are weak-minded and can easily be duped into sacrificing themselves by more powerful demons. As they press their attacks into the heart of an enemy's forces, their foul stench can sicken even the toughest foes. Chasms, also a Type 3 demon, are loathsome demons that resemble an unspeakable cross between humanoid and fly. They shuffle about on 4 spindly legs that can find purchase on walls and ceilings. A droning sound precedes the approach of a chasm, inflicting foes with terrible lethargy that leaves them open to attack. The lowly chasms serve more powerful masters as interrogators or taskmasters and have a knack for spotting demons that have deserted their lords. Capturing and returning such traitors allows a chasm to torment the victim without fear of reprisal. Vrox, a Type 3 demon, are dull-witted, capricious fiends that live only to create pain and carnage. A Vrock resembles a giant hybrid of humanoid and vulture, its gnarled, bestial body and broad wings stinking of offal. Vrox gleefully gobble up humanoid flesh, stunning potential prey with an ear-splitting shriek, then swooping down to attack with beak and claw. Vrox can shake their wings, releasing clouds of toxic spores. They covet pretty things, turning against each other for the chance to lay claim to cheap jewelry or ornamental stones. Despite their love of treasure, Vrox are difficult to bribe, seeing no reason to bargain when they can simply take what they want from a would-be bargainer's corpse. Glabrezus, a Type 4 demon, take great pleasure in destroying mortals through temptation and offer their service to creatures foolish enough to summon them. Although Glabrezus are devastating in combat, they prefer to tempt victims into ruin, using power or wealth as a lure. Engaging in guile, trickery, and evil bargains, A Glabrezu hoards riches that it uses to fulfill promises to short-sighted summoners and weak-willed mortals. If its attempts to entice or deceive fail, a Glabrezu has the strength to fight and win. Meriliths, a Type 4 demon, are terrible to behold, with the lower body of a great serpent and the upper torso of a humanoid female with 6 arms. Wielding a wicked blade in each of its 6 hands, a Merilith is a devastating foe that few can match in battle. These demons possess keen minds and a finely honed sense of tactics, and they are able to lead and unite other demons in common cause. Meriliths are often encountered as captains at the head of a demonic horde, where they embrace any opportunity to rush headlong into battle. Nalfeshnis, a Type 4 demon, are one of the most grotesque demons. They resemble corpulent mockeries of apes and boars, standing twice the height of a human, with feathered wings that seem too small for their bloated bodies. These brutish features conceal a remarkable intelligence and cunning. Nalfeshnis are devastating in combat, using their wings to soar above the front ranks and reach vulnerable adversaries that can be dispatched with little effort. From the thick of battle, they telepathically bellow commands to lesser demons, even as they inspire a sense of dread that forces their foes to scatter and run. Nalfeshnis feed on hatred and despair, but they crave humanoid flesh above all else. They keep their larders filled with humanoids abducted from the material plane, then eat those creatures alive during elaborate feasts. Thinking of themselves as refined and cultured, Nalfeshnis employ stained and rusted cutlery when they dine. Balers, a Type 6 demon, represent ancient and terrible evil, commanding demonic armies and yearning to seize power while destroying any creatures that oppose them. They wield a flaming whip and a storm-infused longsword, channeling their power and rage into battle, even in death. In their death throes, they fall within a blast of fire that can destroy even the hardiest foes. Demon true names are a mysterious aspect of demonology. Though demons all have common names, every demon lord and every demon of Type 1 through Type 6 has a true name that it keeps secret. A demon can be forced to disclose its true name if charmed, and ancient scrolls and tomes are said to exist that list the true names of the most powerful demons. A mortal who learns a demon's true name can use powerful summoning magic to call the demon from the abyss and exercise some measure of control over it. However, most demons brought to the material plane in this manner do everything in their power to wreak havoc or sow discord and strife. Devils are embodiments of tyranny, hailing from the 9 hells of Bator. Led by Asmodeus, they seek to dominate the cosmos. They are masters of manipulation, delighting in the oppression of the weak. Devils are born from the corrupted souls of mortals in the 9 hells. Asmodeus, their supreme ruler, aims to expand his infernal army by corrupting mortal souls through manipulation. Devils thrive in a hierarchical society where obedience and ambition are valued. They obey their superiors while secretly harboring ambitions to climb the ranks, especially among archdevils ruling the 9 hells. Devils make sinister bargains with mortals, offering power or boons in exchange for their souls. Breaking such contracts results in instant soul forfeiture to the 9 hells. The 9 hells has a strict hierarchy, with Asmodeus as the supreme ruler. Archdevils, greater devils, and lesser devils serve him. Promotion and demotion in the hierarchy are based on merit or need, while failed devils face demotion to lemure status. The 9 hells consist of 9 layers, each ruled by an archdevil. To reach the deepest layer, one must descend through all 8 above it. The river Styx provides a perilous shortcut, but the journey is fraught with torment and horror. Barbed Devils, known as Hamatula, are greedy and combative guardians in the 9 hells. They resemble tall, humanoid figures covered in sharp barbs, ever vigilant for valuables. Their sharp claws and fire-hurling abilities make them formidable foes. Bearded Devils, or Barbazu, serve as shock troops and thrive in battle. These fiends appear as humanoids with scaly skin, pointed ears, and poisonous beards. They wield deadly saw-toothed glaives. Bone Devils, called Oseluth, are cruel taskmasters in the Nine Hells. They despise their superiors but seek promotion eagerly. They have skeletal frames, scorpion-like tails, and venomous tails, wielding bone polearms. Chain Devils, known as Chiton, are sadistic jailers and torturers. They animate chains on their bodies and nearby ones, using them to eviscerate enemies. Their gaze can command lesser creatures. Erinyes are beautiful and disciplined warriors. They resemble humanoids with feathery wings and wear stylized armor. They serve as swift executioners of those who defy Asmodeus or wrong their masters. Horned Devils, or Malebranche, are lazy and reluctant to engage in conflict. They stand as tall as ogres, possess wings, and use forked tails and horns in battle. Ice Devils, also called Gelagon, are found in cold hell layers and serve as commanders in infernal armies. They have insect-like appearances with clawed limbs and barbed spears. Imps are mischievous fiends that run errands, spy on rivals, and mislead mortals. They can assume animal forms and have red skin, barbed tails, small horns, and wings. They strike while invisible and use poison stingers. Lemures are shapeless, repugnant creatures formed from twisted mortal souls. They resemble molten flesh with vaguely humanoid features, expressing eternal anguish. Pit fiends are the lords of other devils, serving the archdukes and archduchesses of the Nine Hells. They are hulking monsters with whip-like tails, wings, and armored scales. They are fearless in battle and supremely arrogant. Spined devils, known as Spinagon, serve as messengers and spies. They have spiny bodies and tails, which they can fling as ranged weapons, bursting into flames on impact. Despite their weaknesses, they are respected in the Nine Hells for their role as eyes and ears of the infernal realm. Dinosaurs, or behemoths, are ancient reptiles with a long history on our planet. Among them, predatory dinosaurs are known for their savage and territorial nature. They are fierce hunters, often on the prowl for potential prey. Herbivorous dinosaurs, on the other hand, are generally less aggressive, but they can become hostile when defending their young or when startled or harassed. These creatures come in a variety of sizes and shapes. Larger dinosaurs tend to have more subdued coloration, while smaller ones might have colorful markings, similar to modern birds. Dinosaurs are commonly found in remote and rugged areas that are seldom visited by humanoids. The creature known as the Displacer Beast earns its name from its remarkable ability to distort light, making it appear as though it stands a few feet away from its true position. This menacing predator resembles a sleek, feline-like creature covered in dark blue-black fur. However, its unearthly nature becomes apparent when you notice its 6 legs and 2 tentacles extending from its shoulders, each ending with spiked pads. Even in death, the malevolent gleam in its eyes persists. Originating from the Feywild, Displacer Beasts once roamed the Twilight Realms. They were captured and trained by the Unseelie Court, who selectively bred them to enhance their predatory instincts. These creatures were used to hunt unicorns, pegasi, and other fantastical creatures. Yet, the Displacer Beasts' cunning eventually led to their escape from their captors. Upon their release, these predators thrived in the Feywild, where they came into conflict with the Seelie Court and their loyal Blink Dog companions. This rivalry drove the Displacer Beasts to the fringes of the Feywild, many of which crossed over to the material plane. To this day, Displacer Beasts and Blink Dogs are natural enemies, attacking each other on sight. Displacer Beasts are not just hunters for sustenance, they often kill for sheer enjoyment. They don't limit themselves to attacking only when hungry, sometimes toying with their prey for entertainment until they decide to feast. After dispatching their victim with their tentacles, Displacer Beasts drag the corpse to a secluded spot for undisturbed feeding. These creatures are solitary hunters, or part of small prides that excel at setting ambushes. A typical tactic involves one Displacer Beast striking and retreating, drawing its prey into a wooded area where its packmates lie in wait. Along trade routes, Displacer Beast packs carefully observe the schedules of caravans, setting up ambushes to target them. Intelligent, malevolent beings often keep Displacer Beasts as pets or guardians, but forming an alliance with one requires a mutually beneficial arrangement. These creatures might serve as vault guardians or bodyguards for prominent individuals, but they are not easily controlled. Doppelgangers are crafty shapeshifters capable of assuming the appearance of other humanoids, using this skill for deception, evasion, or luring unsuspecting victims. These elusive creatures excel at sowing fear, suspicion, and confusion, and they can be found across various lands and cultures. With their ability to mimic individuals of any race, doppelgangers are adept at adopting any guise they choose. To infiltrate and deceive, a doppelganger's shapeshifting is not just about appearance. It doesn't provide them with languages, mannerisms, memories, or personality traits. Instead, doppelgangers often track or capture the individuals they intend to impersonate, meticulously studying them and delving into their thoughts to uncover their secrets. By reading surface thoughts, they can learn the target's name, desires, fears, and fragments of their memories. In cases where they are involved in long-term schemes, doppelgangers keep their captives close, probing their minds regularly to refine their impersonation skills. Doppelgangers operate individually or in small groups, adapting their roles as needed. One member might take the place of a murdered merchant or noble, while others assume various identities, playing the roles of family members or servants to enjoy the wealth of their victims. These shapeshifters are not known for their parenting skills. Rather than raising their young, doppelgangers take on handsome male forms and seduce women, leaving them to raise the resulting offspring. These doppelganger children appear as ordinary members of their mother's species until they reach adolescence. At that point, they discover their true nature and are driven to seek out their kind to join them in the world. Dracoliches are a peculiar and unsettling transformation that some dragons choose when facing the inevitability of death. Despite their immense lifespans, dragons, like all creatures, eventually meet their end. For certain dragons, this unsettling notion drives them to embrace the dark path of necromantic energy and ancient rituals, willingly transforming themselves into Dracoliches. This transformation comes at a significant cost, severing all ties to their draconic kin and the dragon gods. Upon undergoing this sinister transformation, a Dracolich retains its original size and shape, but its physical form changes dramatically. Its skin and scales either tighten around its bones or slough away entirely, leaving behind a skeletal frame. The Dracolich's eyes become eerie, glowing points of light that hover within shadowy sockets, offering a glimpse into the malevolence of its undead consciousness. While many dragons harbor ambitions of destruction and dominance, Dracoliches take their malevolence to even greater heights. These creatures are driven by an insatiable desire to rule over all, and their intelligence is fiendishly cunning. They construct intricate webs of nefarious schemes, drawing in servants motivated by greed and an unquenchable thirst for power. Operating from the shadows, Dracoliches are adept at plotting to keep their undead existence a well-guarded secret, making them formidable adversaries for those who cross their path. The creation of a Dracolich involves a complex and dark ritual that requires the cooperation of the dragon and a group of mages or cultists. During the ritual, the dragon consumes a toxic brew that swiftly ends its life. The spellcasters involved then capture the dragon's spirit and transfer it into a specially prepared gemstone, which functions similarly to a lich's phylactery. As the dragon's flesh decays, its spirit animates its skeletal remains. If a Dracolich's physical form is ever destroyed, its spirit returns to the gemstone as long as both are on the same plane of existence. Should the gemstone come into contact with the corpse of another dragon, the Dracolich's spirit can take possession of that body, effectively transforming it into a new Dracolich. However, if the gemstone is transported to another plane, the Dracolich's spirit has no vessel to return to upon the destruction of its undead body, ultimately passing into the afterlife. Dragons, winged reptiles of ancient lineage and fearsome power, are creatures known and feared for their predatory cunning and greed. Among the most powerful creatures in the world, dragons possess innate magical abilities, including their dreaded breath weapons. True dragons are divided into two broad categories, chromatic and metallic. The former includes black, blue, green, red, and white dragons, selfish, evil, and universally feared. The latter consists of brass, bronze, copper, gold, and silver dragons, noble, good, and highly respected beings. All true dragons share an insatiable covetousness for wealth. They amass mounds of coins, gems, jewels, and magic items in their hoards, seldom venturing far from their lairs, which they only leave to patrol or feed. The life of a true dragon comprises 4 stages: wormling, young, adult, and ancient, with the potential for unrivaled might and incalculable wealth as they age. Chromatic dragons, such as black, blue, green, red, and white dragons, represent the malevolent side of dragonkind. These creatures are driven by greed, believing that the world's wealth rightfully belongs to them. They seize treasure without remorse and amass it simply for the sake of possession. Chromatic dragons are characterized by their towering ego, seeing themselves as the supreme beings among mortals. They interact with other creatures solely for personal gain, considering humanoids beneath them and unworthy of respect. A dragon's lair is both a seat of power and a treasure vault. These cunning creatures select or construct lairs not for shelter, but for defense, favoring multiple entrances, exits, and security measures. Most chromatic dragon lairs are hidden in remote and perilous locations to deter intruders. They bolster their natural defenses with magical guardians, traps, and servants. The Dragon Queen is the chief deity of evil dragonkind, residing in the 9 hells. With 5 heads representing the chromatic dragons, Tiamat epitomizes their avarice. She is capable of unleashing destruction on a grand scale, wielding 5 breath weapons, formidable spellcasting, and fearsome claws. Tiamat's greatest adversaries are Bahamut, the Platinum Dragon, and Asmodeus, who has long curtailed her power and ambitions. The Black Dragon, one of the most malevolent of chromatic dragons, delights in the downfall of civilizations and collects the spoils of fallen peoples. These dragons prefer fetid swamps and crumbling ruins as their homes. Black dragons have a skull-like face with deep-set eyes and broad nasal openings. Their curved, bone-colored horns darken to black at the tips as they age. The flesh around their horns and cheekbones deteriorates, leaving a skeletal appearance. They have spiked heads and flat, forked-tipped tongues that drool acidic slime, adding to their foul odor. Hatchling black dragons have glossy black scales, which become thicker and duller with age, aiding their camouflage in swampy environments. Known for their sadistic nature, black dragons derive pleasure from watching their prey beg for mercy. They often offer false hope before delivering a brutal end. These dragons prioritize eliminating weak foes first, bolstering their ego and instilling fear in the survivors. When facing defeat, a black dragon fights fiercely or accepts death rather than yielding to another creature's mastery. They despise and fear other dragons, often spying on rivals and avoiding confrontations with stronger ones. Black dragons are served by evil lizard folk who provide tribute and build draconic effigies. They may inadvertently summon evil shambling mounds to guard their lairs. Kobolds infesting their lairs become as cruel as their masters, torturing captives before delivering them as offerings. These dragons hoard treasures and magical items from crumbled empires and conquered kingdoms to affirm their greatness, believing the wealth of current civilizations rightfully belongs to them. Black dragons inhabit swamps on civilizations' fringes, dwelling in dismal caves or ruins partially flooded. Their lairs contain pools for resting and tormenting victims, with piles of acid-pitted bones and fly-ridden carcasses. Centipedes, scorpions, and snakes infest the lair, enveloped in the stench of decay. The blue dragon is a vain and territorial creature that soars through desert skies, preying on caravans and plundering settlements beyond the arid expanse. These dragons can also be found in dry steppes, searing badlands, and rocky coasts, guarding their territories with a particular animosity toward brass dragons. Distinguished by its frilled ears, ridged horn, and rows of spikes extending from its nostrils to its lower jaw, a blue dragon's scales range from iridescent azure to deep indigo, polished by the desert sands. As they age, their scales thicken and harden, and their hide crackles with static electricity, intensifying when they're provoked, emitting an odor of ozone and dusty air. Blue dragons are both deadly and proud, taking great pleasure in demonstrating their superiority over humanoids and lesser creatures. In combat, they are patient and methodical, often turning battles into prolonged engagements, attacking from a distance with lightning volleys, then retreating out of harm's reach to strike again. Although they occasionally consume desert plants, blue dragons are primarily carnivores, preferring to feast on herd animals, electrocuting their prey with their lightning breath before indulging. This makes them a significant threat to desert caravans and nomadic tribes, viewed as convenient sources of food and treasure. When hunting, blue dragons bury themselves in the desert sand, leaving only their horn exposed, resembling a stone outcropping. When prey approaches, they burst from the sand like an avalanche, attacking their unsuspecting victims. Blue dragons value talented and valuable creatures that reinforce their sense of superiority, including bards, sages, artists, wizards, and assassins. These individuals can become valuable agents for the dragon, receiving handsome rewards for their loyalty. Blue dragons are secretive about their lairs, well protected and hidden. They encourage desert-dwelling creatures like Ankhegs and giant scorpions to provide additional security. Some even attract air elementals and other beings to serve them. Known for their love of gems, especially sapphires, blue dragons collect these treasures along with other valuable items. They bury their most precious possessions deep in the sand, scattering less valuable items in plain sight over hidden sinkholes to deter would-be thieves. Blue dragons establish their lairs in barren places, using their lightning breath and burrowing ability to carve crystalline caverns beneath the sands. Legendary blue dragons' lairs are surrounded by thunderstorms, with ventilated tunnels lined with glassy sand to avoid deadly sinkholes. If their lair is invaded, blue dragons collapse the caverns, leaving intruders crushed and suffocated. Upon their return, they collect both their possessions and the wealth of the fallen invaders. The red dragon is the most covetous among true dragons, ceaselessly driven to amass greater treasure hoards. Exceptionally vain, their arrogance is evident in their proud demeanor and disdain for other creatures. A red dragon is characterized by a distinctive appearance, including swept-back horns, a spinal frill, and a beaked snout that continually emits smoke. Their eyes blaze with flames when angry, and they possess the longest wings of all chromatic dragons, featuring a blue-black tint along the trailing edge. The scales of a red dragon wormling are bright scarlet, growing duller and stronger as they age, resembling metallic armor. Their pupils fade, and the oldest red dragons have eyes akin to molten lava orbs. Red dragons favor mountainous terrains, badlands, and high perches to oversee their domains, often clashing with hill-dwelling copper dragons. Known for their ferocious and vengeful nature, red dragons are considered the archetypical evil dragons in many cultures. Their arrogance knows no bounds, viewing themselves as kings and emperors chosen by Tiamat to rule. They assert dominion over the world and all its inhabitants. Red dragons are territorial and isolationist, but yearn for knowledge of the wider world. They employ lesser creatures as informants, messengers, and spies, with a particular interest in news about other red dragons to maintain their status. When they require servants, they demand fealty from chaotic, evil humanoids, often asserting their lordship by force if needed. These dragons obsessively collect wealth, valuing anything of monetary worth. They can assess an item's value with remarkable precision and exhibit treasures taken from defeated foes to assert dominance. Red dragons meticulously track their hordes, noticing the absence of a single coin and pursuing thieves relentlessly, even resorting to destructive rampages if necessary. Red dragons make their lairs in high mountains or hills, dwelling in caverns beneath snow-capped peaks or within abandoned mines and dwarven strongholds. They prize caves with volcanic or geothermal activity, using the hazardous conditions to hinder intruders and endure searing heat and volcanic gases. While their hordes remain well guarded within the lair, red dragons spend significant time outside the mountain, using the heights to survey their domain and the world they aim to control. Servants erect monuments throughout the lair, depicting the dragon's power, its defeated enemies, and the nations it has conquered, serving as a testament to its dominance. The green dragon is known for its cunning and treacherous nature. It often employs misdirection and trickery to gain the upper hand in conflicts. These dragons are not only nasty-tempered, but also thoroughly evil, delighting in corrupting the good-hearted. In the ancient forests they inhabit, their aggression is more about gaining power and wealth with minimal effort than territorial dominance. You can recognize a green dragon by its distinctive features, including its curved jawline, crest starting near the eyes and running down its spine, and leathery spiked plates along its neck. Their scales darken as wormlings but grow larger and lighter with age, blending into forest surroundings. Long legs and necks enable them to navigate through dense underbrush and peer over trees. Green dragons are capricious hunters, patrolling their forest territory from the air and ground. They eat various creatures, including shrubs and small trees when hungry, but they favor elves as their preferred prey. These dragons are skilled liars and manipulators, using intimidation for lesser creatures and subtler methods when dealing with other dragons. They attack without provocation, especially when their territory is threatened. Their approach to sentient creatures is marked by a lust for power, and they are always on the lookout for creatures that can further their ambitions. Green dragons stalk victims, sometimes shadowing them for days, savoring the fear they evoke before attacking. They prefer intimidation over outright slaughter, establishing control over survivors and using them for information or ransom. Green dragons are manipulative schemers, bending other creatures to their will by assessing and exploiting their deepest desires. They pretend to serve but constantly assess their would-be masters. When dealing with their own kind, they are crude and rude, especially among dragons of the same age and status. Conflict arises when green dragons compete for forest territory with other dragon types. They may pretend to back down only to wait for an opportunity to eliminate their rivals and claim their lairs. Green dragons also accept the servitude of various sentient creatures, including goblinoids, ettercaps, ettins, kobolds, orcs, and Yuan-Ti. Corrupting and bending elves to their will is another delight for them. In terms of treasures, green dragons value sentient creatures they control, including heroes, sages, and bards. They also prefer emeralds, wood carvings, musical instruments, and sculptures of humanoid subjects. Green dragon lairs are unmistakable. Perpetual fog hangs in the air, carrying the acrid scent of their poison breath. Moss-covered trees grow closely together, forming winding pathways into the forest heart. Light takes on an emerald hue, and sounds seem muffled. The lair itself is typically a concealed cave in a cliff, hillside, or behind waterfalls. Some lairs are partly submerged and accessed through lakes or streams, while others are hidden by vegetation. White dragons, the smallest and most animalistic among chromatic dragons, thrive in frigid environments, favoring Arctic regions and icy mountains. These vicious and greedy creatures lack the cunning and tactics of their kin, but excel as hunters, focus solely on survival and killing their enemies. Their appearance features feral eyes, a sleek profile, and a spined crest. The scales of wormling white dragons shine pure white but become mottled with pale blue and light gray as they age, aiding their camouflage in icy terrains and cloudy skies. White dragons are primal and vengeful, with an insatiable hunger for frozen food. They devour creatures killed by their breath weapon while they are still frozen, encasing other kills in ice or snow near their lairs. They keep the bodies of their greatest enemies as trophies, often positioning the remains of giants, reamer hazes, or other dragons prominently as warnings. Despite moderate intelligence, white dragons have exceptional memories, remembering every slight and defeat. They hold grudges against creatures that offend them, including silver dragons that share their territories. Although they can speak, white dragons rarely engage in conversation. White dragons are solitary creatures, avoiding other dragons except for mating purposes. Even then, they stay together briefly before returning to isolation. They are territorial and attack other creatures without provocation, considering them either too weak or too powerful to coexist. Intelligent humanoids that demonstrate strength may serve them, including dragon-worshipping kobolds. Powerful creatures can sometimes gain their obedience through displays of physical or magical might. These dragons have a preference for cold treasures, particularly diamonds, but their hoards often contain ivory, whalebone sculptures, furs, and magic items taken from adventurers. Their lairs are filled with loose coins and gems, with larger treasures encased in rime created by their breath. White dragons remember the origin of each item in their hoard and see offers of treasure as an insult. White dragons make their lairs in icy caves and subterranean chambers in remote, sunless locations. They favor high mountain valleys, cliff-face caverns, and labyrinthine ice caves. Their innate magic deepens the cold in their lair's surroundings, often allowing them to detect intruders by changes in the keening wind within their domain. Metallic dragons are a distinct breed among the dragons of Dungeons and Dragons. Unlike their chaotic and malevolent chromatic counterparts, these dragons hold a deep sense of responsibility towards the world. They perceive themselves as a powerful race tasked with preserving and protecting the many races that share their world. In their pursuit of wealth, metallic dragons covet treasure, much like chromatic dragons. However, their drive is not fueled by greed. Instead, they are motivated by noble curiosity. Metallic dragons are avid investigators and collectors, often acquiring unclaimed relics and safeguarding them in their hoards. Their hoards are not just collections of riches, but also repositories of personal items, historical artifacts, and memories. Notably, metallic dragons actively seek to protect other creatures from dangerous magic. This self-imposed duty sometimes leads them to hoard powerful magical items and even evil artifacts, which they hide away to prevent harm. Should the need arise, metallic dragons can be convinced to part with an item from their hoard for the greater good. However, persuading them is no simple task, as they may question another creature's need or right to the item in question. As these dragons age, they acquire the remarkable ability to shapeshift into humanoid and beast forms. Some embrace this skill, immersing themselves in different cultures, while others remain reclusive, guarding their lairs and hoards. Those who venture into humanoid form often find amusement in observing the ways of smaller races, experiencing local culture, and savoring various cuisines. However, some metallic dragons prefer solitude, distancing themselves from civilization to avoid attracting potential enemies. While this keeps them safe, it also results in them being out of touch with current events in the world. Metallic dragons possess prodigious memories, forming opinions of humanoids based on past encounters with related individuals. They can recognize humanoid bloodlines by scent and remember any relatives they've encountered over the years. This can lead to misplaced trust in some cases, assuming that individuals share the same virtuous disposition as their ancestors, or, conversely, harboring resentment for past transgressions against them or their kin. The chief deity of the metallic dragons is Bahamut, known as the Platinum Dragon. Bahamut resides in the seven heavens of Mount Celestia, occasionally adopting the guise of a wise human male in peasant attire, while accompanied by 7 golden canaries, which are, in fact, ancient gold dragons in disguise. Bahamut rarely intervenes in mortal affairs, but makes exceptions to thwart the schemes of Tiamat, the Dragon Queen, and her evil progeny. Some good-aligned clerics and paladins worship Bahamut for his dedication to justice and protection, and as a lesser god, he has the power to grant divine spells to his faithful followers. Gold dragons, the most powerful and regal among the metallic dragons, are stalwart defenders against evil. A gold dragon's appearance is characterized by a wise countenance adorned with flexible spines resembling whiskers. Its horns curve back from its nose and brow, mirroring twin frills along its long neck. With sail-like wings starting at its shoulders and extending to the tip of its tail, a gold dragon possesses a unique rippling motion when flying, akin to swimming through the air. Young gold dragons display scales of dark yellow with metallic flecks, which grow larger as they mature. As they age, their pupils fade until their eyes resemble pools of molten gold. Gold dragons possess versatile palates and can consume nearly anything, but their preferred diet consists of pearls and gems. Fortunately, they don't need vast riches to feel satisfied. While they appreciate gifts of treasure, they do not accept bribes. Known for their wisdom and fairness, gold dragons earn respect among the other metallic dragons. Despite their reputation, they maintain an aloof and serious demeanor, valuing their privacy. They rarely socialize with other dragons beyond their own mates and offspring. Gold dragons, particularly the older ones, possess the ability to assume animal and humanoid forms. They rarely reveal their true form when in disguise. In the guise of a peddler, they might visit a town to gather local gossip, support honest businesses, and provide assistance behind the scenes. In animal form, they may befriend individuals such as lost children, wandering minstrels, or innkeepers, serving as companions for extended periods. Gold dragons are meticulous hoarders, safeguarding their treasures in a well-protected vault within their lairs. The vault is secured with magical wards that make it nearly impossible to pilfer treasures without the dragon's knowledge. Gold dragons establish their lairs in remote and inconspicuous locations where they can live without arousing suspicion or fear. These habitats often include idyllic lakes, mist-shrouded islands, cave complexes concealed behind sparkling waterfalls, or ancient ruins. Silver dragons among the metallic dragons are renowned for their friendly and sociable nature. They gladly offer assistance to good-hearted creatures in need. A silver dragon's appearance is striking, with a shimmering, pure metal-like body. Their faces possess a noble bearing, accentuated by high-set eyes and chin spikes resembling a beard. A spiny frill extends over their head, running down their neck to the tail's tip. When they are wormlings, their scales are blue-gray with silver highlights. As they approach adulthood, their color brightens until their individual scales become barely discernible. In their old age, their pupils fade, leaving them with eyes resembling orbs of mercury. Silver dragons hold strong beliefs about moral living, emphasizing the importance of doing good deeds and causing no undue harm to other sentient beings. They may not actively seek out evil as some other dragons do, but they staunchly oppose creatures committing evil acts or harming the innocent. Unlike many dragons, silver dragons particularly enjoy the company of other silver dragons. However, their true friendships often develop among humanoid races. Many silver dragons spend a considerable amount of time in humanoid form, adopting benign personas such as wise sages or wandering travelers. They often form deep and enduring friendships with mortals. Silver dragons must periodically return to their true forms for mating, raising offspring, managing hordes, and handling personal matters. This can sometimes lead to situations where they find that their humanoid companions have grown old or passed away, resulting in friendships spanning several generations of a single family. Silver dragons show a special fascination with humans, appreciating their drive and zest for life more than the longer-lived elves and dwarves. They befriend humanoids of all races but have a particular affinity for humanity. In terms of their hoarding habits, silver dragons have a penchant for collecting relics of humanoid history. This includes coins from various current and fallen humanoid empires, as well as art objects and exquisite jewelry crafted by diverse races. Bronze dragons are creatures that inhabit coastal regions, sustenance mainly drawn from aquatic plants and fish. they possess the ability to assume the forms of friendly animals to observe other creatures. These dragons have a particular fascination with warfare and willingly join armies if they believe the cause is just. In terms of appearance, bronze dragons are distinctive. They have ribbed and fluted crests that define their head shape, with curving horns extending from the crest and spines on their lower jaw and chin. To facilitate swimming, they possess webbed feet and smooth scales. Bronze dragon wormlings exhibit yellowish-green scales that gradually darken to a rich bronze tone as they age. Their pupils change from distinct shapes to glowing green orbs. Bronze dragons are known to frequent coastal areas where they closely observe ships traveling along the coastlines. They often take on the forms of dolphins or seagulls to inspect ships and their crews more closely. Occasionally, they even board ships in the guise of birds or rats to inspect the cargo, and if they find something of value, they may negotiate with the ship's captain for its acquisition. These dragons have a strong aversion to tyranny and actively oppose it. When conflicts arise near their lairs, bronze dragons carefully evaluate the situation and offer their assistance to the side fighting for justice. Once they commit to a cause, they remain loyal allies. Bronze dragons are known for their well-organized hordes. They collect treasures from sunken ships, along with colorful coral and pearls from the nearby reefs and seabeds. When aiding an army in its fight against tyranny, they might request nominal compensation, which could be in the form of old books on military history or ceremonial items that commemorate the alliance. In some cases, they may lay claim to a specific treasure held by the enemy, believing it would be safer under their protection. Bronze dragons establish their lairs in coastal caves and sometimes salvage and reconstruct wrecked ships within these lairs, using them as treasure vaults or nests for their eggs. Brass dragons are known for their sociable nature, thriving in hot, arid environments while seeking conversation and sunlight. Their distinctive features include a protective plate on their forehead, chin spikes, a frill along their neck, and wings extending down their tail. Young brass dragons have dull, mottled brown scales, which gradually become shinier and take on a warm, burnished hue as they age. Their wings and frills develop a mottled green tint near the edges over time, and their pupils fade, giving their eyes a resemblance to molten metal orbs. These dragons are remarkably talkative, engaging in discussions with a wide array of creatures over their long lifespans. They eagerly share knowledge in exchange for treasures. If someone tries to avoid conversation and leave, a brass dragon will pursue them. Escape attempts may lead to the dragon using sleep gas to incapacitate the individual, and upon waking they might find themselves pinned down or buried in sand as the dragon seeks to satisfy its urge for conversation. While trusting of those who enjoy talking, brass dragons are astute enough to detect manipulation and may respond playfully if they sense mutual trickery. They view such encounters as a game. Brass dragons treasure items that enhance their ability to converse with intriguing personalities. They highly value possessions like intelligent telepathic weapons or magic lamps containing bound djinni spirits. To protect their hoards, brass dragons hide them under layers of sand or in secluded places, far from their primary lairs. They have an excellent memory for the locations of their treasures and don't rely on maps. Travelers and adventurers should exercise caution when coming across chests in oases or treasure caches in half-buried desert ruins, as these could be part of a brass dragon's horde. In terms of their lairs, brass dragons typically choose desert locations such as ruins, canyons, or cave networks. These lairs are designed to allow sunlight to filter through, often featuring openings in the ceilings. Copper dragons are known for their playful and mischievous nature. They inhabit hills and rocky uplands and have a reputation as pranksters, joke-tellers, and riddlers. Despite their sociable and good-natured demeanor, they have a strong inclination toward coveting and hoarding, making them potentially dangerous when their treasures are threatened. Distinctively, a copper dragon possesses brow plates extending over its eyes, along with long, segmented horns. Backswept cheek ridges and jaw frills contribute to their contemplative appearance. When born, their scales have a ruddy brown hue with a metallic tint. As they age, their scales transition to a more coppery color, later adopting a greenish tint. The pupils of copper dragons fade with age, with the oldest individuals having glowing turquoise eyes. Copper dragons appreciate humor and wit, and enjoy jokes, funny stories, and riddles. They become irritated with creatures who don't appreciate their humor or respond positively to their pranks. These dragons have a particular fondness for bards and might set aside a part of their lair for a bard who can entertain them with tales, riddles, and music. To a copper dragon, such companionship is a cherished treasure. When it comes to accumulating their hoard, copper dragons have a preference for treasures originating from the earth, with metals and precious stones being their favorites. They are cautious about revealing their possessions and might not admit to having a sought-after item if they know others are looking for it. Instead, they might send treasure hunters on wild goose chases while secretly observing the proceedings for their own amusement. Copper dragons tend to make their lairs in dry uplands and hilltops, often within narrow caves. These lairs often feature false walls concealing secret antechambers where the dragon keeps valuable ores, art objects, and other curiosities collected throughout their lives. Worthless items are sometimes displayed openly in caves to entice treasure seekers and divert their attention from where the true treasures are hidden. Dragon turtles are formidable ocean-dwelling creatures, rivaling the size and ferocity of their land-dwelling dragonkin. They strike with deadly jaws, scalding breath, and a powerful, crushing tail. A dragon turtle's rough shell shares the dark green hue of the deep ocean where it resides. Silver highlights along the shell resemble the play of light on open water. When a dragon turtle surfaces, it can sometimes be mistaken for the reflection of the sun or moon on the waves. Similar to true dragons, dragon turtles collect treasure. They begin by sinking ships and then sift through the wreckage for coins and precious items. To transport their loot, they swallow it and later regurgitate it in their lairs. These lairs are typically found in hidden caves within coral reefs, beneath the seafloor, or along rugged coastal stretches. If an appealing cave is already inhabited, a dragon turtle may attack the current residents to claim it. Dragon turtles can be enticed with bribes, making them mercenary monsters. Pirates traversing the seas inhabited by these creatures often offer treasure in exchange for safe passage. Clever Sahuagin sometimes form alliances with dragon turtles, using treasure as bait to persuade them to unleash their scalding breath weapons during Sahuagin raids on ships and coastal settlements. Some dragon turtles find their way through sunken planar rifts to the elemental plane of water. In this realm, they often serve Marids who equip them with magnificent coral thrones and ride them as formidable mounts. Shadow dragons are a unique breed of true dragons with origins intertwined with the ominous realm known as the Shadowfell. These dragons can be either born within the Shadowfell or undergo a gradual transformation by dwelling within its bleak and dismal landscape. Some shadow dragons grow fond of the desolation of the Shadowfell, while others harbor a desire to return to the material plane, often with the intent of spreading darkness and evil from the plane of shadow. Portals to the Shadowfell materialize in desolate and gloomy locations, sometimes even deep within subterranean caverns. Dragons that make their lairs in such places might inadvertently stumble upon these portals, finding themselves transported to an entirely new realm. In some cases, ancient dragons that slumber for extended periods might awaken to discover that a portal has formed without their knowledge, whisking them away to the Shadowfell as they dream. The transformation into a shadow dragon occurs gradually over several years. During this time, a dragon's once vibrant scales lose their luster, fading to a charcoal hue. Their leathery wings become translucent, and their eyes pale into pools of opalescent gray. Bright light becomes intolerable to shadow dragons, and they are noticeably weaker in such conditions compared to the comfort of darkness. In shadowy surroundings, these dragons can even become spectral shadows of their former selves. Shadow dragons are drawn to the magical essence of the Shadowfell as if the very realm craves the might and majesty of these great reptilian creatures. However, the prolonged exposure to the Shadowfell exudes a disheartening influence on its inhabitants. As time passes, creatures dwelling within this realm increasingly accept its melancholic nature. A shadow dragon becomes aware of the transformation being wrought upon it, yet remains powerless to prevent it. Interestingly, even a return to the material plane cannot undo the transformation of a shadow dragon. Some of these creatures attempt to lure other beings from the mortal realm into the Shadowfell, if only to provide temporary companionship before eventually consuming them. Others are content to leave the Shadowfell behind, recognizing that treasure and power are more readily obtained within the material plane. A fairy dragon is a diminutive dragon resembling a cat in size, adorned with delicate butterfly wings. Its appearance is characterized by a perpetual sharp-toothed grin, and it often expresses its joy through the twitching of its tail, which quickly fades if it encounters aggression. These mischievous creatures are invisible tricksters, and their presence is often signaled by stifled giggles. Fairy dragons enjoy watching their unsuspecting victims contend with their pranks, only revealing themselves when their playful antics are satisfied. Despite their penchant for pranks, fairy dragons possess sharp minds and a fondness for both treasure and good company. They also have a mischievous sense of humor. Travelers can engage with a fairy dragon's draconic nature by offering it treasure in the form of sweets, baked goods, or trinkets in exchange for information or safe passage through their territory. One notable characteristic of fairy dragons is the changing color of their scales as they age. They progress through the entire spectrum of rainbow colors as they mature. In addition to their playful nature, fairy dragons possess innate spellcasting abilities that evolve as they grow older, allowing them to learn new spells over time. The Fomorians, among the most hideous and wicked of all giant kind, bear the physical scars of their malevolent hearts. These creatures exhibit deformed bodies, grotesque features, and warty, misshapen heads. Some have facial features scattered randomly across their repulsive visages, while others possess limbs of varying sizes and shapes. Their miserable appearances rarely evoke sympathy, as their vile demeanor reflects the darkness within. Long ago, the Fomorians were a race of great beauty, renowned for their brilliant minds and unparalleled magical prowess. However, their unquenchable thirst for power and magic led them down a dark path. Seeking to conquer the Feywild and enslave its inhabitants to claim their magic, the Fomorians waged war against the Fey. In response, a curse was cast upon them, distorting their once handsome forms into the monstrous beings they are today. Driven by their malevolence, the Fomorians retreated underground to the depths of the Underdark, nursing their hatred and plotting vengeance against the Fey. In this subterranean realm, they dwell in eerie, beautiful caverns, rarely venturing to the surface. Their lairs provide them with ample resources, including water, fish, mushroom forests, and slaves whose labor sustains them. When these slaves grow unable to work, they meet a gruesome fate, becoming sustenance for their cruel masters. Wickedness and depravity reign supreme in Fomorian society, where the strongest and most ruthless giants rule. Their territories are marked with the remains of their foes, and the walls of their caverns often bear gruesome displays of blood and body parts. Despite their deformities, Fomorians possess keen senses that make them difficult to surprise or ambush. Their evil and greed persist, driving them to form alliances when it serves their interests. But they are inherently disloyal, readily betraying their allies. One of their most sinister abilities is the Evil Eye. This power allows Fomorians to pass on their curse to others, twisting and deforming the victims. Those cursed by a Fomorian's evil eye gain a glimpse into the pain and malice that have consumed this malevolent race, serving as a testament to the depths of their wickedness. Driders are the result of a transformation that occurs when a drow, particularly one with great potential, faces a test of faith and strength summoned by Lolth, the Spider Queen. Those who pass the test ascend in Lolth's favor, while those who fail undergo a disturbing change, becoming Driders. It is essential to note that only drow individuals can be turned into Driders, and the power to perform this transformation lies solely with Lolth. Once drow are transformed into Driders, they return to the material plane as grotesque and debased creatures. Consumed by madness, they venture into the depths of the Underdark, becoming hermits or leading packs of giant spiders. On rare occasions, a Drider may reappear on the outskirts of drow society, despite its cursed state. This usually happens when there is an unfulfilled vow or vendetta from its previous life. Drow hold Driders in fear and contempt, viewing them as even lower than slaves. However, they tolerate their presence as living reminders of Lolth's will and as a stark illustration of the fate that awaits those who fail to meet the Spider Queen's expectations. Dryads are fey creatures bound to trees by powerful fey spirits. This binding occurs as punishment or when the fey spirit falls in love with a mortal forbidden by the laws of their kind. A dryad can leave her tree to travel the surrounding lands, but her tree remains her home and anchors her to the world. As long as the tree remains healthy and unharmed, the dryad retains her youthful and alluring appearance. However, if harm befalls the tree, she suffers, and if the tree is ever destroyed, the dryad descends into madness. These fey beings are reclusive and act as guardians of their woodland domains. They are often shy and tend to observe intruders from the safety of the trees. If a dryad finds a stranger particularly captivating, she may investigate further and even attempt to enchant or charm them. Dryads work in harmony with other sylvan creatures to protect their forests. This includes unicorns, trents, satyrs, and druids who share their deep devotion to the woods they call home. Dryads possess woodland magic, allowing them to communicate with plants and animals. They have the unique ability to teleport from one tree to another, using this skill to lure intruders away from their groves. When cornered, Dryads can employ their enchanting powers to beguile humanoids and turn potential foes into allies. Additionally, they are knowledgeable in a few useful spells that assist them in safeguarding their forest domains. The Duergar, often referred to as Grey Dwarves, inhabit magnificent cities deep within the perilous Underdark. They employ ancient dwarven knowledge and a multitude of enslaved creatures to expand their subterranean dominions. Most Duergar are bald and possess ashen gray skin. They typically don drab clothing, carefully selected to blend with the stone surroundings, and wear simple and utilitarian jewelry that reflects their austere and pragmatic nature. These Grey Dwarves were once dwarves themselves before their relentless pursuit of wealth and incessant digging led them into contact with the Mind Flayers, the enigmatic and mind-controlling creatures of the Underdark. For generations, the dwarves were held captive by the Illithids, only gaining their freedom with the aid of the malevolent god Ladugur. Slavery left an indelible mark on their spirits, transforming them into a dour, pessimistic, and untrusting race. Their lives are filled with ceaseless labor and discontent, devoid of happiness or pride. Despite their remarkable craftsmanship and achievements, the Duergar lack the warmth and artistry of their dwarven kin. The Duergar wage war against their dwarven relatives and all other subterranean races. They form alliances when it serves their interests, but do not hesitate to break those alliances when they no longer see any advantage in maintaining them. They view slaves as a valuable resource, toiling away in the dark depths of the Underdark, and consider them as little more than free labor or a crude form of currency. Duergar inherit the dwarves' robust physical constitution, fortified by an extraordinary mental resilience forged during their captivity under the Illithids. Their minds are formidable bastions, capable of resisting charms, illusions, and other spells. Born in the darkness of the Underdark, the Duergar have absorbed its unique magical energies over generations of confinement. They can momentarily increase their size and strength, transforming into formidable ogre-sized warriors. When facing formidable foes or sneaking past potential threats, they can easily become invisible, vanishing into the shadows. However, their eons in the lightless abyss have rendered them photosensitive, Duergar possess exceptional dark vision, enabling them to see twice as far as other dwarves in the pitch-black subterranean world. Yet, they pay a price for this ability, as they are greatly impaired by exposure to sunlight. Asmodeus, the Lord of the Nine Hells, occasionally disguises himself as a Duergar deity to manipulate the Grey Dwarves further. He offers divine guidance, vengeance against their adversaries, and pushes them towards greater acts of tyranny, all while concealing his true identity. Elementals are manifestations of the fundamental elements that shape the universe: air, earth, fire, and water. On their home planes, they exist as formless energy, but they can be summoned and given shape to perform various tasks by spellcasters and powerful beings. In their native elemental form, these beings possess a dim consciousness and have no desires beyond flowing through their elemental plane. They lack society, culture, or a sense of self. The summoning of elementals to the material plane can be achieved through specific spells and magical items. These summoned elementals typically resent being taken from their native planes and forced into service, requiring a firm hand to control them. Powerful magic can bind elemental spirits into specific physical forms, determining their use and function. For example, invisible stalkers are air elementals shaped into a specific form, just as water elementals can be transformed into water weirds. The strength of the magic and materials used in binding determines the elemental's functionality. Golems, for instance, are elemental spirits bound to physical forms, but the binding process is less effective with weaker materials like flesh and clay. Durable materials such as stone and iron require stronger magic to secure the elemental spirit. Air elementals are swirling clouds of whirling air that vaguely resemble a face. They enjoy racing across the ground, picking up debris as they go. Air elementals can also take to the skies and attack from above, transforming into screaming cyclones that batter and fling away their foes. Earth elementals appear as colossal walking hills with club-like stone arms. Their bodies consist of dirt, stone, and sometimes even precious minerals. They can move through rock and earth as if it were liquid, making them formidable adversaries for creatures on solid ground. Fire elementals are humanoid shapes within a roiling mass of flame. They leave destruction in their wake, igniting everything around them. Only water can stop their fiery rampage, causing them to shrink back, hissing and smoking in pain. Water elementals resemble cresting waves that can traverse the land and become nearly invisible when immersed in a larger body of water. They engulf creatures in their path, filling their mouths and lungs as they smother flames and extinguish all in their vicinity. Elves, a race of ancient beings, have a complex history that includes a faction known as the Drow. Long ago, a division among the elves led to a conflict between those of good nature and those with cruel tendencies. This internal war ended with the benevolent elves banishing their malevolent counterparts into the subterranean depths. These exiled elves became the Drow and found leadership in the deity Lolth, the Spider Queen who dwells in the abyss. Drow society is marked by unwavering devotion to Lolth. They follow her commands without question and believe themselves destined to rule the darkness. Although they plot against their surface-dwelling kin, they no longer see themselves as exiles and are content in their subterranean realm. The Drow have evolved to thrive underground with the ability to see in the dark. However, they are highly sensitive to sunlight, which they cannot endure. When slaves become scarce, Drow send raiding parties to the surface under the cover of darkness to capture humanoids. Drow cities are magnificent, built in vast underground caverns. They possess superb craftsmanship and artistic structures. These cities are fortified, and giant spiders are raised to protect them. The Drow often decorate their cities with intricate webbing, which also serves as a trap for flying intruders. Drow magic has adapted to the subterranean environment. They use magic for city construction, enhancing weapons, creating magical items, and summoning demons from the abyss. Drow spellcasters are known for their arrogance and willingness to employ magic for nefarious purposes. Drow weaponry is made of adamantine, a dark and extremely hard metal. Their weapons and armor feature spider-themed designs and are sometimes enchanted to increase their effectiveness. However, their magical properties fade when exposed to sunlight. Drow politics are filled with intrigue and alliances that are often short-lived. The society is divided into noble houses, each ruled by a matron who seeks to elevate her house's power and prestige. High-ranking members are blood relatives, while lower ranks consist of drow from weaker families who have pledged allegiance. At the lowest rung are house slaves, including drow of low birth and occasional captives. Lolth's priestesses dictate the rules of drow society, ensuring her commands are carried out. Male drow are subservient to females, and while they can hold various roles, they cannot become priests or house rulers. Poison is prevalent in drow society, derived from spider venom and underdark flora. Drow mages create potent toxins that leave enemies unconscious, which are then used to coat their weapons and crossbow bolts. The drow often employ poison in their interrogation and torture practices. Drow elite warriors defend their houses and excel at fighting dwarves, gnomes, elves, and other drow. They frequently raid surface settlements under the cover of darkness. Drow mages, usually male drow, pursue the study of magic as they lack the physical prowess of warriors. Drow priestesses of Lolth, typically female drow with noble blood, are trained from birth to execute the will of the Spider Queen. They wield significant power and influence within drow society, with matron mothers ruling as the most powerful of Lolth's priestesses, though they must balance their devotion to Lolth with their familial obligations. Empyreans, celestial beings, are the offspring of the gods from the upper planes. They possess universal beauty and an air of self-assuredness. Empyreans have the ability to manifest strong emotions that can influence the environment around them. When they are unhappy, natural elements may react accordingly, such as crying clouds, wilting flowers, or dead fish in bodies of water. Conversely, their jubilant moods bring sunshine, joyful animals, and melodious birds. While most Empyreans are benevolent, some have turned to evil. Corruption can occur when they venture to the lower planes or fall victim to curses from malevolent deities. Evil Empyreans often seek refuge on the material plane, where they can rule as tyrants over mortal kingdoms. Empyreans are immortal and do not age, but they can be slain. Even in the face of death, they fight fearlessly, refusing to accept their demise. When an Empyrean dies, its spirit returns to its home plane, where one of its divine parents may choose to resurrect it unless they have a compelling reason not to do so. Ettercaps are humanoid spider-like creatures that inhabit remote forests, where they tend to feed on and protect spiders much like shepherds with a flock of sheep. They possess silk-producing glands in their abdomen, which allow them to shoot sticky strands of webbing to ensnare their prey and create elaborate traps in their lairs. These silent killers stalk travelers and explorers who venture into their territory. Some victims stumble into traps or sections of the forest encased in webs, while others fall prey to the Ettercap's strangling web strands or its venomous bite. Despite dwelling in the wilderness, Ettercaps do not seek harmony with nature. Instead, their presence transforms the forest into a dark, web-choked realm infested with giant spiders, insects, and other menacing predators. Those who enter this eerie forest often become lost in a labyrinth of webs adorned with the remains and treasures of the Ettercap's victims. Ettercaps have a natural enmity with fey creatures. They set web snares to capture and consume sprites and pixies, and may encase a dryad's tree in webbing to trap the dryad. Timid fae sometimes seek assistance from outsiders to deal with Ettercap infestations, as they are ill-equipped to confront these malevolent beings on their own. An Ettin is a hulking giant with two heads, displaying crude characteristics reminiscent of orcs. It has a repugnant appearance, covered in filth and grime, with unkempt hair and foul breath. Its teeth are crooked, and tusks jut out from its mouths. The unique feature of an Ettin is its dual personality. Its two heads possess separate minds, personalities, and names. They each have their own preferences and idiosyncrasies, but they are bound together within the same body. Living in such close proximity breeds constant conflict, and the Ettins' heads frequently argue and bully each other. To refer to an Ettin, other creatures combine its two names to create a single compound name that encompasses both heads. For instance, if one head is named Hargle and the other Vargle, the Ettin would be called Hargle-Vargle. Ettins are generally solitary creatures due to their inability to tolerate the presence of other Ettins. Conversations between two Ettins typically devolve into chaotic shouting matches. In addition to their differing personalities, Ettin heads are always of the same gender, with the corresponding body type. Females dominate the gender distribution among Ettins, and they initiate the mating rituals. Once they give birth, they abandon their offspring when the young are old enough to fend for themselves. However, when Ettins focus on a common goal or face a mutual threat, they can set aside their differences and work together effectively. Ettins wield a weapon in each hand, allowing them to make coordinated attacks with their twin heads. When sleeping, one head remains alert, providing a brief respite from the constant internal discord and keeping watch for intruders. The origin of Ettins is shrouded in legend, but some tales suggest a connection to orcs. According to these legends, orcs stumbled upon a temple to Demogorgon, a demonic entity, and were transformed into Ettins by its magic. This transformation drove them to the brink of madness, and they scattered into the wilderness to become the first Ettins. While the truth of this origin story remains uncertain, orcs view Ettins as distant relatives and often enlist them as guards, scouts, or raiders. Ettins may not be particularly loyal to their orcish handlers, but promises of food and plunder can win them over. A Flameskull is a haunting creature, a disembodied skull that glows with eerie green flames and emits maniacal, echoing laughter as it patrols its domain. When this undead entity discovers intruders, it launches blazing rays of fire from its eye sockets and casts menacing spells, drawing from the dark recesses of its fragmented memory. The origins of Flameskulls are rooted in dark spellcasting rituals conducted by necromancers and dark wizards. Through these sinister rites, a skull is transformed into a Flameskull, its hollow eye sockets alight with malevolent green flames. Despite its grotesque appearance, a Flameskull retains only faint recollections of its past life. While it may speak with its former voice and reminisce about key events from its history, it is but a shadow of its former self. However, this undead transformation bestows upon it the mastery of magic, allowing it to cast spells unhindered without the need for material or somatic components that it can no longer employ. Bound eternally to its creator's will, a Flameskull serves as a guardian, protector, or enforcer. Its directives must be meticulously crafted, as it interprets them with unwavering precision. A Flameskull's loyalty lies solely with its master, and it remains vigilant in fulfilling its designated tasks, safeguarding hidden treasures, secret chambers, or specific individuals as commanded. The Flameskull is perpetually wreathed in flames, emitting a bright, controlled light. It wields these flames as weapons, focusing them into fiery rays that shoot forth from its hollow eye sockets. One of the most peculiar traits of the Flameskull is its ability to rejuvenate. When shattered or destroyed, its fragments reform unless they come into contact with holy water or are subjected to dispel magic or remove curse spells. Should it no longer be able to fulfill its intended purpose, the reformed Flameskull gains autonomy and becomes beholden to no one. In the depths of the Underdark, the Flumps can be found drifting gracefully through the subterranean realms. They move with the aid of jets, creating an eerie hum that has given them their name. These peculiar creatures emit a faint glow, and their color reflects their emotions. Soft pink indicates amusement, deep blue signifies sadness, green expresses curiosity, and crimson reflects anger. Despite their jellyfish-like appearance, Flumps are highly intelligent beings possessed of great wisdom. They are known for their advanced knowledge in various fields, including religion, philosophy, mathematics, and more. Flumps communicate telepathically, making them exceptionally skilled at sharing their insights and wisdom. One of the most remarkable aspects of flumphs is their sensitivity to the emotional states of creatures around them. When they encounter beings whose thoughts resonate with goodness, flumphs are drawn to them. Conversely, when they sense evil emanating from creatures, flumphs swiftly retreat. Flumphs are unique in their feeding habits, drawing sustenance by siphoning mental energy from psionic creatures. They are often found near communities of mind flayers, aboleths, Githyanki, and Githzerai. Unlike parasitic creatures that harm their hosts, flumphs feed passively, taking only what they require without causing any discomfort or harm to the source of their nourishment. The act of consuming psionic energy grants flumphs insight into the thoughts and emotions of the creatures they feed upon. Many of these creatures are evil, leading flumphs to experience dark thoughts, emotions, and urges that are at odds with their inherently pure nature. When flumphs encounter virtuous adventurers, they eagerly share the secrets they have uncovered about these malevolent sources of energy with the hope of thwarting their evil intentions. Flumphs exist in intricate, organized groups known as cloisters. In these harmonious collectives, every flumph has a defined place and purpose. Remarkably, flumphs live cooperatively, devoid of the need for leaders, as each member contributes to the well-being of the group in their own unique way. In the lightless expanse of the Underdark, fungi reign supreme, taking the place of plants in this subterranean realm. These fungal organisms play a crucial role in the survival of many underground species, offering both nourishment and shelter in the unrelenting darkness. Fungi reproduce by spawning in organic matter, breaking it down to fuel their growth, and releasing spores into the air to generate new fungi. Unlike their surface counterparts, Underdark fungi thrive without sunlight or warmth and can be found in every corner and crevice. Transformed by the magical energies permeating the Underdark, these fungi often develop potent defensive mechanisms and abilities ranging from mimicry to offensive traits. Some of the largest fungi can give rise to vast subterranean forests that provide a habitat for countless creatures. One unique fungus found in the Underdark is the gas spore, believed to originate from the remains of beholders. These parasitic fungi grow rapidly from beholder corpses, taking on a deceptive resemblance to the dreaded eye tyrants from a distance. However, upon closer inspection, their true nature becomes apparent. Gas spores consist of a spherical, balloon-like body with a central eye, and rhizomy growths sprouting from their upper surfaces, mimicking a beholder's eye stalks. One of the most dangerous aspects of gas spores is their death burst. These creatures are filled with a lighter-than-air gas that allows them to float, much like beholders. When their fragile shells are pierced, they violently explode, releasing a cloud of deadly spores. Inhalation of these spores often results in the death of a creature within a day, and the corpse becomes fertile ground for new gas spores to emerge. Curiously, gas spores can carry memories from their beholder parents within them. When a gas spore bursts, its spores carry these fragmented memories into the air. Creatures that inhale these spores and survive may inherit some of these memories, potentially gaining valuable information about the former lair and other aspects of the beholder's life. Another notable fungus found in the Underdark is the Shrieker. This mushroom is roughly human-sized and emits a piercing screech when disturbed. While many creatures steer clear of shriekers to avoid their unsettling shrieks, some intelligent races in the Underdark cultivate these fungi as alarms to signal the approach of prey or to deter trespassers near their communities. The Galeb-Dur is a unique creature resembling a boulder with stumpy limbs that function as both arms and legs. It possesses a remarkable ability to animate rocks and boulders in its vicinity, making rocky terrains its typical habitat. The summoning of a Galeb-Dur is possible through potent magic, often drawing these creatures from the plane of Earth. Some Galeb-Dur also form naturally in areas touched by this plane. Unlike most elementals, these beings exhibit greater intelligence, allowing them to assess threats effectively and communicate with other creatures that venture into the territories they guard. Galeb-Dur function as steadfast stone guardians. They neither age nor require sustenance, making them excellent sentinels. A powerful druid, for example, may entrust a Galeb-Dur with the protection of a stone circle or a sacred hilltop, while others may designate one to safeguard an underground tomb or a wizard's tower. When they wish to remain hidden, Galeb-Dur can assume the appearance of ordinary boulders, remaining perfectly still for years at a time. Furthermore, these creatures are permanently bound to the material plane, so when they die, they do not return to the plane of Earth. With their excellent memories, they willingly share information about their surroundings with non-threatening creatures. One of the distinctive traits of a Galeb-Dur is its strong connection to stone and earth. It can infuse nearby rocks and boulders with a semblance of life, using these animated stones to deter intruders and defend the areas or objects they have been tasked to protect. When the need arises to approach these interlopers, the Galeb-Dur can retract its limbs close to its body and roll forward swiftly, displaying remarkable agility for a creature of its appearance. Gargoyles, often associated with the eerie stone sculptures that adorn grand buildings, are malevolent creatures of elemental earth. These creatures resemble grotesque statues and thrive in settings where stone and rock are abundant. Gargoyles can be as still as any stone sculpture, adding to the terror they inflict when they suddenly break from their suspended poses to attack. These creatures are masters of blending with their environment. They cling to rocky cliffs, mountains, and ledges in underground caves, remaining motionless for extended periods. This ability to maintain their stillness for years makes them perfect sentinels and ambush predators. Gargoyles have a sinister reputation for cruelty. Statues resembling gargoyles often feature in architectural designs across various cultures, intended to deter trespassers. Real gargoyles capitalize on this fear, hiding among decorative statues to surprise unsuspecting prey. They take pleasure in tormenting birds and rodents, but reserve their true craving for causing harm to sentient creatures. These creatures are not only fearsome predators, but can also be cunning servants. They are easily inspired by intelligent masters and excel at guarding homes, torturing intruders, and causing destruction. Gargoyles can be enlisted by powerful spellcasters to protect gates and walls. Their patience and durability make them loyal servants, even to the cruelest and most malevolent of masters. Demons are known to form alliances with gargoyles due to their shared penchant for chaos and destruction. Genies, mythical creatures of great power, are rare on the material plane, with most residing in the elemental planes, where they rule over lavish palaces and are attended by worshipful slaves. These beings are known for their brilliance, might, pride, and majestic demeanor. They possess a sense of entitlement, knowing that few entities besides gods and other genies can challenge their power. Genies originate from the melding of a sentient living creature's soul with the primordial matter of an elemental plane. This fusion results in a genie's manifest form, which is influenced by the soul's characteristics, such as gender and personality traits. Genies do not mate with each other to produce offspring, but rather emerge from this mysterious combination of spirit energy and elemental power. When a genie perishes, it leaves behind nothing but the trace of its native element. Mortal slaves play a crucial role in validating a genie's power and self-importance. To genies, slaves are considered living property, and many genies treasure their slaves, treating them with honor and respect. However, evil genies may mistreat their slaves, but only to a degree that ensures their usefulness. Genies despise being bound to service themselves and only obey another's will when coerced or bribed. Genies possess the power of their native element, and some have the ability to grant wishes, making them desirable targets for mortal mages seeking to bind them into servitude. Noble genies, the rarest of their kind, have the power to grant wishes and often trade these wishes for desired objects. This constant indulgence has made them decadent, arrogant, and haughty as they flaunt their superiority over other genies. While other genies respect their influence, they may also choose to defy noble genies when necessary. Genies have no inclination to worship gods, but revel in the worship of their own slaves, finding it more pleasing. They often view themselves as powerful as gods, and may even demand worship from mortals, continents, or entire worlds, believing their miraculous abilities and grandeur warrant such reverence. Dao are malevolent genies hailing from the elemental plane of Earth, and they are known for their avarice and malicious nature. These creatures adorn themselves with jewelry made from precious gems and rare metals. When in flight, their lower bodies transform into swirling columns of sand, showcasing their elemental connection. Dao have an insatiable appetite for wealth and are driven by their desire to outshine other members of their kind. Inhabitants of the elemental plane of Earth, Dao reside in complex networks of twisting tunnels and caverns adorned with veins of valuable ores. These subterranean dwellings are in a constant state of expansion as Dao mine and reshape the surrounding rock. Dao are indifferent to the suffering and poverty of others, often using powdered gems and gold dust to enhance their meals, treating wealth as a spice to savor. Dao, characterized by their greed, are not inclined to assist mortals unless there is something significant to be gained, typically in the form of treasure. They engage in trade and negotiation with Ifrit, but hold Jinn and Marids in contempt. Other inhabitants of the elemental plane of Earth avoid the Dao, who frequently seek new slaves to work in the treacherous underground realms of their floating Earth islands. One of the Dao's most notorious practices is their enslavement of individuals acquired through trade or other means. These unfortunate souls are forced to labor in the Dao's perilous subterranean mines, often amidst rumbling earthquakes. Ironically, despite their fondness for enslaving others, the Dao deeply despise being enslaved themselves. Cunning wizards have been known to lure Dao to the material plane and trap them within magic gemstones or iron flasks. The Dao's own greed often makes them susceptible to such tricks and manipulation by mortal spellcasters. Jinn are regal genies originating from the elemental plane of air. They are known for their pride, sensuality, and striking appearance, often described as tall, well-muscled humanoids with blue skin and dark eyes. Jinn prefer clothing made of airy, shimmering silks, which not only showcase their physique but also provide comfort. These elemental beings rule over floating islands made of clouds and tuft, adorning them with grand pavilions, magnificent buildings, courtyards, fountains, and lush gardens. Jinn revel in a life of luxury, savoring succulent fruits, aromatic wines, exquisite perfumes, and melodious music. Jinn are also renowned for their mischievous nature and generally favorable disposition toward mortals. Among other genies, they maintain a somewhat aloof stance with Ifrit and Marids, whom they perceive as arrogant. However, they openly disdain Dao and readily oppose them when provoked. Jinn are masters of the wind, wielding control over the air with great finesse. They can summon and direct powerful whirlwinds, which serve as both a means of transportation and a formidable weapon. In combat, Jinn can assault their adversaries with wind and thunder, often retreating on the gusts of wind they command if the odds turn against them. When they take flight, their lower bodies transform into swirling columns of air. Despite their capabilities, Jinn hold a belief that servitude is dictated by fate and that resisting fate is futile. Consequently, they are the most accommodating among genies when it comes to servitude, even though they never truly enjoy it. Jinn treat their slaves with kindness and protectiveness, parting with them reluctantly when necessary. To secure the services of a Jinni, mortals may offer valuable gifts or employ flattery to win their cooperation. Powerful wizards, on the other hand, can bypass such methods by summoning, binding, or imprisoning a Jinni through magical means. Jinn, however, resent the use of imprisonment, viewing it as a cruel act that unscrupulous wizards have perpetrated throughout history. Betrayal by a mortal, especially one they trusted, is considered a heinous act, and Jinn will seek vengeance for such treachery. Ifriti, massive genies hailing from the elemental plane of fire, are beings of fire and flame. Their imposing figures are adorned with fine silk caftans and damask robes that drape over magma red or coal black skin. They accessorize with an array of brass and gold jewelry, sparkling with precious gems. When an Ifriti takes flight, its lower body transforms into a column of smoke and embers. Ifriti are characterized by their haughty and ruthless nature. They possess a deep disdain for servitude and harbor an unrelenting thirst for vengeance against those who wrong them. Despite their cruel tendencies, Ifriti view their race as just and orderly, considering themselves enlightened in terms of self-interest. These genies are notorious for their oppressive slave trade practices. They raid the elemental plane of fire, as well as other planes, to capture slaves. These unfortunate captives are then transported to the elemental plane of fire, where Ifriti rule as tyrants. Ifriti favor the cruelest among their slaves, even arming some with whips to maintain control over the others. Ifriti are primarily found on the elemental plane of fire, dwelling in imposing fortresses constructed from black glass and basalt, often surrounded by fiery lakes. The legendary city of Brass is another hub of Ifriti activity. Furthermore, Ifriti establish military outposts across various planes, populated by their minions and slaves. On the material plane, Ifriti are drawn to fiery regions such as volcanoes and blazing deserts. This inclination frequently leads to conflicts with other elemental beings, including Jinn that ride desert whirlwinds and earthbound Dao. However, Ifriti reserve their utmost disdain for Marids, with whom they have a long history of passionate conflict and enmity. Marids, hailing from the elemental plane of water, are regarded as the most magnificent among genie kind. Despite all genies possessing great power, Marids consider themselves superior to Jinn, Dao, and Ifrit. These beings are large and piscine in form, presenting a unique and captivating sight. Their attire often consists of finely stitched vests and vibrant pantaloons. Marids speak with voices as gentle as sea breezes or as resonant as crashing waves on rocky cliffs. In flight, their lower bodies transform into columns of foamy water. Masters of water. Water is the natural element of Marids, granting them unparalleled control over it. They can walk on water's surface and breathe beneath it effortlessly. Marids have the ability to create water, shape clouds of fog and mist from vapor in the air, transform into mist, and even wield water as a weapon against their adversaries. Marid residences. Marids are a rare sight on the material plane. They reside in grand coral fortresses located in the elemental plane of water, floating in the plane's depths. These citadels house opulent, air-filled chambers where slaves and guests stay. Marids seek slaves not for labor, but for the status of ownership. Skilled slaves, including artists, entertainers, and storytellers, are highly valued and sometimes abducted for use in Marid courts. Egotistical rulers. All Marids assume noble titles, with an abundance of shahs, sultans, muftis, and khedives among them. Many of these titles are merely superficial, reflecting the Marids' inflated sense of self-importance. Marids hold themselves superior to all others, including fellow genies. They tolerate Jinn, have disdain for Dao, and outright despise Ifrit. Humanoids rank among the lowest creatures Marids interact with, though they occasionally engage with powerful wizards and influential leaders. Dealing with Marids requires diplomacy, flattery, and deference, as offending them can lead to their wrath. Marids are renowned storytellers, often narrating tales that extol their own prowess and creativity. While they tend to embellish their stories, they are not always malevolent in their deceptions, and they take offense when lesser beings interrupt their tales. A ghost is the lingering soul of a once-living creature, forever bound to haunt a specific location, creature, or object that held significance to it during its life. These spectral entities are driven by unfinished business. A ghost is tormented by a deep yearning to complete unresolved tasks from its past life. It may seek vengeance for its own death, strive to fulfill an unfulfilled oath, or attempt to deliver a message to a loved one left behind. In some cases, a ghost may not even be aware that it has died and continue to perform routine actions from its past. On the darker side, certain ghosts are motivated by malevolence and spite, relentlessly haunting until every member of a specific family or organization meets their doom. To put an end to a haunting by a ghost, one must typically address the unresolved issues tied to its former life. Ghosts often possess vulnerabilities linked to their past experiences, and exploiting these weaknesses can lead to their destruction. For instance, the ghost of a person who suffered a gruesome death may be vulnerable to the very instruments that caused their demise. Similarly, the ghost of a gardener might become more susceptible when exposed to a potent floral fragrance. Ghostly manifestations are associated with places haunted by these restless souls. Profound sensations of sadness, loneliness, and unfulfilled yearning permeate such locations. Unusual sounds or eerie silences fill the air, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Rooms with roaring fires might inexplicably develop cold spots, while a choking stench can emerge seemingly from nowhere. Inanimate objects may move on their own, and even corpses might rise from their graves. It's important to note that ghosts have no control over these manifestations. They occur spontaneously and contribute to the eerie ambience of their presence. Ghouls are nocturnal predators that move in packs, driven by an insatiable hunger for the flesh of humanoids. These vile creatures thrive in locations tainted by decay and death, similar to maggots or carrion beetles. Ghouls prefer haunting places where corpses and decomposing remains are abundant. When corpses are scarce, they turn their attention to living beings, seeking to turn them into fresh corpses. It's important to note that ghouls do not gain nourishment from the flesh they consume. Instead, they are compelled by an unending hunger that drives their insatiable appetite. Their undead bodies never decompose, allowing them to persist in crypts and tombs for extended periods without sustenance. Ghouls trace their origins to the abyss, the chaotic and demonic plane. The first ghoul, Dorasane, was an elf who became a devout follower of Orcus, the demon prince of undeath. Turning against his own kind, Dorasane honored Orcus by feasting on humanoid flesh. In return for his loyalty, Orcus transformed Dorasane into the very first ghoul. Dorasane continued to serve Orcus faithfully, creating more ghouls from the demon lord's other followers. However, his reign came to an end when Yinogu, the demonic Gnoll lord, launched an attack, depriving Dorasane of his domain in the abyss. When Orcus refused to intervene, Dorasane sought help from the elf gods, who took pity on him and assisted in his escape. As a result of this divine intervention, elves became immune to the paralytic touch of ghouls. Occasionally, Orcus bestows a stronger infusion of abyssal energy upon a ghoul, transforming it into a Ghast. Unlike their less intelligent ghoul counterparts, Ghasts are cunning and capable of leading packs of ghouls, issuing commands and coordinating their actions. Giants, once rulers of vast empires, now exist in scattered clans across the world, holding on to their ancient customs and traditions. These colossal beings have a history that stretches back almost as far as dragons. Giants and dragons engaged in bitter wars throughout their shared history, although the origins of their conflict have been lost to time. Myths and stories passed down through generations depict the giants as the rightful heirs of a glorious dawn, vilifying the primeval worms. This animosity between giants and dragons still lingers today, often leading to conflict when they cross paths. The various giant races, including cloud, fire, frost, hill, stone, and storm giants, share common elements of history, religion, and culture. Despite differences, they consider themselves kindred, reserving most of their animosity for territorial disputes and ambitions. Giants adhere to a caste structure called the Ordning, which assigns a social rank to each giant. This highly organized system defines the social hierarchy, allowing giants to understand their place in society and the relative status of others. The ordning is specific to each giant race and is based on various qualities or skills that giants value highly. Giants dedicate their lives to excelling in these qualities, with each race emphasizing different criteria. At the pinnacle of the ordning, the giants are ranked by their status. Storm giants hold the highest position, followed by cloud giants, fire giants, frost giants, stone giants, hill giants, and finally, giant kin like Fomorians, Ettins, and ogres. Regardless of their rank within their own race, a giant is considered superior to another giant of an inferior type. Disrespecting or betraying giants of different types is not inherently evil, but is viewed as rude. This intricate caste system shapes the giants' interactions and relationships, preserving their ancient customs and hierarchical structure. Cloud giants, known for their extravagant lifestyles and lofty dispositions, have a distinct appearance characterized by their muscular frames, light skin, and hair that can range from silver to blue. They live in scattered regions high above the world, often dwelling in castles on mountaintops or solid clouds, remnants of their lost empires. These giants have an affinity for the magic of their airy domains, enabling them to transform into mist and create billowing fog. Cloud giants are skilled spellcasters, rivaling other giants in their magical abilities. Some possess the power to control weather, conjure storms, and manipulate the wind, almost as proficiently as their cousins, the storm giants. Within the giant hierarchy, cloud giants hold a lower position than storm giants, but due to the reclusive nature of storm giants, many cloud giants consider themselves the most powerful among the giant races. In their pursuit of wealth and power, cloud giants command other giants to acquire treasures and art on their behalf. They employ fire giants as skilled smiths and craftsmen, and utilize frost giants as raiders and plunderers. Hill giants, seen as brutes, are ordered to perform menial tasks or fight for the cloud giants' amusement. Cloud giants are known for maintaining remarkable gardens on their mountain summits and solid clouds, yielding produce of extraordinary size. These giants also keep flying beasts of prey, such as griffins, peritons, and wyverns, along with trained predators like owlbears and lions to protect their domains. The patron god of cloud giants is Memnor, the trickster, renowned for his cleverness and cunning. Cloud giants align themselves with aspects of Memnor's character, with good cloud giants emulating his intellect and eloquence, while evil ones follow his deceitfulness and self-interest. A cloud giant's position in the ordning, their caste system, is determined by the treasure they accumulate, the opulent wealth they display, and the lavish gifts they offer to fellow cloud giants. The beauty and wonder of these treasures are crucial, emphasizing aesthetics over raw value. Cloud giants are known for their love of gambling and frequently place high-stakes bets on events outside their control, such as the fates of lesser creatures or the outcomes of wars among humanoid nations. Cheating is tolerated as long as it remains undetected, viewed as a clever strategy that honors Memnor. Fire giants, renowned for their mastery of metalwork and organized militaristic society, make their homes amidst volcanic landscapes, lava flows, and rocky mountains. These giants are known for their ruthless and disciplined nature. Fire giant fortresses are strategically built around or within volcanoes, harnessing the intense heat of these environments to fuel their forges. The fortress walls, made of iron, glow with an orange hue from the intense heat. In regions where volcanic heat is scarce, fire giants mine coal to feed their furnaces. Their strongholds constantly emit plumes of sooty smoke, marking their presence in the landscape. While fire giants thrive in hot environments, they can adapt to cold surroundings with effort. They wear heavy woolen clothing and furs to stay warm and ensure their hearth fires burn brightly. From a young age, fire giants are raised in a culture of war. Songs of battle are chanted at their cradles, and as children they engage in warlike games, such as hurling igneous rocks at each other across magma rivers. Formal martial training becomes an integral part of their lives, and their songs and dances are centered around the themes of combat. Fire giants are disciplined fighters and skilled tacticians, often surprising their enemies with their strategic prowess. Fire giants conquer humanoid races in war, making them serfs who toil on the outskirts of fire giant fortresses, tending to farms, livestock, and fields. The produce from these lands is heavily taxed by the fire giant rulers. Those not destined for the fields may be sent to work in the mines, where they extract precious ores and gemstones from deep within the earth. Fire giants do not rely on writing or arithmetic, but rather on insight and experience for their craftsmanship. However, they may keep slaves at court who possess such skills. Serfs who mine in the tunnels face dangerous and difficult work, and few of them survive for long. The safety of these slaves is of little concern to the fire giants, who prioritize the extraction and processing of valuable resources. Despite their fearsome reputation as conquerors, fire giants are skilled artisans. They excel in various forms of craftsmanship, including smelting, blacksmithing, engineering, and stonecraft. Their creations showcase quality and artistry, even in their implements of destruction and weapons of war. Fire giants constantly strive to build formidable fortresses and powerful siege weapons, often experimenting with alloys to craft the toughest armor. Fire giants constantly strive to build formidable fortresses and powerful siege weapons, often experimenting with alloys to craft the toughest armor and forging swords capable of piercing it. Giants high in the ordning, their caste system, tend to be the most intelligent and physically powerful among their kind. Frost giants, formidable and hardy warriors, are known for their brutal raids and pillaging activities in the freezing lands beyond civilization. They value brute strength and martial prowess above all else. Frost giants have a distinct appearance, with pale white or light blue hair and beards, often covered in frost and icicles. Their skin takes on a bluish hue, reminiscent of glacial ice. These giants call high peaks and glacial rifts their home, where the sun's warmth is scarce and winter reigns supreme. In these harsh lands, crops do not grow and livestock are sparse. Instead, they rely on hunting wild game in the frigid tundra and mountains, consuming fresh kills without the need for cooking. Reavers of the storm, frost giants are known for their violent raids. War horns sound as they march from their icy fortresses amid blizzards, leaving destruction in their wake. Villages and settlements fall to ruin, and any creatures in their path meet a grim end. Inns, taverns, and smithies are ransacked, with ale, mead, iron, and steel being their primary spoils. They have little use for coins or trinkets, but highly value large gems and jewelry that can be worn as trophies or traded with other giants who excel in crafting. Frost giants respect physical might above all else. Their place in the ordning, a caste system among giants, is determined by displays of strength, such as well-defined musculature, battle scars, or gruesome trophies made from the bodies of their defeated foes. The allocation of tasks like hunting, child-rearing, and crafting is based on physical strength and endurance. When frost giants from different clans meet, disputes are often settled through wrestling matches, turning encounters into boisterous festivals or chaotic melees. While frost giants generally disdain crafting, they do value skills like carving and leatherwork. They fashion clothing from the skins and bones of hunted beasts and craft bone or ivory into jewelry, weapon handles, and tools. Recycling the equipment of their smaller adversaries, they create giant-sized spears by attaching sword blades to wooden hafts and construct armor from strung-together shields. The most coveted trophies come from slain dragons, with the greatest jarls wearing armor made from dragon scales or wielding weapons fashioned from dragon teeth or claws. Hill giants are large, brutish creatures known for their selfish and dim-witted nature. They constantly search for food, hunting, foraging, and raiding smaller creatures and settlements to satisfy their insatiable hunger. Their lack of intelligence and laziness would have led to their demise if not for their formidable size and strength. These giants are primitive in nature and typically dwell in hills and mountain valleys, often constructing rudimentary dwellings from rough timber, mud, and wattle. Their tan skin results from a life spent wandering the hilly terrain, and their attire consists of poorly stitched animal skins held together with hair and leather thongs. Hill giants wield makeshift weapons such as uprooted trees and rocks. Hill giants equate size with power, making them view smaller creatures and animals as easy prey, while beings like dragons and other giants are considered formidable adversaries. Though they don't realize it, hill giants unintentionally follow a social order among giants. The tallest and fattest giant capable of mobility typically becomes the tribe's chief. However, on rare occasions, a clever hill giant can manipulate giants of higher status to subvert this order. Hill giants are voracious eaters and consume anything that isn't clearly poisonous, including rotten meat, decaying plants, and even mud. Farmers particularly dread them, as a single hill giant can devastate an entire herd of livestock, followed by the plundering of crops and even the consumption of farm families if they are present. These giants are characterized by their simplicity and lack of cultural development. They mimic the traditions of creatures they briefly observe before consuming them. Deception is not in their nature, and they are straightforward in conversation. Attempting to reason with a hill giant is generally futile, but clever beings can manipulate them for their benefit. Hill giants are known for their explosive tempers. If they feel deceived, insulted, or made a fool of, they can unleash their wrath on anything in their path. Even after exacting revenge, they might continue their rampage until their anger subsides, or they find something more interesting to occupy their attention. When they claim kingship over a territory inhabited by other humanoids, they rule with terror and tyranny, making erratic decisions and occasionally devouring their subjects on a whim. Stone giants are known for their reclusive, quiet, and peaceful nature as long as they are left undisturbed. They possess granite gray skin, gaunt features, and sunken black eyes that give them a stern appearance. These giants are private beings, keeping their lives and art hidden away from the world. Their homes are secluded caves, and cavern networks serve as their towns. Rocky tunnels act as their roads, while underground streams become their waterways. Isolated mountain ranges are like continents to them, and they rarely cross the vast stretches of land that they consider as oceans. Deep within their dark, silent caves, stone giants meticulously carve intricate designs, measuring time by the echoing drip of water into cavern pools. In the deepest chambers of their settlements, they have holy places where silence and darkness reign supreme, and the stone is sculpted with unparalleled beauty. Among stone giants, artistry is held in the highest regard. They engage in various artistic disciplines, creating murals and paintings across cavern walls. Their greatest skill is stone carving, where they believe that the shapes they draw from raw stone reveal divine meaning inspired by their god, Scoria's stone bones. The tribe's best carvers become leaders, shamans, and prophets, and their hands are believed to channel the divine as they work. Despite their enormous size and strength, stone giants are lithe and graceful. They are known for their athletic ability in rock-throwing competitions, which grant them high rank in their society. Even in combat, they display artistry and poise. Stone giants view the world outside their underground homes as a realm of dreams where nothing is entirely real or true. Their behavior in the surface world resembles how humanoids might act in their own dreams, making little account for their actions and not fully trusting what they see or hear. Promises made above ground need not be honored, and insults can be hurled without apology. In the dreaming world beneath the sky, killing prey or sentient beings carries no guilt. Those stone giants lacking in athletic grace or artistic skill dwell at the fringes of their society, serving as the tribe's guardians and hunters. Trespassers who venture into their mountainous territories often face stone giants, hurling rocks and splintered stone as a warning. Survivors often misconstrue their actions as brutal violence, unaware that these stone giants are different from their more artistic and quiet kin. Storm giants are contemplative seers, known for their distant and secluded existence. Most of them have pale purple-gray skin and hair, along with striking emerald eyes. However, some rare individuals among them are violet-skinned, with deep violet or blue-black hair and silvery gray or purple eyes. They are typically benevolent and wise, but when provoked, their fury can have far-reaching consequences. These giants choose to live in isolated refuges far removed from mortal civilization. Some dwell in cloud-top castles so high that even flying dragons appear as mere specks below. Others make their homes atop towering mountain peaks that pierce through the clouds. Some live in palaces hidden beneath the sea, covered with algae and coral, or in formidable fortresses within undersea rifts. Storm giants remember the days of ancient giant empires, a time when the god Anim's influence was prevalent. They strive to restore the lost glory of those empires and seek Anim's favor. Unlike other giants, they do not vie for status in the Ordning. Instead, they spend centuries in contemplative seclusion, watching the heavens and the depths of the ocean for signs, symbols, and omens. These giants possess a wide perspective on the world and have the ability to foretell the rise and fall of kings and empires, discern the patterns within seemingly unrelated events, and grasp the secrets of the past and future. They accumulate vast knowledge by reading omens and making prophecies. While storm giants choose not to intervene in the events of the world, they may disclose certain secrets to benevolent beings who visit their remote domains with respect. However, they are formidable when angered and can unleash utter destruction. Storm giants are solitary beings, communicating infrequently with their own kind. They may come together to compare signs and omens or engage in rare courtship rituals. Once they raise a child to maturity, storm giant parents return to their beloved solitary lives. In some humanoid cultures, storm giants are revered and worshipped like lesser gods. These cultures create myths and stories around the giant's exploits and vast knowledge. However, a storm giant's actions are driven by its own conscience rather than any cultural laws or codes, making them a force to be reckoned with if their motivations turn towards greed or petty power. The gibbering mouther is a monstrous creation, a mass of eyes, mouths, and liquefied matter from its victims. Victims absorbed by it become gibbering and insane, driven to consume everything in reach. This creature's body is formless, propelled by oozing and anchoring its mouths to the ground. It moves slowly but navigates water, mud, and quicksand with ease. When it detects prey, its mouths murmur and chatter, each with a different voice, causing fear, madness, or paralysis in those who hear it. Those overcome by terror may flee or stand fixated as the mouther approaches. Driven to devour any creature it can reach, the gibbering mouther flows over its victims while gnawing and swallowing them, leaving nothing behind. It can even liquefy stone, hindering those trying to escape. The eyes and mouths of consumed victims resurface, joining the chorus of gibbering for the next meal. The warlike Githyanki and the contemplative Githzerai were once a single enslaved race under Mind Flayers. Gith, a great leader, and Zerthamon, a challenger to Gith's rule, eventually split them into two separate cultures due to their differing ideologies. Githyanki are ruthless conquerors known for plundering countless worlds from astral vessels and red dragons. They adorn themselves with feathers, beads, gems, and precious metals, wielding legendary silver swords. Under the rule of the dread Lich Queen Vlaakith, they undertake devastating raids, leaving shattered survivors in their wake. Followers of Gith, they have a militaristic society with a strict caste system. They despise their former Mind Flayer masters and the Githzerai, showing contempt for all other races. Githyanki knights wield silver swords, which channel their willpower to deal both psychic and physical damage, becoming priceless relics. They also have a unique alliance with red dragons, forged by Gith and Tiamat. Githyanki establish outposts on the material plane to raise their young and train them in military academies. Githzerai are focused philosophers and ascetics, pursuing lives of rigid order on islands of order in the chaotic plane of Limbo. Lean and muscular, they wear plain clothing and trust few creatures outside their kind. They have developed psionic abilities and mental barriers for self-defense. They willingly dwell in the chaos of Limbo, using their mental power to create sanctuaries and fortresses. These fortress monasteries follow strict schedules of martial arts training and devotions. Merit-based hierarchy prevails among the Githzerai, with wise teachers and skilled combatants becoming leaders. They revere Zerthamon, who opposed Gith's warmongering, and skilled Githzerai monks known as Zerths can shift between planes using their minds. While they rarely interact with other realms, some Githzerai monasteries admit advanced monks from other races. As a special devotion, they organize illithid hunting parties, known as Rakmas, on other planes to avenge their past enslavement. Gnolls are feral humanoids known for their brutal attacks on settlements along the frontiers and borderlands. They slaughter their victims and consume their flesh. These creatures have a demonic origin, originating when the demon lord Yinogu arrived on the material plane, transforming packs of ordinary hyenas into the first gnolls. After Yinogu's banishment back to the abyss, gnolls scattered across the world, serving as a reminder of demonic power. Gnolls are nomadic destroyers, striking randomly and plundering settlements. They rarely build permanent structures or craft items, relying on scavenging from their victims. Their insatiable thirst for blood makes them enemies to all, including themselves. Gnoll pack lords are the alphas of their packs, ruling through strength and cunning. They adorn themselves with trophies and seek to gain favor with Yinogu. Gnoll fangs of Yinogu are those favored by the demon lord, undergoing a transformation that increases the gnoll population. To control this population, one must find and kill the fang. Goblins are small, self-centered humanoids that inhabit caves, abandoned mines, and dark dungeons. They are individually weak, but often gather in large numbers, driven by a craving for power and a tendency to abuse any authority they obtain. Belonging to the goblinoid family, which includes their larger cousins, hobgoblins, and bugbears, goblins are often bullied by these relatives. They are lazy and undisciplined, making them unsuitable for servitude or guard duties. Motivated by greed and malice, goblins can't resist celebrating their victories with dances and revelry. Afterward, they take delight in tormenting other creatures and engage in various forms of wickedness. Goblin society is ruled by the strongest or smartest among them. A goblin boss may control a single lair, while a goblin king or queen, essentially an empowered boss, may rule over hundreds of goblins in multiple lairs. Goblin bosses are easily replaced, sometimes by hobgoblin warlords or bugbear chiefs. Goblin lairs are challenging for intruders due to alarms and narrow tunnels that goblins can navigate effortlessly. These tunnels allow them to flee or ambush their enemies effectively. Goblins have an affinity for rats and wolves, raising them as companions and mounts. They shun sunlight and prefer underground lairs during the day. When hunting from wolfpack, they use hit-and-run tactics. Maglubayet the Mighty One is the greater god of goblinoids, worshipped out of fear rather than admiration. Goblins believe that dying in battle means joining Maglubayet's army on the plain of Acheron, a privilege they dread, fearing eternal tyranny more than death itself. Deep gnomes, or Sverfneblin, dwell far below the surface in intricate warrens and sculpted caverns. They survive through stealth, cleverness, and tenacity. Their gray skin allows them to blend into stonework, and despite their small stature, they are surprisingly heavy and strong. A typical Sverfneblin enclave is home to several hundred deep gnomes and is well fortified. Secret tunnels connect the settlement and serve as evacuation routes during attacks. Sverfneblin have established gender roles, with bald males and females having stringy gray hair. Traditionally, females manage the enclaves, while males scout the outskirts for enemies and precious gemstone deposits. These gnomes cherish gemstones, particularly rubies, harvested from deep mines in the Underdark. Their quest for gems often leads to conflicts with beholders, drow, quotoa, duergar, and mind flayers. Among these threats, they fear and despise the murderous demon-worshipping drow the most. Deep gnomes are often accompanied by creatures from the elemental plane of Earth, with some Sverfneblin capable of summoning such beings. These Earth creatures protect Sverfneblin settlements, with Exorn being enticed to serve in exchange for gems to feed on. Goblins are small, self-centered humanoids that inhabit caves, abandoned mines, and dark dungeons. They are individually weak, but often gather in large numbers, driven by a craving for power and a tendency to abuse any authority they obtain. Belonging to the goblinoid family, which includes their larger cousins, hobgoblins, and bugbears, goblins are often bullied by these relatives. They are lazy and undisciplined, making them unsuitable for servitude or guard duties. Motivated by greed and malice, goblins can't resist celebrating their victories with dances and revelry. Afterward, they take delight in tormenting other creatures and engage in various forms of wickedness. Goblin society is ruled by the strongest or smartest among them. A goblin boss may control a single lair, while a goblin king or queen, essentially an empowered boss, may rule over hundreds of goblins in multiple lairs. Goblin bosses are easily replaced, sometimes by hobgoblin warlords or bugbear chiefs. Goblin lairs are challenging for intruders due to alarms and narrow tunnels that goblins can navigate effortlessly. These tunnels allow them to flee or ambush their enemies effectively. Goblins have an affinity for rats and wolves, raising them as companions and mounts. They shun sunlight and prefer underground lairs during the day. When hunting from wolfpack, they use hit-and-run tactics. Maglubayet the Mighty One is the greater god of goblinoids, worshipped out of fear rather than admiration. Goblins believe that dying in battle means joining Maglubayet's army on the plain of Acheron, a privilege they dread, fearing eternal tyranny more than death itself. Golems are formidable creatures crafted from humble materials such as clay, flesh, and bones, iron, or stone. Despite their unassuming origins, they possess incredible power and durability. Golems are devoid of ambition, do not require sustenance, feel no pain, and exhibit no remorse. They exist solely to follow the orders of their creators, whether that entails protecting or attacking. The creation of a golem requires a manual of golems, which provides comprehensive instructions for crafting a specific type of golem. Building a golem's body demands exceptional skill in sculpting, stone cutting, ironworking, or surgery. The creator, or a team of master artisans, constructs the body from materials like clay, flesh, iron, or stone. The critical step in golem creation involves infusing the constructed body with a spirit from the elemental plane of Earth. This spirit serves as a tiny spark of life, lacking memory, personality, or history. It merely imparts the ability to move and obey, binding it to the artificial body and subjecting it to the creator's will. Golems are ageless guardians, capable of protecting sacred sites, tombs, or treasure vaults long after their creators have passed away. They endure physical damage and resist all but the most powerful spells. Some golems are designed with special amulets or items that allow their possessor to control them, even when their original creator is deceased. These creatures exhibit blind obedience to their masters. In the presence of their creator or controller, golems perform flawlessly. If left without instructions or incapacitated, they will continue following their last orders to the best of their ability. When unable to fulfill their commands, golems may react violently or stand still. Conflicting orders may cause them to alternate between them. Golems lack the capacity for independent thought or action. They comprehend their commands but possess no understanding of language beyond that. Consequently, they cannot be reasoned with or deceived through words. They are bound solely by their programming and orders. The Gorgon is a formidable creature, and few who encounter it live to tell the tale. Its body is covered in iron plates, emitting green vapor from its nostrils. Despite its horrific appearance, a Gorgon's iron plates do not hinder its movement or mobility. The creature's body naturally lubricates its armor with oils. However, when a Gorgon is sick or inactive, it can gather rust on its plates, akin to fungus or mange. When a rusty Gorgon starts moving, its plates emit a squealing sound as they rub together. A Gorgon is a monstrous predator. Upon spotting potential prey, it charges with a cacophony of metal on metal. When it strikes, it pulverizes its target and tramples it to death with its cruel hooves. When faced with multiple foes, the Gorgon exudes a deadly vapor that turns creatures it touches into stone. When hunger strikes, it smashes its petrified prey into rubble and uses its powerful teeth to grind the stone into a nourishing powder. The area surrounding a Gorgon's lair is marked by a network of trampled trails and splintered trees, strewn with the remains of its shattered foes. A Grell is an unusual creature with a bulbous, floating brain-like body, a wide beak, and 10 long tentacles. These tentacles are equipped with sharp barbs that inject paralytic venom, although the Grell can retract these barbs to handle objects delicately. Grells lack eyes but possess a unique form of levitation that allows them to float silently. They rely on keen hearing and sensitive skin to detect vibrations and electrical fields in their surroundings, making them skilled at sensing the presence of creatures and objects nearby. Grells can absorb lightning without harm due to their ability to manipulate electricity. While Grells are typically solitary creatures, they may occasionally gather in small groups referred to as covens. Grells are known for their ambush tactics, preferring to hover near the ceiling of passages or caverns, awaiting lone creatures or stragglers. When a suitable target passes below, the Grell quickly descends, ensnaring its prey with its tentacles before floating away to its lair with the paralyzed victim. These alien predators categorize creatures into 3 groups: edibles, inedibles, and great eaters, creatures that might pose a threat to a Grell. Grells have no qualms about attacking edible creatures, including humanoids, and tend to avoid larger beings that they cannot carry away. In some instances, Grells may allow adventurers to deal with other threats within their dungeon complex, staying out of the adventurer's way as they eliminate larger dangers, all while waiting for the right opportunity to strike. The Grick, a creature resembling a worm, is a hidden predator found in caves and caverns. It remains unseen, blending seamlessly with the rocky surroundings. When prey ventures too close, the Grick reveals itself, unfurling its 4 barbed tentacles to expose a snapping beak. Gricks are passive predators. They do not actively hunt, but instead position themselves in areas where other creatures frequently pass. They hide amidst rocky rubble, in burrows, holes, crevices, or even coil around stalactites, patiently waiting for an opportunity. When potential prey comes within reach, the Grick seizes it with its tentacles and drags it away to devour in solitude. Gricks consume nearly anything that moves, with the exception of their own kind. These creatures tend to stay in an area until the available food supply diminishes. Sometimes this happens because intelligent creatures become aware of the Grick's presence and begin avoiding their lairs. When resources become scarce in the Underdark, Gricks may venture above ground to hunt, lurking in trees or on cliffside ledges. In packs, Gricks are often led by a well-fed, oversized alpha Grick that others congregate around. Over time, Grick lairs accumulate the discarded possessions of intelligent prey. Experienced explorers in the Underdark can recognize these signs and may choose to seal off routes to and from Grick lairs to starve the creatures, eventually claiming the wealth of their victims as spoils. Griffins are formidable avian carnivores known for their ferocity. They possess the muscular bodies of lions and the heads, forelegs, and wings of eagles, combining the speed and lethality of eagles with the strength and grace of lions. These creatures form small prides and are commonly found in rocky cliffside areas near plains and forests. They have a particular appetite for herd animals, especially horses, and they are known to hunt and kill hippogriffs as well. When griffins spot horses, they emit a screeching cry to alert their pride mates, who swiftly descend to hunt their prey. For those who ride or herd horses, the griffin's cry is a dreaded warning of an impending attack. A griffin typically ignores the rider and focuses on the horse, allowing riders who abandon their mounts or herders who release a few horses to escape unharmed. Those who try to protect their horses, however, draw the full fury of the attacking griffin. Griffins make their nests in high rocky clifftop areas using sticks, leaves, and the bones of their prey. Once they establish a territory, they remain there until the local food supply is depleted. These creatures are aggressive and territorial, engaging in brutal aerial combat to defend their nests. They are known to tear and shred the wings of flying intruders, sending them plummeting to the ground. Intruders who attempt to climb to a griffin's lair are either plucked from the cliffs and devoured or knocked off the heights to their demise. Griffins can be trained to serve as mounts, but this process is both time-consuming and costly. Only expert trainers familiar with the griffin's ferocity can raise them safely, Once trained, a griffin becomes a fierce and loyal steed, forming a lifelong bond with its master and fighting to the death to protect them. However, griffin mounts still retain their appetite for horseflesh, so wise masters ensure they are well fed with other prey when passing through civilized lands. Grimlocks, the degenerate subterranean creatures, were once human, but their generations of servitude to the mind flayers in the Underdark transformed them into blind, monstrous cannibals. Originating from human cultures subverted by the mind flayers, these once enslaved humans came to worship the Illithids as blasphemous deities, conducting rituals that involved brain eating as a holy sacrament. Victims abducted from other sentient races were sacrificed, and after their brains were consumed, their lifeless bodies were given to the cultists. When the rule of the Mind Flayers waned, their cults faced constant warfare from their former victims, prompting them to flee into the underdark domains of their Illithid gods. In this lightless realm, the cultists adapted to their environment, relying on their heightened senses for survival. Over generations, their eyes withered away, leaving only sealed eye sockets behind. Grimlocks possess acute hearing, often detecting faint sounds or whispers echoing through stone passageways. They communicate in low tones, inaudible to most other humanoids, and their keen sense of smell allows them to track scents like bloodhounds. To enhance their senses and warn of intruders, Grimlocks leave trails of blood, piles of dung, or the remains of slain prey in distant locations. When intruders pass through these areas, they carry the foul scents with them, alerting the Grimlocks to their presence. Blindness, which might be a hindrance to most creatures, is an advantage for Grimlocks due to their heightened senses. They are not fooled by visual illusions or misperceptions, and fearlessly stalk their prey. Grimlocks continue to venerate the Mind Flayers and serve them whenever possible. They remember the war that drove them underground, considering it ongoing. Grimlocks periodically return to the surface world to abduct captives for their Illithid masters. Hags are repulsive beings, bearing withered faces framed by frayed hair, warts, and long, skinny fingers tipped with claws. Their appearance reflects the wickedness within them, as they represent all that is evil and cruel. These ancient creatures hail from the Feywild and are cankers upon the mortal world. All hags possess magical powers, some specializing in spellcasting, and they often view their magic as a challenge to the gods, whom they blaspheme at every opportunity. Hags name themselves whimsically, with dark monikers like Black Morwen or Anti-Wormtooth. Hags propagate by stealing and consuming human infants. After consuming the stolen child, a hag gives birth to a daughter who appears human until her 13th birthday, when she transforms into a hag herself. Sometimes hags raise these daughters, forming covens, while other times they return them to their grieving parents to watch their transformations from the shadows. Arrogant by nature, hags believe themselves to be the most cunning creatures and are open to dealing with mortals who show proper respect. They amass knowledge of local lore, dark creatures, and magic, which they are willing to sell. However, bargains with hags are perilous, often involving compromises of principles or significant sacrifices. Hags embrace the macabre, adorning themselves with dead things, bones, and filth. They are repulsed by attractive creatures and may disfigure or transform them. Their love for the disturbing extends to all aspects of life, from flying in giant skulls to sharpening their teeth on millstones. Hags maintain contact with each other, although they don't particularly like one another. They have a code of conduct, which includes announcing their presence before crossing into another hag's territory and breaking no oaths given to fellow hags, as long as the oath isn't made with crossed fingers. Hags typically dwell in dark and twisted landscapes, such as woods, moors, seacoasts, and swamps. Over time, their malevolence can warp the land itself, turning trees into attackers, vines into snares, and the air into poison. In summary, hags are ancient, evil creatures with distinctive appearances, magical abilities, and a propensity for dark bargains and macabre practices. They often live in sinister lairs that reflect their noxious nature. Green hags are wretched and deceitful creatures that inhabit dying forests, desolate swamps, misty moors, and caves. They are masters of manipulation, often using their cunning to deceive and control other beings. These hags can mimic voices, luring victims with cries for help, or driving away intruders by mimicking fearsome animal sounds. Green hags derive pleasure from the misery of others, reveling in the failures and tragedies they cause. Their joy comes from turning hope into despair, not just for individuals but entire communities. Night hags are sly and subversive beings who delight in corrupting virtuous individuals, turning love into obsession, kindness into hate, devotion into disregard, and generosity into selfishness. Originally from the Feywild, they were exiled to Hades due to their foulness, where they degenerated into fiends. These fiends have since spread across the lower planes. Night hags are soulmongers. They visit sleeping humanoids ethereally and invade their dreams, filling their minds with doubt and fear. They aim to manipulate their victims into committing evil deeds in the waking world. Once a victim dies in their sleep, due to these tormenting nightmares, the night hag traps their corrupted soul in a soul bag for transport to Hades. Sea hags dwell in dismal and polluted underwater lairs, often surrounded by marrow and other aquatic monsters. They despise beauty and react to it with anger, frequently attacking or defacing beautiful things. If beauty inspires hope or courage, sea hags aim to twist it into despair or fear. Sea hags are the ugliest among all hags, covered in slimy scales on pallid skin with seaweed-like hair. Their glassy, lifeless eyes reveal their monstrous nature. While they can hide their true form with illusions, their illusory appearance remains haggard and unattractive. In summary, green hags are masters of manipulation who thrive on causing despair, night hags corrupt souls through nightmarish dreams, and sea hags are ugly creatures with a strong aversion to beauty, seeking to turn it into something ugly and despair-inducing. Half-dragons are the result of a unique union between a dragon and another creature, or through magical transformation. These creatures inherit the essence of a dragon while maintaining the form of their original race. Regardless of their origins, all half-dragons share some common features and abilities. Appearance-wise, half-dragons exhibit a blend of dragon and their original race traits. They often have special senses, allowing them to perceive things beyond the capabilities of most creatures. Additionally, half-dragons possess a notable resistance to destructive energy, which provides them with increased resilience against certain types of attacks. Furthermore, they wield a breath weapon, a powerful ability that allows them to exhale a destructive element such as fire, acid, or cold, depending on their dragon lineage. Half-dragons are unique in their reproductive nature. They cannot have natural-born offspring and must seek magical means to propagate their lineage. As compensation for this limitation, half-dragons enjoy an extended lifespan. Typically, a half-dragon's life expectancy is twice that of their non-draconic ancestry, enabling them to live for over a century and a half, depending on their original race. The personality of a half-dragon often reflects their draconic heritage. For instance, half-gold dragons tend to be reserved and secretive, while half-copper dragons display playful and impish tendencies. On the other hand, half-green dragons may exhibit deceitful behavior, and half-white dragons are often seen as less intelligent and more brutish. It's important to note that these traits can be influenced by the creature's original lineage, but qualities like greed, arrogance, and paranoia are frequently present, even in good-aligned half-dragons. In terms of transformation, any beast, humanoid, giant, or monstrosity has the potential to become a half-dragon. When a creature undergoes this transformation, it retains all of its original statistics, with the added benefits and traits that come with being a half-dragon. This unique combination of draconic essence and their original nature makes half-dragons intriguing and formidable beings in the world of Dungeons and Dragons. Harpies are cruel and sadistic creatures that derive pleasure from suffering and death. They are constantly on the prowl for prey, and their sweet songs have lured many adventurers to their demise. Harpies possess a unique appearance, combining the body, legs, and wings of a vulture with the torso, arms, and head of a human. Their formidable talons and bone club make them dangerous in combat, and their eyes reflect their inherent evil. These creatures are the result of a divine curse that originated from an encounter between an elf and the reclusive elf god, Fenmarel Mestarine. The elf's longing for the god's attention led to a transformation into the first harpy. This curse not only altered her physical form, but also twisted her desire for love into a ravenous hunger for flesh. Her beautiful song, which originally entranced Fenmarel Mestarine, became a deadly lure for unsuspecting creatures. The harpy's song is exceptionally beautiful and captivating, causing those who hear it to approach the source unwittingly. While some harpies use this charm to their advantage in combat, they often prefer to lead their prey to treacherous locations like cliffs, bogs, quicksand, or deadly pits. Once victims are incapacitated, harpies delight in their screams and may engage in prolonged acts of torture before delivering a final blow. Harpies tend to be sadistic cowards, avoiding direct confrontations unless they have a significant advantage. They prioritize self-preservation over combat, and even if a fight turns against them, they will choose to flee rather than risk a fair battle. When they do attack, harpies revel in the torment they inflict upon their victims, savoring the music of their screams. Furthermore, harpies are known for collecting shiny trinkets, valuable objects, and trophies from their victims. They may even engage in fights amongst themselves over the most prized possessions. In the absence of valuable items, harpies collect hair, bones, or body parts to decorate their nests. These nests are typically hidden in remote ruins, often concealing valuable treasures and magic items buried beneath layers of gruesome detritus. Hellhounds are fiendish creatures resembling powerful dogs, often found in the fiery battlefields of Acheron and across the lower planes. On the material plane, they frequently serve devils, fire giants, and other evil beings as guard animals and companions. These creatures are known for their burning hunger, hunting in packs, and targeting the most vulnerable prey. They display relentless determination in pursuing their chosen victims, using their savage bites and fiery breath to overwhelm them. Hellhounds avoid engaging with foes that pose a significant threat. When hellhounds feed, the consumed flesh fuels the infernal fires within them. Upon their demise, these creatures erupt into billowing smoke and blazing embers, leaving behind nothing but scorched tufts of black fur. While hellhounds are more intelligent than ordinary beasts and are capable of following orders due to their lawful nature, their inherent evil disposition prevents them from being trained for anything other than ruthless killing. If denied the opportunity to indulge their malevolent hunger, hellhounds quickly turn against or abandon their masters. The Helmed Horror is a construct known for its intelligence, reasoning abilities, and unwavering loyalty to its creator, a loyalty that persists even after the creator's demise. It resembles a suit of empty plate armor, lacking any ambition or emotion. In terms of its magical purpose, creating a Helmed Horror demands more magical resources compared to crafting a lesser suit of animated armor. However, once created, a Helmed Horror requires less ongoing direction and maintenance as it diligently carries out its assigned tasks. These creatures exhibit complete loyalty to their orders and possess the intelligence to grasp the intent behind those orders, prioritizing the intended outcome over rigid adherence to the wording. When engaged in combat, a Helmed Horror displays tactical cunning similar to a skilled warrior. It often takes to the air to target weaker adversaries and spellcasters first, demonstrating a strategic approach. However, it lacks the insight to alter its surroundings, fortify its position, or employ other active defensive measures. One notable aspect of the Helmed Horror is its constructed nature. These creatures do not require air, food, drink, or sleep to function, making them self-sustaining and capable of carrying out their duties without the need for basic life necessities. The hippogriff, a creature of ancient and mysterious origins, combines elements of both eagle and horse in its appearance. It possesses the wings and forelimbs of an eagle, the hindquarters of a horse, and a unique head that blends features from both of these animals. These creatures tend to be reclusive and have omnivorous dietary habits. Hippogriffs form lifelong bonds with their mates and rarely venture far from their nests. When it comes to defending their mate or offspring, they fight to the death. Unlike many other creatures, hippogriffs do not lay eggs. Instead, they give birth to live young. Hippogriffs face natural predators in the form of dragons, griffins, and wyverns who have a taste for hippogriff meat and often hunt them. Interestingly, hippogriffs can be raised in captivity and trained to serve as faithful companions and mounts. Among the various creatures that can be trained for such purposes, hippogriffs are considered one of the easier options to train, and they display remarkable loyalty when trained properly. Hobgoblins are aggressive humanoid creatures known for their martial prowess and insatiable thirst for conquest. They have dark orange or red-orange skin, ranging from dark red-brown to dark gray hair, and yellow or dark brown eyes. Their wide mouths house sharp, yellowed teeth, and some males may have large blue or red noses, symbolizing their virility and power among goblinoids. Hobgoblins have a similar lifespan to humans, although their love for warfare often leads to shorter lives. Belonging to the goblinoid family, hobgoblins often dominate their smaller goblin and more ferocious bugbear cousins. They value physical strength and martial prowess above all else, and their society is built on the demonstration of skill and cunning in battle. Hobgoblins are skilled in combat and weapon crafting, known for crafting arms, armor, siege engines, and military devices. They maintain well-organized and disciplined armies, favoring bold tribal colors with blood-red piping and black leather trim on their uniforms. These creatures organize themselves into tribal legions, with every hobgoblin holding a rank. Warlords, captains, and foot soldiers all play vital roles within a legion. Warlords are ruthless tyrants who prioritize strategy, victory, glory, reputation, and dominion over everything else. Hobgoblins excel in tactics and discipline and can execute sophisticated battle plans under the guidance of a strategically minded leader. They have a strong hatred for elves and prioritize attacking them over any other foes, even if it is not the most tactically sound choice. Hobgoblins often bolster their ranks with less reliable and expendable troops, including goblins, bugbears, orcs, evil humans, ogres, and giants. They have a history of training animals for various purposes, such as using oxen and horses for transportation, trained ravens for communication, and vicious wolves to guard prisoners and camps. Some tribes even employ carnivorous apes as fighting beasts, and their cavalry uses trained wargs as mounts. Hobgoblins seek to conquer and control lands with abundant resources found in forests, mountains, near mines, humanoid settlements, or any area with valuable resources. They build and conquer strategically advantageous strongholds, which they use as bases to expand their territory. Before launching attacks, hobgoblins conduct thorough reconnaissance to assess their enemies' strengths and weaknesses. They employ tactics like surrounding strongholds to cut off escape routes and supply lines, slowly starving their enemies. Hobgoblins fortify their strongholds with ditches, fences, gates, guard towers, pit traps, and crude catapults or ballistae. They are relentless in their pursuit of secure holdings. Hobgoblins worship Maglubiet, the Mighty One, the greater god of goblinoids. They believe that when they die in battle, their spirits join the honored ranks of Maglubiet's army on the plain of Acheron, showing no fear of death in the heat of battle. A homunculus is a small, squirrel-sized construct created through a ritual using clay, ash, mandrake root, and blood. It serves as an extension of its creator, sharing thoughts, senses, and language through a mystical bond. A master can have only one homunculus, and when the master dies, the homunculus also perishes. The homunculus possesses a shared mind with its creator, meaning it has access to all the knowledge, including languages, that its creator possesses. This bond also allows them to share sensory information even over long distances, as long as both are on the same plane. As a versatile companion, a homunculus can serve various purposes such as spying, scouting, acting as an emissary, or delivering messages, making it a valuable asset for spellcasters engaged in secret experimentation or adventuring. While the homunculus is on the same plane of existence as its master, it can magically convey what it senses to its master, and the two can communicate telepathically. The Hook Horror, a formidable predator in the depths of the Underdark, fiercely protects its hunting territory. These creatures are commonly found in subterranean caves, where the constant sound of clacking and scraping emanates from their hooked limbs as they move along cliffs and cavern walls. The Hook Horror has a distinctive appearance, featuring a vulture-like head and the torso of a massive beetle. Its exoskeleton is adorned with sharp, bony protrusions. The creature derives its name from its long arms and legs, each ending in wickedly curved hooked claws. Communication among hook horrors is unique. They strike their hooks against their own exoskeletons or the surrounding stone surfaces. What may seem like random noise to others is, in fact, a complex language understood exclusively by hook horrors. This echoing communication can carry for miles through the Underdark. Hook horrors are omnivorous, consuming lichens, fungi, plants, and any prey they can capture. Their hooked limbs grant them exceptional grip on rocky surfaces, enabling them to ambush prey from above. They often hunt in packs, coordinating their efforts to take down larger and more dangerous foes. When faced with a losing battle, a hook horror can swiftly climb cavern walls to escape. These creatures live in extended family groups or clans, with each clan led by the eldest female. Typically, the female appoints her mate as the leader of the clan's hunters. Hook horrors reproduce by laying eggs, which are carefully guarded and clustered in a well-defended central area within their home caverns. The Hydra is a reptilian creature with a crocodilian body and multiple heads on long, serpentine necks. These heads can be severed but regrow magically, with the typical specimen having 5 heads. Legend has it that at the dawn of time, Tiamat, the queen of evil dragons, defeated a rival dragon god named Lernia and scattered her blood across the multiverse. Each drop of this blood spawned a multi-headed Hydra driven by an insatiable hunger comparable to the fallen god's hatred. Many brave champions have tested their mettle against these formidable creatures. Hydras are relentless and gluttonous predators, tearing apart their prey in a feeding frenzy. When they exhaust the available food in an area and drive off potential competitors, they move on in search of new meals. If a Hydra cannot find food, its hunger is so extreme that it may turn on itself, with its heads attacking each other in a gruesome act of self-cannibalism. These creatures are hardy and naturally adapt to aquatic environments such as rivers, lake shores, ocean shallows, and wetland bogs. They typically do not require shelter, except in colder regions where they seek refuge in sheltered caverns and ruins. Even during rest, at least one of a Hydra's heads remains awake and alert, making it challenging to catch them by surprise. Hydras possess several notable abilities. They can hold their breath for up to 1 hour. When a Hydra has more than one head, it gains advantages on saving throws against various conditions like being blinded, charmed, deafened, frightened, stunned, or knocked unconscious. If a Hydra takes 25 or more damage in a single turn, one of its heads dies. If all heads die, the Hydra dies. However, at the end of its turn, it grows 2 heads for each one lost, unless it has suffered fire damage, regaining hit points for each head regrown in this way. Even while asleep, at least one of a Hydra's heads remains alert and awake, ensuring constant vigilance against threats. The Intellect Devourer is a grotesque creature resembling a walking brain with clawed legs and a protective outer shell. This aberration is known for its sinister purpose. to feed on the intelligence of sentient beings and take control of their bodies on behalf of its Mind Flayer masters. Intellect Devourers are bred by Mind Flayers to serve as hunters in the treacherous depths of the Underdark. They are created by taking the brain of a thrall and subjecting it to a gruesome ritual. As the brain transforms and sprouts legs, it becomes an intelligent predator as wicked and malevolent as its creators. These creatures are deadly puppet masters. An intellect devourer devours the mind and memories of its victim, turning the host body into a mere puppet under its control. Typically, it uses the puppet host to lure more potential victims into the clutches of the Mind Flayers, where they may either be enthralled or devoured. Intellect devourers possess notable abilities. They can sense the presence and location of any creature with intelligence within a range of 300 feet, even through barriers unless the creature is protected by a mind blank spell. Through an intelligence contest, the Intellect Devourer can consume the brain of an incapacitated humanoid within 5 feet, teleport into the victim's skull, and take control of the host body. While inside the host, it enjoys total cover against external attacks and effects. The Intellect Devourer retains its own mental attributes, understanding of deep speech, telepathy, and traits, but adopts the host's physical statistics, knowledge, including spells, and languages. If the host body drops to 0 hit points, the Intellect Devourer is forced out. A protection from evil and good spell also drives it out, as does the target regaining its brain through a wish spell. The Intellect Devourer can voluntarily leave the body, teleporting to the nearest unoccupied space within 5 feet, causing the host body to die unless its brain is restored within 1 round. The Invisible Stalker is a creature born of air elemental origin, summoned from its native plane and transformed through potent magic. Its sole purpose is to serve its summoner by tracking down creatures or retrieving objects as directed. When defeated or when the magic binding it expires, an Invisible Stalker vanishes in a gust of wind. Once created, an Invisible Stalker remains by its summoner's side until given a specific task. If the assignment doesn't involve hunting or recovering, the magic that created it dissolves, and the elemental is freed. However, if the task involves hunting, the Invisible Stalker fulfills its duty and then returns to its summoner for further commands. It is bound to serve until the magic that binds it inevitably expires. In the unfortunate event of its summoner's demise before that, the Invisible Stalker vanishes upon completing its task. Invisible Stalkers are far from willing servants. They harbor resentment toward any tasks assigned to them and may pervert the intent of a command unless it is carefully worded. These creatures are inherently invisible, composed of air, and remain so even during attacks. While a creature may sense the presence of an Invisible Stalker passing by, it remains imperceptible. Spells that reveal invisible beings only unveil the vague outline of an invisible stalker. Notably, Invisible Stalkers have an elemental nature, requiring no air, food, drink, or sleep to sustain themselves. Jackalwares are not your ordinary jackals. They are tainted by demonic power and are known for their malevolent nature, often haunting roads and trails to waylay and murder those unfortunate enough to cross their path. These creatures have 3 physical forms that they can shift between. In their true form, they are indistinguishable from normal jackals. They can also take on a human guise, often appearing gaunt and affecting a wretched demeanor to gain the trust of strangers. However, when the moment is right, they assume their humanoid jackal hybrid form, standing on 2 legs with a jackal's fur and head as they launch their attacks. Jackalwaries were created by the demon lord Graz'zt to serve his devoted servants, the Lamias. He reached out from the abyss, granting jackals the gift of speech and the ability to assume humanoid forms. Interestingly, a jackalware is physically pained when speaking the truth, making it an adept deceiver. These creatures are known for their beguiling and cowardly nature. They prefer to fight alongside other jackalwares and their jackal companions, becoming fierce and loyal leaders in such groups. Jackalwares have the ability to kidnap humanoids for their Lamia masters, subjecting their victims to a lifetime of slavery or an agonizing death. They possess a magical gaze that can render foes unconscious, making it easier for them to abduct creatures or escape from deadly enemies by incapacitating them temporarily. Kenku are unique feathered humanoids known for their wandering, driven by their insatiable greed. They possess an extraordinary talent. They can flawlessly imitate any sound they hear. These creatures wear mismatched, ill-fitting clothing to conceal their sleek, feathered bodies, which are adorned with shrouds to cover their bare arms and legs. Kenku have talon-like feet designed for grasping branches and seizing prey. They move silently and cautiously, avoiding drawing attention to their peculiar forms. In the past, Kenku were creatures of the sky, embracing the freedom of the wind and singing in the melodious language of birds. They served an enigmatic master whose identity is now lost to their memory. However, their covetous nature led them to desire the treasures in their master's home and the ability to speak. They managed to steal the secret of speech from their master's library, but were discovered in their deception. As punishment for their greed, their wings were stripped away, forever condemning them to a life of begging. Kenku communicate through sound mimicry. They can imitate almost any sound they've heard, using this talent to convey their needs or emotions. When mimicking voices, they can only repeat words and phrases they've heard, unable to construct entirely new sentences. Conversations with Kenku often involve a performance of imitated sounds and can be quite perplexing. These feathered creatures have an intricate method of communication among themselves, relying on subtle glances, gestures, and succinct sounds to convey complex ideas or emotions. They also develop secret codes, using specific sounds to signal various commands or warnings within their groups. Kenku's mimicry skills extend to handwriting, making them valuable forgers. Criminal organizations often employ Kenku to create counterfeit documents or evidence to frame others for crimes. Despite their cunning and talents, all Kenku share a deep yearning to fly once more. Their self-imposed punishments often involve wearing false wings, and they tragically execute condemned individuals by casting them from great heights, a cruel reminder of the wings they once possessed. Kobolds are reptilian humanoids known for their servitude to evil dragons. They consider these dragons to be demigods and willingly serve them. While they occasionally inhabit dragon lairs, they more commonly infest dungeons, scavenging treasures to add to their modest hoards. These creatures, called kobolds, are egg-laying and mature quickly. Despite potentially living for over a century as great worms, many do not make it past their first decade due to their physical weakness, making them vulnerable to predators. To counter this vulnerability, they rely on their strength in numbers, using sheer quantity to win battles, often at the cost of significant casualties. Kobolds compensate for their physical shortcomings with their talent for trap-making and tunneling. Their lairs consist of low tunnels that favor their small stature, hindering larger creatures. These lairs are also filled with a variety of traps, some of which employ natural hazards and other creatures. For example, tripwires might trigger spring-loaded traps that release dangerous substances or creatures upon intruders. In addition to their dragon reverence, kobolds worship a lesser deity named Kurtulmak. Legend has it that Kurtulmak was once a vassal of Tiamat in the Nine Hells until a gnome god, Garl Glittergold, played a trick on him. This prank led to Kurtulmak's eternal imprisonment in an underground maze, fueling kobold hatred for gnomes and their love for pranks. Devout kobold worshippers dedicate themselves to finding and freeing their trapped god. Some kobolds, known as URDs, are born with leathery wings that grant them flight. These winged kobolds enjoy perching on high ledges and dropping rocks on unsuspecting passers-by. However, these winged individuals, seen as recipients of Tiamat's gifts, often clash with their wingless kobold counterparts who envy their abilities. Beneath the ocean's surface, the Kraken rests, awaiting a mysterious signal or call. Sailors of the open sea often forget the reasons their ancestors feared the ocean. while underwater races have gaps in their history tied to the appearance of this tentacled terror. In the distant past, krakens were once formidable servants of the gods, but later broke free from servitude. When a kraken emerges, it inspires fear across entire nations. Even in the deep sea, storms obey its will. This primeval force can obliterate civilization's greatest achievements, disrupting ocean trade and coastal city communication. A kraken's attack is heralded by an ominous darkness and a cloud of inky poison in the water. Galleons and warships fall prey to its tentacles, breaking their masts and claiming ships and crew. Surprisingly, even landlocked areas aren't safe, as krakens can breathe both air and water. Some crawl up rivers, leaving destruction in their wake and nesting in freshwater lakes. Krakens have varied allegiances. Some are akin to gods with devoted followers, while others align with Alhydra, the evil princess of elemental water, using her cultists to exert control over both land and sea. These creatures can calm turbulent seas and provide bountiful fish harvests to those who please them. However, their ancient and devious minds ultimately seek the destruction of all things. Krakens make their homes in dark depths, often dwelling in sunken rifts or caverns filled with debris, treasures, and the wreckage of ships. Couatl are aquatic humanoids with a fish-like appearance. They once inhabited surface shores and islands, but were driven underground by other races. Daylight has become unbearable for them, so they dwell in perpetual darkness. Once, the Illithids enslaved thousands of Couatl, subjecting them to overwhelming psychic oppression. This mental torment drove them insane. Their shattered minds led to the creation of their own gods as a form of protection, especially against the Drow, who have been their enemies since their first encounter. Couatl worship their self-made gods, and if enough of them believe in a god, it can manifest as a physical entity. These divine beings take random or nonsensical forms. One of their revered gods is Blibdul Pulp, the Sea Mother, resembling a human with a crayfish head, claws, and a shell covering her shoulders. This god likely originated from a Couatl's alteration of a broken human statue. When Couatl encounter an Aboleth, they often start worshipping it as a god, blinded by their madness to its sinister intentions. Couatl archpriests rule theocratic domains with fanatical followers. They demand worship of specific gods and possess the powers of high clerics. Devout underlings called whips serve them, and the archpriest's children fight for the throne upon their death. Displeased whips can lose their spellcasting abilities or their lives. Monitors, devoted Couatl, enforce the archpriest's decrees and are skilled in combat, instilling fear among lesser Couatl. Couatl weaponry is designed for capture rather than killing. They commonly use nets and pincer staffs, man-catchers, to immobilize foes. Additionally, their shields are treated with a sticky substance to catch incoming weapons. Couatl avoid heavy armor, relying on their natural rubbery hides for protection. They adorn themselves with jewelry made from scavenged bones, shells, pearls, gems, and carapace fragments. Lamias are malevolent creatures that often inhabit ruined desert cities and long-forgotten monarchs' tombs. They seize the Forsaken and transform these places into seats of their hedonistic rule, surrounded by loyal followers. To accomplish various tasks, Lamias employ jackal wares, who venture into the desolate wastelands to capture slaves and plunder treasures from caravans, camps, and villages. The Lamia's magic conceals their jackal were servants as they carry out these raids. The Lamia's appearance is a striking combination of a beautiful humanoid upper body and a powerful, four-legged leonine lower body. Its predatory nature is evident through its vicious black claws and its craving for torment and humanoid flesh. These decadent creatures enhance their lairs, which are typically ruins, with stolen finery from passing caravans and allusions to mask decay. Astonishing gardens, finely decorated apartments, and numerous slaves contrast sharply with the lair's desolation. Using their intoxicating touch, Lamias weaken the minds of their enemies. making them more susceptible to enchantment spells and turning them into obedient slaves. Those they ensnare with Geas spells engage in elaborate contests for the Lamia's amusement. Lamias are driven by a desire for wealth and slaves. They use scrying spells to monitor their domains, watch trade routes, and locate objects or creatures of interest. They particularly enjoy corrupting adventurers with pure hearts, luring them with magic and their thralls, and then feasting upon their downfall. Beauty and strength are highly prized, and those who don't meet their standards either become the main course in a gruesome feast or are released to meet their fate in the wastelands. In combat, Lamias prefer to fight from a distance, using magic to beguile their foes. If forced into melee, they briefly engage, using their claws and daggers before swiftly retreating to safety. Some Lamias are minions of the demon lord Graz'zt. These Lamias were once mortal servants, granted immortality and monstrous power in exchange for their allegiance. Graz'zt occasionally assigns them to guard important locations, but they remain free to spread evil as they see fit. Liches are the result of powerful wizards who willingly embrace undeath to preserve themselves. They pursue their own power at any cost, with little concern for the affairs of the living. Scheming and insane, they crave long-forgotten knowledge and the most hidden secrets, devising plans that span years, decades, or even centuries. A lich appears as a gaunt and skeletal humanoid, its flesh withered and stretched tight across its bones. Its eyes have decayed, but points of light burn within its empty sockets. Typically, it wears the remnants of fine clothing and jewelry, worn and dulled by the passage of time. The path to lichdom is neither impulsive nor easily undertaken. Wizards seeking lichdom must make pacts with fiends, evil gods, or other malevolent entities. Orcus, the demon prince of undeath, has created numerous leeches. However, those who grant the power of lichdom always demand loyalty and service in exchange. A lich is created through an arcane ritual that binds the wizard's soul to a phylactery, preventing it from departing to the outer planes after death. The phylactery, typically an amulet resembling a small box, contains arcane sigils of naming, binding, immortality, and dark magic inscribed in silver. To complete the transformation, the future lich consumes a vile potion containing poison mixed with the blood of a sentient creature, whose soul is sacrificed to the phylactery. The wizard then dies, only to rise as a lich, with their soul forever bound within the phylactery. To sustain their existence, a lich must periodically feed souls to their phylactery using the imprisonment spell. This traps the target's body and soul within the phylactery, with a 9th level dispel magic being the only means of release. If imprisoned for 24 hours, the creature is utterly destroyed, and only divine intervention can restore it to life. Leeches failing to maintain their bodies through soul sacrifices risk physical deterioration and may become demiliches. When a lich's body is destroyed, a new one forms beside the phylactery within days, coalescing from glowing smoke. To avoid eternal death, liches safeguard their phylacteries in hidden, well-guarded locations. Destroying a phylactery is a complex task, often requiring special rituals, items, or weapons, as each phylactery is unique. Liches occasionally take interest in the world around them, often stirred by significant events that remind them of their past life. Otherwise, they lead a solitary existence, only interacting with creatures whose service benefits their lairs. Many leeches abandon their former names and adopt monikers such as the Black Hand or the Forgotten King. Liches are collectors of spells and magic items, hoarding potions, scrolls, spellbooks, wands, and staves. They readily employ these treasures to defend their lairs when under attack. Liches do not require air, food, drink, or sleep due to their undead nature. Regarding their lairs, leeches often haunt places they favored in life, such as lonely towers, haunted ruins, or black magic academies. Some construct secret tombs guarded by powerful creatures and traps. Every aspect of a lich's lair reflects its cunning, with magic and mundane traps securing it. Undead, constructs, and bound demons hide in shadows, emerging to eliminate intruders who disturb the lich's work. Lizard folk are primitive reptilian humanoids commonly found in swamps and jungles. They establish villages in secluded grottos, half-submerged ruins, and watery caverns. These creatures are highly territorial and rarely interact with other races. They deploy camouflaged scouts to guard their domain and react aggressively to unwelcome visitors, either harassing and driving them away or luring them into dangerous situations with local predators. Lizard folk lack conventional moral concepts and operate on a neutral perspective, prioritizing survival above all else. Any creature that enters their territory becomes a potential target, regardless of whether it's a humanoid, beast, or monster. They are cautious about venturing beyond their borders to avoid becoming prey instead of hunters. While lizard folk can form alliances with neighboring races when they realize the potential benefits, they are initially wary. Once established, these alliances are steadfast and strong, with lizard folk proving to be loyal and fierce allies. Lizard folk have an omnivorous diet, but particularly relish humanoid flesh. Prisoners are often taken to become the centerpiece of feasts and rituals involving activities like dancing, storytelling, and ritual combat. Victims are either cooked and consumed by the tribe or offered as sacrifices to Semuanya, the lizard folk god. Despite not being skilled artisans, lizard folk craft tools and ornamental jewelry from the bones of their kills and fashion shields from the hides and shells of dead monsters. Leadership in lizard folk tribes is typically held by shamans who oversee religious ceremonies honoring Semuanya. Occasionally, a lizard folk tribe produces a powerful figure influenced by Sesenek, a reptilian demon lord. These lizard kings and queens are larger and more cunning than their peers and tend to be thoroughly evil, often challenging a shaman's authority and inciting aggressive behavior among their subjects. Lizard folk speak Draconic, which they likely learned from dragons in ancient times. When encountering dragons in their territory, lizard folk offer tribute to gain favor. Evil dragons may manipulate lizard folk for their purposes, turning them into raiders and plunderers. Lycanthropy is a curse that dates back to ancient times, striking fear into the hearts of many. Those afflicted by this curse can transform from their normal humanoid selves into ravening beasts. Initially, in their humanoid form, they appear as they always have, but over time they may acquire features reminiscent of their animal form. When they assume their animal form, lycanthropes become powerful versions of the animals they resemble, their eyes betraying a hint of unnatural intelligence, sometimes glowing red in the darkness. Evil lycanthropes often hide within communities, emerging as animals at night to sow terror and violence, especially during a full moon. In contrast, good lycanthropes are reclusive, finding it difficult to coexist with civilized beings. They frequently choose to live alone in the wilderness, far removed from villages and towns. Lycanthropy can be contracted in two ways, by being wounded by a lycanthrope or having one or both parents be lycanthropes. A remove curse spell can free an afflicted lycanthrope from the curse, but for those born with it, only a wish can provide salvation. Lycanthropes have a choice: resist the curse or embrace it. Those who resist maintain their original alignment and personality in their humanoid form, suppressing their bestial urges. However, during a full moon, the curse takes over, transforming them into either their full beast form or a gruesome hybrid form, blending animal and humanoid traits. Once the moon wanes, control returns. For those unaware of their condition, the memory of their transformation may elude them, replaced by haunting, bloody dreams. Others choose to embrace their lycanthropy, mastering their shape-changing abilities over time. They gain the ability to shift at will, often succumbing to bloodlust and turning into opportunistic creatures who prey on the weak. Werebears, powerful lycanthropes, can control their monstrous nature. In their humanoid form, they are large and muscular, covered in fur matching their ursine form. Werebears tend to be loners, fearing the harm they might cause in their bestial state. When they transform, they become enormous, fighting with bear-like ferocity but avoiding biting to prevent the curse from spreading. They pass on lycanthropy selectively, helping the new lycanthrope learn to control it. These solitary creatures act as protectors of their territory, guarding both flora and fauna, and while most are good aligned, some are as evil as other lycanthropes. Wereboars, on the other hand, are ill-tempered and crude. In their humanoid form, they are stocky and muscular with short, stiff hair. In hybrid or animal form, they gain a goring attack to spread the curse. Wereboars infect others indiscriminately, reveling in the savagery that results. They live in family groups in remote forest areas, suspicious of strangers but sometimes allying with orcs. Were-rats are cunning and avaricious lycanthropes. They are wiry and sly in humanoid form, preferring light weapons and ambush tactics. They use their rat form for stealth rather than combat. Were-rats transmit their curse selectively, operating like thieves' guilds. Accidentally cursed or rogue were-rats are hunted down. They thrive in urban settings, often dwelling in sewers and catacombs, with rats and giant rats as their companions. Were-tigers are ferocious hunters with a haughty nature. In humanoid form, they are lithe and sleekly muscular, taller than average. They grow enormous in animal and hybrid form, but prefer to fight in humanoid form. Were-tigers avoid passing on their curse due to competition for territory and prey. They live in jungles on the outskirts of humanoid civilization, sometimes trading with isolated settlements. Finally, the werewolf is a savage predator. In humanoid form, they have heightened senses and a fiery temper. In hybrid form, they have a fearsome humanoid body with a wolf's head. Werewolves can use weapons but prefer to rely on their claws and bite. Most werewolves leave civilized lands to avoid harming loved ones or fear of discovery. In the wild, they form packs with wolves and dire wolves. Magmans are peculiar creatures in the world of D&D. They appear as stumpy humanoids crafted from a black shell of magma, often grinning mischievously. Even when not ablaze, small jets of flame emerge from their porous skin. These creatures are summoned fire elemental spirits brought into the material plane through magic. They exist solely when summoned and are known for their fiery tendencies. Magmans view flammable objects as potential kindling for a grand blaze, only restrained by the control of their summoners. When left unchecked, they can swiftly turn a place into an inferno. Despite their fiery nature, the magman's hard magma shell prevents them from immediately setting everything they touch ablaze. However, their behavior is unpredictable and capricious, and they often remain oblivious to the damage their native element can inflict on creatures of the material plane. In service to their summoners, magmans seek out areas with intense heat, like forest fires or the molten magma of active volcanoes. In other instances, they compulsively create fire, delighting in setting objects aflame with the mere touch of their fingertips. These creatures are agents of chaos and destruction, bound by magical control, but always eager to unleash fiery havoc. The Manticore is a formidable monster with a unique appearance. It features a vaguely humanoid head, the body of a lion, and wings reminiscent of a dragon. A mane runs along its back, and its tail ends in a cluster of lethal spikes capable of impaling prey from a considerable distance. Manticores are predatory creatures with a strong inclination towards evil. They are relentless hunters, scouring the land for potential prey. They often cooperate to take down particularly large or dangerous creatures, sharing the spoils once a kill is achieved. Manticores initiate their attacks by launching a volley of tail spikes, then land to employ their claws and bite. When facing outdoor opponents and finding themselves outnumbered, they take to the skies, attacking from a distance until they exhaust their supply of spikes. While manticores are not known for their intelligence, they possess a malevolent nature and the ability to communicate. During an attack, they taunt and belittle their adversaries, sometimes offering to end their lives swiftly if they plead for mercy. If sparing a creature's life serves their interests, they do so, but not without demanding a tribute or sacrifice equivalent to the food they forego. Manticores often serve wicked masters who treat them well and provide a steady supply of prey. They may offer aerial support to orc hordes, hobgoblin armies, or act as hunting companions for hill giant chiefs or guardians of a Lamia's lair. In terms of territorial rivals, manticores contend with chimeras, griffins, perytons, and wyverns. When hunting in packs, manticores gain an advantage in numbers. Additionally, they hold a deep fear of dragons and actively avoid them. Medusas are creatures both deadly and captivating, bearing the curse of their own vanity. They possess the appearance of alluring beings with serpents for hair, but this beauty conceals a terrible fate for those who gaze upon them. The origin of Medusas lies in the pursuit of eternal youth, beauty, and adoration. Some individuals resort to dark means, seeking the favor of malicious gods, ancient magic from dragons, or the assistance of powerful archmages. These desperate souls offer sacrifices to demon lords or archdevils, often without realizing the curse that accompanies their desires. In exchange, they gain physical beauty, restored youth, immortality, and the adoration of all who see them. However, as the years pass, the price for their vanity and arrogance comes due, and they transform into Medusas. Their once beautiful hair becomes a nest of venomous serpents, and anyone who meets their gaze is turned to stone, a permanent monument to their own corruption. Medusas live in eternal seclusion, cut off from the world due to their monstrous form and the curse they bear. Over time, their homes decay into shadowy ruins, overgrown with thorns and creepers, filled with obstacles and hiding spots. Foolish looters and adventurers who stumble into these ruins often do not realize the Medusa's presence until it is too late. Ironically, Medusas are not immune to their own curse. If they gaze upon their own reflection, they too turn to stone, just like any other mortal. Consequently, Medusas take precautions, eliminating mirrors and reflective surfaces from their lairs to avoid this grim fate. Mephits, imp-like creatures, hail from the elemental planes. There are 6 varieties, each representing a blend of 2 elements. These ageless tricksters gather in large numbers on the elemental planes and in the elemental chaos. Some also find their way to the material plane, where they prefer environments abundant in their base elements. For example, magma mephits, composed of earth and fire, favor volcanic lairs, while ice mephits, combining air and water, prefer frigid locations. Mephits have elemental nature, needing neither food, drink, nor sleep. Dust mephits, formed from earth and air, are drawn to catacombs and have a morbid fascination with death. Ice mephits, created from frigid air and water, are known for their aloofness and extreme cruelty. Magma mephits, comprised of earth and fire, glow red and perspire molten lava. They tend to be slow in understanding others. Mud mephits, made of earth and water, are slow and sticky beings. They constantly voice complaints and beg for attention and treasure. Smoke mephits, a combination of air and fire, emit continuous smoke and are known for their deceitful nature. They enjoy mocking and misleading others. Steam mephits, a fusion of fire and water, leave hot water trails and emit hissing steam. They are bossy and hypersensitive, often considering themselves the leaders of all mephits. Merfolk are aquatic humanoids characterized by the upper body of a human and the lower body of a fish. They often decorate their skin and scales with shell ornaments. Merfolk tribes and kingdoms are spread across the world's oceans, each with its own unique culture and beliefs. Land-dwelling humans rarely encounter merfolk, but tales of romance between the two species are occasionally shared by mariners who have ventured along remote island shores. Merfolk lack the means to craft weapons, books, or buildings beneath the waves. Consequently, they tend to live in small hunter-gatherer tribes, each with its distinct values and principles. On rare occasions, they unite under a single leader, typically in response to a common threat or for conquest, leading to the establishment of undersea kingdoms that can endure for centuries. Merfolk create settlements in various locations, including vast undersea caverns, coral mazes, sunken city ruins, or structures they carve from the rocky seabed. These communities thrive in shallow waters, allowing the passage of time to be marked by the shifting sunlight beneath the surface. They engage in activities such as coral harvesting and seabed farming, similar to land-based agriculture. Only occasionally do they venture into the darkest ocean depths, relying on bioluminescent flora and fauna like jellyfish for illumination. For defense, merfolk craft spears from materials salvaged from shipwrecks, beaches, or deceased undersea creatures. These spears serve as their primary means of protection, safeguarding their settlements from threats that may arise in their underwater world. Merrow are fearsome creatures that inhabit coastal waters, posing a significant threat to fisherfolk, merfolk, and any other unsuspecting prey that crosses their path. These savage monsters seize and devour their victims, often bringing the drowned remains back to their underwater grottos for sustenance. The origins of the Merrow trace back to a tribe of merfolk who discovered an idol of Demogorgon deep beneath the sea. Unaware of its true nature, they brought the artifact to their king, and anyone who touched it succumbed to madness. The king, afflicted by this madness, decreed a sacrificial ritual to open a gateway to the abyss. The ocean ran red with the blood of slaughtered merfolk, but the ritual succeeded, leading the survivors through the underwater gate to Demogorgon's lair in the abyss. Over generations, the abyss warped and transformed them into hulking, malevolent monstrosities, giving rise to the first Merrow. Merrow often act as the enforcers of the Prince of Demons, sent back to the material plane to sow chaos in the oceans. They are bullies by nature, attacking any creature smaller or weaker than themselves, relishing in acts of aggression. Their underwater abodes are filled with treasures and trophies collected from their victims and sunken ships. To mark their territory, Merrow use strands of kelp to tie the rotting corpses of their foes and drowned sailors, creating macabre boundaries in the depths of the ocean. Mimics are predatory creatures capable of shape-shifting, assuming the guise of inanimate objects to deceive and ensnare unsuspecting prey. Within dungeons and underground passages, these cunning beings often take on the appearance of doors and chests, knowing that these forms attract curious explorers. Mimics possess the ability to alter their outer texture, mimicking materials like wood or stone. They have evolved to mimic objects that other creatures are likely to interact with. When in their disguised form, mimics are nearly indistinguishable from genuine objects until potential prey stumbles into their trap. At that point, the mimic swiftly transforms, sprouting pseudopods and launching an attack. Mimics secrete a sticky adhesive when they change shape, allowing them to grasp onto both prey and weapons that come into contact with them. This adhesive is later absorbed when the mimic shifts back to its amorphous form or moves itself using the affected parts. Mimics are solitary hunters, although they might occasionally share their hunting grounds with other creatures. While most mimics possess only predatory intelligence, a rare few have evolved to become more cunning. These advanced mimics can engage in simple conversations in common or undercommon, and may offer safe passage through their territories or provide valuable information in exchange for food. Mind Flayers, also known as Illithids, are formidable adversaries that plague sentient beings across numerous worlds. These psionic tyrants are masters of mind control, enslavement, and interdimensional exploration, sporting octopus-like heads with 4 tentacles that eagerly flex when they sense the presence of sentient creatures. In ancient times, Illithids ruled vast empires that spanned multiple worlds. They subjected and twisted entire races of humanoid slaves, including the Githyanki, Githzerai, Grimlocks, and Quotoa. Linked by a shared consciousness, they continue to hatch malevolent plots as vast and sinister as their unfathomable intellects allow. Following the fall of their empires, Illithid collectives on the material plane took refuge in the dark and treacherous Underdark. These creatures possess formidable psionic abilities, allowing them to dominate the minds of beings such as troglodytes, grimlocks, quaggoths, and ogres. Illithids prefer telepathic communication and employ it to command their thralls. When faced with formidable resistance, Illithids avoid direct combat, instead directing their thralls to engage their foes. These thralls act as extensions of the Illithid's thoughts, offering themselves as shields to protect their master's escape. The majority of illithids belong to colonies of sibling mind flayers that venerate an elder brain. This massive brain-like entity resides in a briny pool at the heart of a mind flayer community. Over a range of 5 miles, the elder brain telepathically conveys its desires to every individual illithid, capable of managing multiple mental conversations simultaneously. Illithids sustain themselves by consuming the brains of humanoids. These brains provide essential enzymes, hormones, and psychic energy for their survival. A well-fed illithid secretes a thin mucus layer that coats its mauve-colored skin. Feasting upon a humanoid brain brings euphoria to an illithid, absorbing not only the brain, but also its memories, personality, and deepest fears. On occasion, mind flayers harvest brains rather than consuming them, employing them in strange experiments or transforming them into intellect devourers. Minotaurs, fearsome and savage creatures, evoke dread with their thunderous roars. Born into existence through dark demonic rituals, they are relentless conquerors and predators, their fur matted with the blood of their fallen adversaries and the scent of death trailing behind them. These creatures are solitary carnivores, often found prowling labyrinthine dungeons, twisted caves, primeval forests, and the maze-like remnants of long-forgotten ruins. Minotaurs possess an innate ability to visualize every possible route to their prey, driven by an insatiable hunger for carnage that overwhelms all reason and thought. When caught in a blood rage, they charge with reckless abandon, using their powerful horns as battering rams before cleaving their victims in two. Strategic planning and tactics hold little appeal for minotaurs, making them formidable and unpredictable opponents. Minotaurs are not inclined to organization, respect for authority, or hierarchy. They are notoriously difficult to enslave or control, often resisting any attempt to dominate them. The origins of Minotaurs trace back to cults known as the Cults of the Horned King, created by Demon Lord Baphomet, also known as the Horned King. Inductees into these cults, often mistaking them for druidic or totemic religions, undergo rituals that involve entering a labyrinth while wearing ceremonial animal masks. Initially, cultists engage in primal acts like hunting and killing wild beasts, but as they progress, these cults turn towards darker rituals, culminating in humanoid sacrifices, often those who attempted to escape the cult after discovering its sinister secrets. These mystery cults remain hidden from the world, and only their highest-ranking leaders are aware of their true connection to the Demon Lord Baphomet. It is he who transforms the cultists into minotaurs, reflecting his own savage form. Over time, some of these minotaurs breed among themselves, giving rise to an independent race of Baphomet's savage offspring in the material world. Modrons are creatures of unwavering law and order, residing in the plane of Mechanus, where they diligently oversee the eternal machinery that keeps their plane running smoothly. They exist in a highly structured hierarchy, and their existence revolves around maintaining perfect order in the multiverse. Guided by their supreme leader Primus, Modrons carry out their duties with absolute obedience, efficiency, and a complete absence of morality or ego. Their minds are interconnected in a hierarchical pyramid, with each Modron receiving commands from superiors and delegating orders to subordinates. These beings have no sense of self. They think collectively as a unified collective, referring to themselves as we or us. Communication among Modrons is limited to their own rank and those immediately above and below them. Modrons of differing ranks cannot understand each other, as they are either too advanced or too simple in their thought processes. In Mechanus, the plane itself ensures the perpetuation of Modrons. When a Modron is destroyed, it disintegrates, and a replacement from the next lower rank instantly transforms, assuming the physical form of its new rank. This process continues down the hierarchy until the lowest levels, where Primus personally creates new Modrons. Every 289 years, when the gears of Mechanus complete 17 cycles, Primus initiates the Great Modron March. This monumental event involves sending a massive army of Modrons across the outer planes on what appears to be a reconnaissance mission. The march is fraught with danger, and only a fraction of the Modrons return to Mechanus. Monodrones are the lowest ranked Modrons. They can perform one simple task at a time and relay a message of up to 48 words. Duodrones, with their blocky forms, supervise groups of monodrones and are capable of handling up to 2 tasks simultaneously. Tridrones, resembling inverted pyramids, take charge of lesser Modrons during battles and conflicts. Quadrones are skilled combatants, serving as artillery and field officers in Modron armies. Pentadrones have the ability to oversee Mechanus' working populace and adapt to new situations as necessary. Mummies are undead creatures created through dark funerary rituals. They rise from their tombs with an unholy curse, punishing transgressors who disturb their rest. To preserve their bodies, mummies undergo an embalming process that involves removing organs, using preserving oils and herbs, and wrapping the corpse in linen bandages. The creation of an undead mummy is a result of a priest of a death god or dark deity imbuing a prepared corpse with necromantic magic. This process involves inscribing necromantic markings on the linen wrappings and concluding with an invocation to darkness. A mummy awakens when certain conditions specified by the ritual are met, most commonly transgressions against its tomb, treasures, lands, or loved ones. Individuals turned into mummies may have been powerful individuals who displeased a high priest or pharaoh, committed crimes such as treason, adultery, or murder, and were thus cursed with eternal undeath. Mummies also serve as tomb guardians and can be created from slaves put to death for a specific purpose. A mummy follows the conditions and parameters set by the ritual that created it, driven to punish transgressors. The terror preceding a mummy's attack can paralyze its victim with fright. Following a mummy's touch, the victim's body rots from the outside in until it turns to dust. To end a mummy's curse, rare magic can undo the ritual, allowing the mummy to truly die. More commonly, the transgression that caused the mummy to rise must be undone. This may involve returning stolen treasures to the tomb, replacing a sacred idol, or purifying a desecrated temple. Some offenses, like revealing a mummy's secret or killing someone the mummy loved, cannot be easily remedied. While mummies can speak, they seldom do so. Some mummies serve as undead repositories of lost lore, consulted by descendants seeking their knowledge. Mummy lords are even more potent mummies, retaining memories and personality from their former lives. Created through a more potent ritual, mummy lords possess supernatural resilience. They wield powerful weapons and magic associated with their past and are a formidable undead presence. Myconids are intelligent fungi residing in the depths of the Underdark. They seek enlightenment and are averse to violence. If approached peacefully, myconids are hospitable and may provide shelter or safe passage through their colonies. Myconid society is organized into circles, with the largest myconid serving as the sovereign overseeing one or more circles. A circle typically consists of 20 or more myconids who live, work, and engage in a unique practice known as melding. Melding is a form of communal meditation facilitated by their rapport spores, which bind participants into a collective consciousness. During melding, hallucination spores induce a shared dream that serves as a source of entertainment and social interaction. Myconids consider melding to be the central purpose of their existence. They use their rapport spores to communicate telepathically with other sentient creatures. Myconids reproduce through spores, much like other fungi, carefully regulating the release of spores to avoid overpopulation. Additionally, myconids possess the ability to transform creatures into spore servants using their animating spores. This transformation is applicable to large or smaller creatures that were once flesh and blood. The resulting spore servant gains specific characteristics as a result of this transformation. Nagas, intelligent serpents, dwell in ancient ruins, accumulating arcane knowledge and treasures. Originally created as immortal guardians by a now-forgotten humanoid race, they consider themselves the rightful heirs to their master's wealth. Industrious and determined, they occasionally leave their lairs to acquire magical items and rare spellbooks. Nagas are immune to time's effects and diseases. Even if struck down, their immortal spirits re-emerge in new bodies within days, persisting in their eternal pursuits. These serpentine beings rule their domains with unwavering authority, whether through benevolence or tyranny, asserting their dominance over all creatures within. Nagas harbor a long-standing rivalry with Yuan-Ti, both races viewing themselves as the pinnacle of serpentine evolution. Despite occasional cooperation, tensions simmer as Yuan-Ti resist Naga authority. Nagas subsist without the need for air, food, drink, or sleep. In response to their conflict with Nagas, Yuan-Ti devised a necromantic ritual. This ritual transforms living Nagas into skeletal undead servitors, known as Bone Nagas, who retain only a fraction of their former spells. Guardian Nagas, wise and benevolent, safeguard sacred places and powerful artifacts from malevolent forces. They prefer warning intruders, but unleash their spells and venomous spittle upon persistent foes. Spirit Nagas, residing in shadowy realms, nurse grudges against those they believe have wronged them. They dwell in dismal caverns, devising spells and enslaving mortals. These cunning creatures charm their enemies, luring them close to deliver venomous bites. The Nightmare, a fearsome creature, emerges amidst swirling smoke with a body cloaked in dark, fiery hues. It moves with unearthly speed, disappearing in a burst of sulphurous vapor. Often referred to as a demon horse or hell horse, the Nightmare serves as a steed for exceptionally malevolent beings, such as demons, devils, death knights, leeches, and night hags. Its appearance resembles that of a fiendish horse, and its fiery red eyes betray its sinister intelligence. Nightmares can be summoned from the lower planes, but they show no loyalty to their summoners unless a worthy sacrifice is offered as sustenance upon their arrival. These creatures do not occur naturally. They must be crafted from Pegasi. The creation of a nightmare involves a ritual that cruelly removes the Pegasus's wings, driving the once noble creature toward evil as it undergoes a transformation through dark magic. In the depths of darkness, a malevolent eye gleams, hinting at an eerie intelligence and unsettling malice. Typically, a Nothik observes and assesses the creatures it encounters. When provoked to violence, it employs a dreadful gaze that withers flesh from the bones of its adversaries. Some wizards consumed by a relentless pursuit of arcane knowledge meet a dismal fate. A dark curse linked to Vecna, a powerful lich who, in certain realms, has ascended to godhood, transforms these once proud spellcasters into Nothiks. Nothiks, however, retain no memory of their former selves, lurking in shadows and haunting places rich in arcane wisdom, driven by memories and impulses they cannot fully comprehend. Nothiks possess an uncanny magical insight that enables them to extract knowledge from other creatures. This grants them a unique understanding of secret and forbidden lore, which they share in exchange for a price. Nothiks are covetous of magic items and readily accept such offerings from those who seek their knowledge. Nothiks are known for infiltrating arcane academies and other locations teeming with magical learning. They are motivated by a vague awareness that a method exists to reverse their condition. It's not a clear sense of purpose, but rather an obsessive tug at the edges of their minds. Some clever Nothiks realize that this is merely a part of the enigmatic lesson of their folly, a false hope intended to drive them to uncover more arcane secrets. Ogres, known for their immense strength and sluggish intellect, sustain themselves through raiding, scavenging, and hunting for both sustenance and enjoyment. Typically, these creatures stand between 9 and 10 feet tall and weigh nearly 1,000 pounds. Ogres possess fiery tempers, easily provoked by the slightest perceived offense. Insults, name-calling, or even a sideways glance can trigger their wrath. In moments of fury, ogres engage in destructive tantrums until their targets or objects to smash run out. Ogres have an omnivorous diet, but particularly relish the taste of dwarves, halflings, and elves. They often chase their prey for sport before devouring them raw. Some ogres fashion crude garments and macabre jewelry from the remains of their victims, considering it the pinnacle of their culture. Ogres covet the possessions of others, accumulating treasures in rough sacks during their raids. Their loot might include battered helmets, moldy cheese, fur cloaks, or even a squealing pig. The glitter of gold and silver especially excites them, and they frequently fight over small amounts of coin. Offering them gold or suitable weapons can earn their trust. Ogres generally lack intellectual prowess, struggling with basic counting and communicating in rudimentary giant and some common words. They are gullible and easily deceived, but tend to break things they don't comprehend. Those who try to outwit them often find themselves in peril. Ogres dress in animal pelts, fashion crude tools from uprooted trees, and create stone-tipped javelins for hunting. They settle near the fringes of civilized lands, preying on livestock, poorly defended stores, and unwary farmers. They take over cabins or isolated farmhouses, killing the occupants and making these locations their lairs. Ogres live in caves, animal dens, or under trees until they locate a suitable dwelling, attacking anything in their path when bored or hungry. They move on once the area is depleted of food. Occasionally, ogres form small, nomadic groups, although they lack a strong sense of tribalism. When these bands meet, they might capture members from the other group to bolster their own. However, ogre bands are just as likely to trade members, especially when one group has an abundance of food and weapons. Ogres frequently ally with other monsters to bully or prey on weaker creatures, associating freely with goblinoids, orcs, trolls, and showing particular reverence for giants. When ogres mate with humans, hobgoblins, bugbears, or orcs, the result is always a half-ogre. Such unions are fatal for human mothers. These half-ogres, also known as ogrions, typically stand at 8 feet tall and weigh around 450 pounds. Oni, creatures of folklore and dread, are not the mere stuff of nursery rhymes. They are real and relentlessly ravenous. These demonic ogres possess blue or green skin, dark hair, and 2 short ivory horns on their foreheads. Their eyes are dark with strikingly white pupils, while their teeth and claws are jet black. Oni conceal their true forms with magic during daylight hours, gaining the trust of those they plan to betray under the shroud of darkness. They possess the ability to change both their size and shape, adopting humanoid appearances as they infiltrate towns, masquerading as travelers, woodcutters, or villagers. In these forms, they assess the inhabitants of settlements, devising methods to abduct and consume their chosen victims. Oni are often referred to as ogre mages due to their innate magical prowess. While distantly related to true ogres, they share a penchant for forming alliances with other malevolent creatures. Oni willingly serve as henchmen if it promises riches or access to a well-defended sanctuary. They have a strong affinity for magic and readily collaborate with wicked wizards and hags in exchange for valuable magical artifacts and items. Oozes thrive in darkness, avoiding bright light and extreme temperatures. They traverse the damp underground, dissolving any creature or object they can consume, moving along the ground, dripping from walls and ceilings, and spreading around underground pools. The warning sign of an ooze's presence is often the painful touch of its acidic substance. Oozes are attracted to warmth and movement, feeding on organic material and resorting to grime, fungi, and offal when prey is scarce. Experienced adventurers recognize that a spotlessly clean passage may indicate an ooze's lair nearby. Oozes kill their prey slowly, with some types engulfing creatures to prevent escape. The silver lining to this agonizing demise is that the victim's companions can potentially rescue them in time. As oozes don't digest all substances, some contain coins, metal gear, bones, and debris within their gelatinous bodies, providing a source of treasure when slain. Despite their lack of intelligence, some creatures understand oozes' need to feed and manipulate them into useful roles. Clever monsters may employ oozes to defend passages or dispose of waste. Alternatively, oozes can be enticed into pit traps, where they are fed regularly to prevent them from pursuing their captors. Crafty individuals strategically place torches and braziers to deter oozes from entering certain tunnels or rooms. According to certain sources, oozes are fragments or offspring of the demon lord Juiblex. While this claim's veracity remains uncertain, Juiblex is one of the few beings capable of controlling oozes and granting them a degree of intelligence. Typically, oozes lack tactics or self-preservation instincts, acting straightforwardly and predictably. Under Juiblex's control, they may exhibit traces of sentience and malicious intent. Oozes do not require sleep. A black pudding resembles a heaving mass of sticky black sludge, often appearing as a shadowy blot in dim passages. It dissolves flesh, wood, metal, and bone, leaving behind wiped clean stone. Gelatinous cubes traverse dungeon corridors in a silent, predictable manner, leaving perfectly clean paths in their wake. They consume living tissue while sparing bones and other materials. Gelatinous cubes are nearly transparent, making them challenging to spot until they attack. A well-fed cube may be easier to notice, as objects and bones of its victims are suspended within. A gray ooze represents stone transformed into liquid by chaos. When it moves, it slithers like a fluid snake, rising to strike when attacking. Ochre jellies are yellowish blobs that can infiltrate spaces through doors and narrow cracks while pursuing their prey. They possess enough instinct to avoid large groups of enemies and often follow their prey at a safe distance. Ochre jellies swiftly dissolve flesh but have no effect on substances like bone, wood, and metal. Orcs are savage marauders characterized by their stooped posture, low foreheads, and piggish faces with prominent lower canines resembling tusks. They worship Grumsh, the most powerful of orc deities who created them. Legend has it that when Grumsh tried to claim various territories for orcs, he found them already occupied by other races, leading to his everlasting enmity with humans, elves, dwarves, and more. Orcs harbor a particular hatred for elves due to Grumsh's eye being half-blinded by the elven god Corellon Larethian. This injury has fueled orc joy in slaughtering elves. In a grim tradition, Grumsh grants divine power to any champion who willingly plucks out one of their eyes in his honor. Orcs form tribes that satisfy their bloodlust by raiding and plundering, attacking villages, hunting roaming herds, and slaughtering humanoids. After raiding, orcs pillage wealth and useful items before setting fire to the remains and retreating. To remain near potential targets, orcs establish temporary strongholds in ruins, cavern complexes, and defeated foes' villages. These strongholds prioritize defense over innovation or improvement. When their current territory is depleted, orc tribes split into roving bands to scout for new hunting grounds, returning with trophies and news of potential targets. Orc tribes are usually patriarchal, led by chiefs with vivid or grotesque titles such as Many Arrows and Elf Ripper. Occasionally, a powerful war chief unites scattered tribes into a formidable horde, overwhelming other tribes and humanoid settlements. Strength and power are highly regarded in orc culture, leading them to embrace creatures like ogres, trolls, half-orcs, and orogs in their ranks. They also serve evil giants willingly, ranking beneath giants in the social structure known as the Ordning. Luthic, the orc goddess of fertility, encourages frequent and indiscriminate procreation. Orcs readily crossbreed with other races, resulting in half-orcs and even half-ogres known as ograyons. The war chief of an orc tribe must command fear and respect to maintain their reign. They receive blessings from Grumsh himself, allowing their weapons to cause more harm in battle. King Obuld is a legendary orc war chief in the Forgotten Realms. He established a kingdom in the spine of the world after years of conflict with neighboring dwarves, humans, and elves. He even brokered a peace treaty with his enemies, which was met with both confusion and suspicion. When an orc slays an elf in Grumsh's name and offers the corpse as a sacrifice, an aspect of the god may appear. It may grant the orc spellcasting abilities and the right to be called an Eye of Grumsh, provided they pluck out one of their own eyes as a sign of devotion. Orog are orcs blessed with intelligence, often living underground but occasionally venturing to the surface to hunt. They are stronger and smarter than ordinary orcs, using their strength to dominate other orcs and their intelligence to outmaneuver enemies. Orog detachments are formed within larger orc hordes, leading the way in attacks. These superior beings may challenge orc war chiefs, creating tensions. Orogs have no emotional attachments, even to family members, and worship orc deities like Grumsh and Luthik solely because of their physical might. Some Orogs become independent mercenary bands, serving as elite warriors and shock troops for evil beings in exchange for rewards. The Otyu is a peculiar and grotesque creature with a distinctive appearance. It stands on 3 sturdy legs, and atop its bloated body sits a vine-like stalk that bears its eyes and nose. 2 rubbery tentacles extend from its body, ending in spiky, leaf-like appendages, which it uses to shovel food into its wide, gaping maw. Otyugs have a rather unsettling behavior when it comes to hunting. They bury themselves under piles of carrion and refuse, leaving only their sensory stalk exposed. When a potential meal happens to come by, the Otyu's tentacles spring from the filth and swiftly capture their prey. These creatures are opportunistic ambush predators and employ a limited form of telepathy to manipulate sentient creatures, luring them towards their lairs. In some cases, they might even mimic something else to attract their victims. Otyugs are creatures of darkness and prefer dimly lit environments. They tolerate bright light only when there's an abundance of carrion or garbage nearby. They often inhabit stagnant swamps, scum-covered ponds, and damp forest areas. The stench of graveyards, city sewers, village waste heaps, and animal pens filled with manure attracts them to more populated areas. Otyugs have a strange penchant for accumulating various items within their nests. These items are often the discarded possessions of their victims mixed in with the garbage. Interestingly, sentient subterranean beings have learned to coexist with Otyugs. They employ these creatures as garbage disposals, providing them with ample sustenance in exchange for their guardianship. As long as they are well fed, Otyugs typically refrain from attacking other creatures. However, it's crucial to provide them with enough waste, carrion, and meat, as underestimating their voracious appetite can lead to unexpected consequences, including the Otyu turning on its keeper and devouring them after depleting its food source. The owlbear is a creature that strikes fear into the hearts of those who venture into dark forests and valleys. Its appearance is a bizarre amalgamation of a bear's body and an owl's head. Feathers cover its shaggy, bear-like coat, and its large, round eyes glare menacingly from its owlish visage. Owlbears are renowned for their ferocity, aggression, stubbornness, and bad temper. They are among the most feared predators in the wild. Hungry owlbears fear little and are known to attack without provocation. Even creatures larger and stronger than owlbears tend to avoid confrontations with them, as these creatures care little for the superior strength of their foes. These creatures are consummate predators, primarily active from sunset into the darkest hours of the night. They use hooting or screeching sounds to declare territory, seek mates, or flush out prey in their familiar forested hunting grounds. Owlbears establish their dens in caves or ruins littered with the bones of their prey. They drag partially devoured kills back to their lairs and store portions of carcasses among the surrounding rocks, bushes, and trees. The scent of blood and rotting flesh around their lair attracts scavengers, creating a perpetual cycle of luring more prey. Owlbears typically hunt alone or in mated pairs. If food is abundant, they may stay together as a family for extended periods, but they usually part ways once the young are capable of hunting on their own. Taming owlbears is a challenging endeavor due to their stubborn and aggressive nature. However, with time, patience, and ample food, intelligent creatures can train owlbears to recognize them as masters, turning them into loyal guards or even mounts. Some communities, like elven villages, encourage owlbears to den beneath their treetop homes, using them as natural defenders during the night. Hobgoblins employ owlbears as war beasts, while giants sometimes keep them as pets. Starved owlbears have been known to appear in gladiatorial arenas where they mercilessly eviscerate and devour their foes. The origins of owlbears remain a subject of debate among scholars. One theory suggests that a demented wizard created the first owlbear by crossing a giant owl with a bear. However, venerable elves claim to have known these creatures for millennia, and some Fae insist that owlbears have always existed in the Feywild. Pegasi, the white-winged horses, are creatures of grace and majesty as they glide through the skies. Their elegant presence is a sight to behold. When they briefly descend to the earth, it's usually to quench their thirst from mountain springs and pristine lakes. However, any sign or sound of another creature startles them, prompting them to take flight once more, disappearing into the sky. Highly regarded as noble mounts, Pegasi are sought after for their swiftness and reliability. Compared to griffins, hippogriffs, and wyverns, Pegasi are both faster and less temperamental. Despite their intelligence, Pegasi cannot be traditionally broken and tamed. Instead, they must be persuaded to serve a good aligned creature as a mount. Once they form this bond, it lasts a lifetime. Pegasi trace their origins to the Olympian glades of Arborea, where they soar through the skies of that plane. In this realm, they serve as faithful mounts to the Seldarine, the pantheon of elven gods. These divine beings have been known to send Pegasi to the material plane to aid those in need. Pegasi mate for life and construct their nests in remote and hard-to-reach locations. Unlike some creatures that lay eggs, Pegasi give birth to live young, adding to the uniqueness of their species. The Periton is a monstrous carnivore known for its preference for humanoid prey, particularly elves, half-elves, and humans. When it hunts and kills a humanoid, the Periton has a gruesome habit of ripping out its victim's heart and taking it back to its nest for consumption. This creature's appearance is a bizarre blend of a bird of prey with the body and wings of a bird and the head of a stag. However, its most peculiar feature is its shadow, which does not reflect its physical form, but instead appears humanoid. The origin of the Periton is shrouded in folklore and mystery. Some scholars believe they were once humans transformed by a curse or magical experiment, while others tell a tale of a woman's dark ritual after her husband's infidelity, which turned carrion birds that feasted on her corpse into the first Peritons. Periton reproduction relies on the consumption of a freshly killed humanoid heart by a female Periton. This unique requirement is essential for their procreation. When a Periton consumes a heart, its shadow briefly reflects its true monstrous form. In combat, Peritons are relentless and single-minded when attacking humanoids. They fight until either they or their prey is defeated. If they are driven away during an attack, they will often stalk their prey from a distance and strike again when an opportunity arises. Peritons are often found roosting atop mountain ridges and lairing in high caves. They prey on creatures in the valleys below and pose a significant threat to travelers on remote mountain roads. These creatures are challenging to defeat as normal weapons are less effective against them. Settlements in their territory often hire adventurers to eliminate Periton nests as a means of protecting their communities from this menacing threat. The creature known as the Piercer is a cunning predator that dwells in the dark recesses of caverns and large underground passages. It has perfected the art of deception by clinging to the ceilings of these subterranean spaces, camouflaging itself seamlessly with the natural rock formations. Piercers are silent hunters, descending from above to impale unsuspecting prey on the ground below. Remarkably, the Piercer is actually the larval form of a roper, another subterranean creature. These two creatures often coordinate their attacks. The Piercer's body is encased in a shell that resembles a stalactite, providing it with a rock-like appearance and texture. This protective shell hides its soft, slug-like upper body, allowing the Piercer to move across cavern walls and ceilings, positioning itself strategically to ambush its prey. When its eye and mouth are closed, a Piercer becomes exceptionally challenging to distinguish from ordinary rock formations. Piercers are patient and deliberate hunters. They possess limited vision, but are highly attuned to noise and heat. They patiently await the passage of living creatures beneath them, then strike swiftly from above. If a piercer misses its initial attack, it must slowly make its way back to the ceiling. To deter potential predators, a fallen piercer excretes a foul-smelling slime, dissuading most creatures from attempting to consume it. Intriguingly, piercers tend to gather in colonies to maximize their hunting efficiency. They coordinate their attacks, dropping simultaneously to increase the likelihood of successfully impaling their prey. Once a piercer claims a kill, its fellow colony members gradually approach the corpse to join in the gruesome feast. Pixies, diminutive and ethereal creatures, stand at a mere foot in height. They bear a striking resemblance to tiny elves with gossamer wings reminiscent of dragonflies or butterflies. These delicate wings shimmer with the brilliance of the clear dawn and the luminance of a full moonrise. Pixies possess an insatiable curiosity, akin to cats, and are as timid as deer. They move about freely, often choosing to spy on other creatures, barely able to contain their excitement. The overwhelming urge to introduce themselves and establish friendships is a defining trait of pixies. However, this desire is tempered by their deep-seated fear of capture or harm, keeping them cautious. When wandering through a glade inhabited by pixies, one might never catch a glimpse of these creatures, but you might hear the occasional giggle, gasp, or sigh echoing through the air. Pixies possess a sense of regal elegance akin to princes and princesses of the Fae. They attire themselves in flowing gowns and doublets crafted from silk that shimmers like moonlight on a tranquil pond. Some opt for attire made from acorns, leaves, bark, or the pelts of tiny woodland creatures. Pixies take immense pride in their outfits and radiate joy when their ensembles receive compliments. These Fae creatures wield innate magic, allowing them to remain invisible at will. Their presence leaves a mark on both the Feywild and the material plane. In their wake, they create frost patterns on winter ponds, awaken blossoms in spring, drape flowers with summer dew, and transform leaves into the blazing hues of autumn. Pixies are often accompanied by a mesmerizing shower of sparkling dust when they fly visibly. This pixie dust is believed to bestow the gift of flight, sow confusion among creatures, or induce a magical slumber in their adversaries. While only pixies can harness the full potential of their dust, mages and creatures alike seek them out to study or master their extraordinary power. Pixies, although timid, are not without their playful side. Upon the arrival of visitors, they initially remain concealed, studying the newcomers from afar to assess their temperament. Alternatively, they may indulge in harmless pranks to gauge their reactions. For instance, pixies might playfully tie a dwarf's boots together, conjure illusions of strange creatures or treasures, or lead trespassers astray with dancing lights. If the visitors respond with hostility, the pixies quickly retreat. However, if greeted with goodwill, the pixies become emboldened and friendlier. They may even reveal themselves, offering to guide their newfound acquaintances safely or inviting them to partake in a tiny yet delightful feast prepared in their honor. In stark contrast to their Fae counterparts, the sprites, pixies, harbor a deep aversion to violence. They abhor weapons and would rather flee than engage in physical confrontations with any foe. The pseudo-dragon, a reclusive creature, takes refuge in the serene corners of the world, making its abode within tree hollows and small caves. With its red-brown scales, horned visage, and a maw adorned with sharp teeth, the pseudo-dragon bears a resemblance to a miniature red dragon, but its temperament is far more playful. These diminutive creatures exhibit little interest in other beings and actively avoid them whenever possible. When faced with aggression, a pseudo-dragon defends itself by deploying a poisonous stinger situated at the tip of its tail. A single strike from this stinger can induce a catatonic state in a creature that may persist for several hours. Pseudo-dragons often capture the attention of mages who seek their company due to their amiable nature, telepathic abilities, and innate resistance to magic. While pseudo-dragons are discerning in their choice of companions, they can occasionally be won over with offerings of food or treasures. Upon finding a compatible companion, a pseudo-dragon forms a deep bond, provided it is treated with fairness and kindness. However, these creatures tolerate no ill treatment and will swiftly sever ties with a manipulative or abusive companion without warning. Although pseudo-dragons do not possess the ability to speak, they communicate through a limited form of telepathy, allowing them to convey basic ideas such as hunger, curiosity, or affection. This telepathic connection also enables pseudo-dragons to share their observations and experiences over considerable distances. In addition to telepathic communication, pseudo-dragons use vocalizations to express themselves. A content pseudo-dragon may emit a rasping purr, while a hiss signals surprise or discomfort. Chirping akin to that of birds signifies desire, while growls are reserved for instances of anger or discontent. The formidable purple worm, a colossal subterranean predator, strikes fear into the hearts of creatures inhabiting the Underdark. This colossal, voracious entity burrows through solid rock in relentless pursuit of its next meal, possessing a dim-witted and insatiable appetite, regarding anything it encounters as potential sustenance. The reverberations of loud noises attract purple worms, often causing them to disrupt subterranean conflicts or invade underground cities in search of prey. To deter these monstrous intrusions, the subterranean civilizations of the Drow, Duergar, and Mind Flayers employ specialized wards around their settlements. While most commonly found in the depths of the Underdark, purple worms also venture to the surface, particularly in rocky and mountainous regions. With a gaping maw large enough to swallow a horse whole, no creature is safe from their insatiable hunger. Purple worms propel themselves forward by rhythmically compressing and expanding their bodies, achieving surprising speed and catching other Underdark denizens off guard. Remarkably, as purple worms burrow through the earth, they ingest and break down rock and soil, continuously excreting what they consume. Within the bodies of these colossal creatures, one may discover precious metals and gems, drawing the attention of particularly brave or foolhardy treasure hunters. Furthermore, the ceaseless digging of a purple worm creates fresh tunnels throughout the Underdark, subsequently repurposed by other creatures as corridors and thoroughfares. Since purple worms seldom return to their own tunnels, these passageways are generally safe from their menacing presence. Regions teeming with potential prey often become interconnected through a network of intricate tunnel systems, a result of multiple purple worms hunting together. Quaggoths, savage and territorial creatures, make their homes in the depths of the Underdark. Their frenzied attacks become even more vicious when faced with death. In ancient times, Quaggoth tribes lived on the surface as nocturnal hunters with their own culture and language. However, conflict with the newly arrived elves nearly drove them to extinction. To survive, the Quaggoths sought refuge in the deep Underdark, where their fur lost its color and their vision adapted to the perpetual darkness. Over time, they transformed into the brutal and savage beings we know today, resorting to cannibalism as a means of survival and forsaking their past. The Drow, with whom they share a deep enmity due to their history with surface elves, have exploited this enmity, easily converting Quaggoths to their cause. In recent years, the Drow have even taken to breeding Quaggoths, encouraging their ferocity while reinforcing their obedience. Wealthy Drow houses now command legions of these savage creatures, using them for their own purposes, including leading surface raids against elven enclaves. Some Quaggoths possess psionic abilities, drawing from the Underdark's abundant psionic energy. These gifted individuals, known as Thonauts, play a vital role in Quaggoth tribes, preserving their lore and ensuring their dominance. A Thonaut that fails in their duties is ritually slain and consumed, with the hope that their power will pass to a more deserving Quaggoth. Generations of hunting venomous subterranean creatures and continuous exposure to underground molds and fungi have rendered Quaggoths immune to various poisons. This adaptation aids in their survival in the treacherous depths of the Underdark. The Rakshasa is a cunning and manipulative fiend that seeks to exert control over others through deception and guile. It possesses the ability to assume various guises, often preferring to masquerade as influential or powerful individuals, such as nobles, cardinals, or wealthy merchants. In its true form, a Rakshasa exhibits a combination of human and tiger features with the peculiar deformity of having palms where the backs of human hands would be. Originating in the 9 hells, Rakshasas were created through a dark ritual performed by powerful devils. This ritual allowed them to separate their essence from their fiendish bodies, granting them the ability to escape the confines of the lower planes. When a Rakshasa arrives in the material plane, it does so with an insatiable appetite for humanoid flesh and a thirst for evil schemes. It carefully selects its prey and takes great care to conceal its presence in the mortal world. For a Rakshasa, death on the material plane is a harrowing experience. It results in a torturous return to the 9 hells, where its essence remains trapped until it can reform a new body. This process can take months or even years. Upon rebirth, the Rakshasa retains all the memories and knowledge from its previous life, and it seeks vengeance against the one who ended its existence. If its target manages to evade retribution, the Rakshasa may turn its fury towards the target's family, friends, or descendants. It's important to note that Rakshasas killed in the 9 hells are permanently destroyed, unlike their counterparts on the material plane. Reamer-hazes are formidable creatures that dwell beneath the icy landscapes of Arctic regions. These massive beings are well adapted to their harsh environments, with their bodies emanating a scorching internal heat that contrasts sharply with their frozen surroundings. Their appearance is striking, with wing-like fins protruding from the back of their heads and mouths filled with razor-sharp teeth. In the world of Dungeons and Dragons, Reamer-hazes are known as Arctic predators. They roam the frozen wilderness, hunting prey such as elk and polar bears, asserting their dominance over the creatures that share their frigid territories. These monstrous beings are highly specialized for cold climates, relying on their internal furnace-like heat to survive in the bitter cold. Reamer-hazes are expert ambush predators. When they hunt, they employ a cunning strategy. These creatures burrow deep beneath the layers of snow and ice, concealing themselves from view. They lie in wait, patiently listening for the subtle vibrations created by the movements of creatures above. When the time is right, they strike, erupting from their hiding places to ensnare their unsuspecting prey. Remarkably, they can lower their body temperature while concealed, preventing their fiery nature from melting their icy cover. Frost giants, inhabitants of these frozen landscapes, are keenly aware of the existence of Reamer-hazes. They actively seek out the nests and eggs of these creatures. Young Reamer-hazes, in particular, are highly prized by the giants. These juvenile monsters can be raised and trained from birth to obey commands and serve as guardians for the frost giants' icy fortresses. Notably, young Reamer-hazes have a different feeding habit compared to their adult counterparts. Instead of swallowing their victims whole, they gnaw on them, showcasing their predatory nature from a young age. A revenant is a supernatural entity born from the soul of a mortal who suffered a cruel and unjust death. Its sole purpose is to seek vengeance against the one responsible for its demise. When a revenant returns to the world, it repossesses its mortal body, or, if that is not possible, takes over another humanoid corpse. Despite the state of its vessel, a revenant's eyes distinguish it from a mere zombie. They blaze with determination and flare in the presence of its enemy. Regardless of the body it inhabits, the revenant's true identity is always evident to its adversary. Driven by an unrelenting hunger for revenge, a revenant has a limited time frame of 1 year to exact its retribution. If it succeeds in killing its target within this time, or if the adversary dies by other means, the revenant fulfills its purpose and fades away into the afterlife. However, if the revenant fails in its quest before the year is up, it crumbles to dust and its soul departs. When faced with adversaries too powerful to defeat alone, the Revenant seeks capable allies to aid in its mission. A Revenant possesses a supernatural sense of divine justice. It can always discern the direction and distance between itself and its target of vengeance, making it nearly impossible for the pursued creature to hide through magical means. In cases where the Revenant seeks retribution against multiple adversaries, it pursues them one by one, starting with the one who dealt the fatal blow that ended its life. If the Revenant's physical form is destroyed, its spirit seeks out a new host body to continue its relentless pursuit. One notable aspect of a Revenant's existence is its undead nature. It does not require air, food, drink, or sleep to sustain itself, allowing it to focus entirely on its quest for revenge without the usual biological needs and limitations that mortals face. The roc, a massive bird of prey, may initially resemble a typical avian predator, but its true enormity becomes evident as it descends from the sky. With a wingspan exceeding 200 feet, it dwarfs most other creatures in the air. When perched upon mountain peaks, its favored habitat, the roc rivals even the ancient dragons in size. These colossal birds, often referred to as sky titans, were created by Annam, the father of the giant gods, during the era when giants and dragons battled for dominion over the world's skies. Annam fashioned the rocs to challenge the dragons' aerial supremacy. After the conflict's conclusion, the rocs gained their freedom from giant control and dispersed across the world. While cloud giants and storm giants occasionally tame these formidable creatures, rocs view even giants as potential prey. They embark on long journeys in search of sustenance, soaring high above the clouds to reach their favored hunting territories. Rocs typically ignore swift or small prey, as well as settlements and forests where potential victims can easily seek refuge. Instead, they target larger, slower-moving creatures like giants, whales, or elephants, descending swiftly to snatch them in their massive talons. Rocs are known for their solitary and enduring existence. These creatures can live for centuries, establishing their lairs in nests constructed from various materials, including trees, tents, broken ships, and the remnants of caravans they've carried off. These nests are typically placed in mountain clefts, out of reach of most other creatures. Occasionally, a roc's nest may contain treasures from the caravans or ships they've raided, although the rocs themselves show no interest in such trinkets. More rarely, a roc's nest may hold enormous eggs, taller than a human, the product of the roc's infrequent mating rituals. Ropers are carnivorous creatures that inhabit the subterranean world of caves and caverns in the Underdark. These voracious beings have an insatiable appetite and feed on a wide range of prey, including creatures native to the Underdark and unfortunate adventurers who cross their path. Their appearance is cunningly deceptive. Resembling natural stalagmites or stalactites, ropers often catch their victims by surprise. They possess the ability to move slowly using thousands of sticky cilia located beneath their base. This mobility allows them to creep up cave walls and traverse stone ceilings, ensuring they can position themselves strategically for an ambush. The roper is an evolved form of the piercer, sharing both its roc-like appearance and hunting tactics. Ropers are patient hunters, capable of remaining motionless for extended periods. When they sense potential prey drawing near, they close their single eye, making them appear as ordinary rock formations. Unsuspecting creatures that venture too close are swiftly ensnared when the roper's eye snaps open and its sticky tendrils shoot out to seize them. The roper then emits eerie guttural sounds as it pulls its struggling victims in close, delivering a fatal bite with its stony teeth. Ropers have the remarkable ability to digest nearly anything they consume, with the exceptions being platinum, gemstones, and magic items. Occasionally, after a roper's demise, adventurers may retrieve these valuable items from its gizzard. Additionally, the creature's digestive juices are sought after by alchemists for their solvent properties, fetching a high price in markets. The roper's primary means of incapacitating their prey lies in their 6 nubs, which extrude sticky tendrils that adhere to whatever they touch. These tendrils release hair-like growths that penetrate a creature's flesh, sapping its strength and rendering it helpless as the roper draws it in. If a tendril is severed or broken, the roper has the capacity to regenerate a new one to continue its predatory activities. The Rust Monster is a creature that strikes fear into the hearts of many dwarves, even more so than facing a squad of orcs. These peculiar beings have the unique ability to corrode ferrous metals, and they consume the rust they create in the process, often rendering the armor, shields, and weapons of adventurers utterly useless. A rust monster's appearance is distinctive. Its body is encased in thick, lumpy armor, and it possesses a long tail ending in a bony protrusion. On its insectile head, 2 feathery antennae sprout, aiding in its sensory perception. These underground scavengers are most commonly found in subterranean passages where they hunt for ferrous metals like iron, steel, adamantine, and mithril to feed upon. Rust monsters pay no attention to creatures lacking such metals, but they can become hostile toward those carrying steel weapons and armor. Remarkably, these creatures can detect the scent of metal from a distance, instantly rushing toward the source to corrode and consume the object, no matter if it's a humble spike or a finely crafted sword. Adventurers have been known to distract rust monsters by discarding ferrous items behind them, leading the creatures away. Rust monsters are typically solitary hunters or travel in small groups. They wander through tunnels, moving from one cave to another, tirelessly searching for ferrous materials to devour. Their wanderings often bring them into contact with other denizens of the Underdark, who either find them harmless or unappetizing. Consequently, rust monsters are often found in proximity to other subterranean monsters. When treated well and provided with enough sustenance, these creatures can even become friendly companions or pets to those who share their underground domain. Sahuagin are a fearsome aquatic race known to strike terror along fog-covered coasts and endless ocean expanses. When their ominous hunting horn, the call to raid and battle, echoes through the air, it sends chills down the spines of those who hear it. These creatures are often referred to as sea devils by coastal settlers due to their merciless nature. Sahuagin show no compassion, ruthlessly slaughtering ship crews and ravaging coastal villages. They are predatory, piscine beings that venture from the ocean's deepest depths to hunt in the shallows and along the shores. Despite residing in the ocean's most profound trenches, Sahuagin consider the entire aquatic realm their kingdom, and all creatures within it become fair game for their hunting parties. The Sahuagin ocean domains are ruled by massive mutant males who grow secondary sets of arms, making them formidable foes in battle, commanding the respect and allegiance of all other Sahuagin. Sahuagin hold Sekolah, the shark god, in reverence. Only female Sahuagin are deemed worthy of channeling the god's power, and priestesses wield significant influence in Sahuagin communities. The scent of fresh blood drives Sahuagin into a frenzy, and they share a unique kinship with sharks, training them as attack animals. Even untrained sharks recognize Sahuagin as allies and refrain from preying on them. A long-standing enmity exists between Sahuagin and aquatic elves, resulting in centuries of wars along coasts and seas. These conflicts disrupt maritime trade and draw other races into the bloodshed. Sahuagin have adapted to combat their ancient foes, with some Sahuagin born near aquatic elf communities taking on the guise of Monstrosities, physically resembling aquatic elves in every way. Sahuagin use Monstrosities as spies and assassins in aquatic elf cities and among societies of other creatures that pose a threat to Sahuagin. The mere presence of Monstrosities incites paranoia and suspicion among aquatic elves, weakening their resilience as a precursor to actual Sahuagin invasions. The origin of this rare phenomenon remains shrouded in mystery. Whether it's a consequence of the wars between Sahuagin and aquatic elves, or predates the conflict is unknown. Salamanders are creatures native to the elemental plane of fire, where they traverse the sea of ash. Their appearance is characterized by sinuous coils and jagged spines that smolder with intense heat. Their hawkish faces feature deep-set hollows with glowing yellow eyes, akin to candles. These creatures have an affinity for power and derive pleasure from setting things ablaze. Outside their fiery home plane, they frolic amidst the burning remains of charred trees during forest fires, or slither down the slopes of erupting volcanoes to bask in fire pits and magma flows. Salamanders undergo a unique life cycle. They hatch from eggs, which are 2-foot diameter spheres of smoldering obsidian. When it's time to hatch, they melt their way through the thick shell and emerge as fire snakes. Within a year, a fire snake matures into a full-grown salamander. In the distant past, Ifrit sought to enslave the mystical race known as Azers, but failed. They then turned their ambitions toward the salamanders and succeeded in establishing a slave race. These enslaved salamanders serve the Ifrit, unleashing war and destruction across various planes. Salamanders hold a deep enmity for Azers, believing that if the Ifrit had enslaved them instead, they would still be free. Ifrit exploit this animosity, inciting hatred and strife among the salamanders. Ifrit tolerate no other masters for salamanders. When Ifrit encounter salamanders devoted to the cults of elemental evil, they prefer to slay them rather than taking them as slaves. The culture of free salamanders has been influenced by their servitude under the Ifrit. They have adopted a societal structure akin to the Ifrit model, where larger and stronger salamanders exert dominion over their lesser kin. As salamanders age, they grow in size and status, ascending to positions of authority as cruel nobles among their kind. These nobles lead bands of salamanders that roam the elemental plane of fire like nomads, raiding other communities for treasure. Salamanders emit intense heat, and their weapons glow red hot, causing severe burns upon contact. Merely approaching a salamander can result in blistered and burnt flesh due to their intense heat. This natural heat serves them well as skilled smiths, allowing them to shape iron and steel with their bare hands. While not as meticulous as Azers, salamanders are renowned as exceptional metalsmiths in the multiverse. They are summoned as warriors by powerful beings, and others enlist their crafting skills or bind them to forges and ovens to generate limitless heat. Satyrs, rowdy and merry fey creatures, find their joy in the heart of wild forests, guided by an insatiable curiosity and an unquenchable thirst for pleasure. Their appearance is that of stout male humans with furry lower bodies and cloven hooves resembling goats. Sprouting from their heads are horns of varying shapes, ranging from small nubs to large curling ram's horns. They often sport facial hair. Hedonism is at the core of a satyr's nature. They relentlessly seek the most potent drink, the most aromatic spices, and the most exhilarating dances. For satyrs, the absence of indulgence feels like starvation, driving them to great lengths to satisfy their desires. They might resort to kidnapping a talented minstrel to hear beautiful songs, sneak into well-defended gardens to catch a glimpse of a handsome youth or a lovely maiden, or infiltrate a palace to sample the finest cuisine available. Satyrs refuse to let any festive occasion pass them by, participating in every holiday they come across. The world's civilizations offer an abundance of festivals and holy days, providing ample opportunities for continuous celebration. In their inebriated states, fueled by drink and pleasure, satyrs give little thought to the consequences of the hedonism they inspire in others. Those who join in their revelries often find themselves bewildered by their own behavior, with no recollection of the wild night's events. Such revelers may need to scramble for excuses to explain their disheveled state to parents, employers, family, or friends. During harvest time, when the world shifts into twilight and summer's once vibrant blossoms wilt, eerie scarecrows stand guard over desolate fields. These silent sentinels, with their sackcloth faces, patiently watch over the barren lands, enduring the harshest weather conditions. Their purpose is twofold: to terrify any unwary prey with their unsettling appearance, and to strike down victims with their razor-sharp claws. The secret to a scarecrow's animation lies in the bound spirit of a slain evil creature. This ethereal essence infuses the scarecrow, granting it both purpose and mobility. The eerie presence of this spirit from beyond death is what allows the scarecrow to instill fear in those who gaze upon it. Hags and witches are known to bind scarecrows with the spirits of demons, but any malevolent spirit will suffice. While certain aspects of the spirit's personality may manifest, the scarecrow's spirit does not recall its past memories as a living being. Its sole focus is on fulfilling the commands of its creator. In the event of its creator's demise, the spirit within a scarecrow may continue to follow its last instructions, seek revenge for its creator's death, or ultimately self-destruct. Being a construct, a scarecrow has no need for air, food, drink, or sleep. It stands as a relentless guardian, an eerie sentinel watching over the fields long after the harvest has passed, a reminder of the darkness that can take root even in the most tranquil of landscapes. Shadows are a type of undead creature that closely resembles dark and distorted versions of humanoid shadows. These entities have a sinister disposition, drawing sustenance from the life force of living beings. While they can target any living creature, shadows are particularly attracted to those untouched by evil. A creature that lives a virtuous and righteous life subdues its darkest desires and strongest temptations, which are absorbed into the shadows that hunger within them. As a shadow drains a victim's strength and physical form, the victim's shadow gradually darkens and begins to move independently. Upon the victim's death, their shadow breaks free, becoming a newly born undead shadow, driven by an insatiable hunger for more life to consume. Should a creature from which a shadow has been created somehow return to life, the undead shadow is acutely aware of this resurrection. It may actively seek its parent to torment or even kill them. Once the shadow begins pursuing its living counterpart, the original creature no longer casts a shadow until the undead monster is vanquished. As undead creatures, shadows do not require air, food, drink, or sleep. They exist solely to drain the vitality of the living, casting darkness and dread wherever they roam. A creature known as the Shambling Mound, or simply the Shambler, roams through desolate swamps, gloomy marshes, and rainforests, voraciously consuming any organic matter it encounters. This grotesque amalgamation of animated vegetation stands taller than an average human, its form tapering into a featureless head at its apex. Shambling mounds are relentless devourers, consuming both plant life as they move and hapless animals that fall within their grasp. The rarity of these creatures and their sluggish pace prevent them from overwhelming entire ecosystems, but their presence is still felt as they drain the natural environment of its vitality. Where shambling mounds roam, an eerie silence settles over the once thriving swamps and woods, a testament to their ever-hungry nature. These monsters are adept at remaining hidden in their surroundings, composed of decaying leaves, vines, roots, and other natural detritus from swamps and forests. They move slowly, making little effort to pursue their prey. Instead, they lie in wait, absorbing nutrients from their surroundings, and only spring to life when an unsuspecting creature draws near. The genesis of a shambling mound is a peculiar one, born from a phenomenon in which lightning or fey magic breathes new life into a mundane swamp plant. This reborn plant thrives by consuming the life of nearby plants and animals, amassing their remains around its roots. As time passes, the roots lose their dependence on soil, directing the shambling mound to seek out fresh sources of sustenance. The core of a shambling mound's instinct lies within its central root stem, buried deep within its colossal form. The remainder of its structure consists of the rotting heap that both protects the root stem and sustains it by assimilating the life force of other creatures. Notably, the dense body of a shambling mound is resilient to the effects of cold and fire, while lightning serves to invigorate its root stem, enhancing the creature's strength and insatiable hunger. Despite its monstrous exterior, the shambling mound is, at its core, a living plant requiring air and nourishment. It lacks traditional sleep patterns, but can remain dormant for extended periods before awakening to search for sustenance. When faced with defeat by a superior adversary, a shambling mound employs a clever ruse. Its root stem can feign death, causing the mound to collapse. If not subsequently eradicated, the root stem takes refuge within the remains of its fallen mound, slowly regenerating its entire body. Thus, shambling mound infestations believed to be eradicated can resurge time and time again, an enduring menace to the natural world. Shield Guardians designed by wizards and spellcasters serve as steadfast protectors. These constructs are forged to walk alongside their masters, shielding them from harm and absorbing damage to ensure their safety. Each Shield Guardian is linked to a magical amulet. This amulet is unique and singularly connected to the Guardian. If the amulet is destroyed, the Shield Guardian becomes incapacitated until a new amulet is created. The amulet is vulnerable to direct attacks if it is not being worn or carried, possessing an armor class of 10/10 hit points and immunity to poison and psychic damage. Crafting a replacement amulet necessitates 1 week and costs 1,000 gold pieces in components. The sole purpose of a Shield Guardian is to safeguard the wearer of its amulet. The individual possessing the amulet can issue commands to the Guardian, instructing it to either attack foes or defend against incoming assaults. In the face of a threat to the wearer, the construct can magically intercept the attack, even from a distance, absorbing the blow to protect its master. In addition to its protective role, a Shield Guardian can also store a single spell, which it can cast upon command or under specific conditions. This feature surprises enemies who believe they have rendered a spellcaster powerless, only to face the potent magical abilities of the Shield Guardian. The allure of Shield Guardians extends beyond their protective capabilities. Their ownership can be transferred by bestowing the matching amulet upon another creature. As a result, some wizards amass substantial fortunes by creating Shield Guardians for wealthy patrons, including princes, nobles, and crime lords. Conversely, for those bold enough to slay a Shield Guardian's master and seize its amulet, the construct becomes a magnificent and formidable prize. Skeletons are creatures animated by dark magic. They are typically summoned by spellcasters or rise on their own in places saturated with death and evil energy. The sinister force that awakens a skeleton infuses its bones with dark vitality, allowing it to move and think, albeit in a rudimentary manner. However, it loses all connection to its past life. Resurrecting a skeleton restores its body and soul, banishing the hateful undead spirit that empowers it. While many skeletons are the reanimated remains of humans and humanoids, they can be created from the bones of various creatures, resulting in diverse and terrifying forms. Skeletons, when raised by a spell, are obedient servants bound to their creator's will. They follow orders precisely without question. Despite their unwavering obedience, skeletons struggle to adapt to changing circumstances. They lack the ability to read, speak, or emote, but can nod, shake their heads, or point to communicate. Still, they can perform a range of complex tasks, such as combat, using weapons and armor, operating machinery like catapults, or scaling siege ladders. Clear instructions are necessary for these tasks. Despite their lack of intellect, skeletons aren't mindless. They will attempt logical solutions before resorting to brute force. For example, they'll try a door's handle before attempting to break it down. Independent skeletons, free from a master's control, may mimic actions from their past lives. For instance, a skeleton of a miner might chip away at walls, while a guard skeleton may stand watch at random doorways. Such behaviors are mere echoes of their former living selves. When encountering living creatures, skeletons are compelled by their necromantic energy to kill unless specifically commanded otherwise by their masters. They show no mercy and will fight until destroyed, as they possess little self-awareness and self-preservation instincts. In the tumultuous chaos of limbo, where elements collide and realities shift, dwells a peculiar species known as the Slotty. These toad-like creatures lack structure and hierarchy, existing in a state of undisciplined anarchy. Weaker Slotty submit to the will of their more powerful counterparts under the constant threat of obliteration. Long ago, the overlord of the Modrons, Primus, crafted a colossal, intricately patterned stone infused with the essence of law, known as the Spawning Stone. It was his attempt to impose order upon the chaotic maelstrom of Limbo, a bid to prevent its chaotic energies from spilling into other realms. However, this well-intentioned act birthed the Slotty as the stone absorbed the chaos, giving rise to these enigmatic beings. The Spawning Stone is now a symbol of unintended consequences. The Slotty, driven by their innate chaos, annihilated every Modron enclave in Limbo. They harbor a profound loathing for Modrons and attack them on sight, yet Primus remains indifferent to this threat or chooses to overlook it. Slotty reproduction is a gruesome affair, involving the implantation of humanoid hosts with eggs or the infection of hosts with a transformative malady called Chaos Phage. Different colors of Slotty follow distinct reproductive paths, with red Slotty giving rise to blue and green Slotty. Over their lifetimes, green Slotty metamorphose into the more potent gray and death Slotty, retaining their memories throughout. Some Slotty possess the unique ability to shapeshift into the humanoid forms from which they originated. These imposters return to the material plane, sowing discord while wearing the guise of their former selves. The red Slod carries a unique method of reproduction. When it claws a humanoid, it injects an egg into the victim. This egg eventually hatches into a Slod tadpole, which gruesomely emerges from its host, feasting on the remains and growing into a blue Slod. If the host had the ability to cast 3 RD level spells or higher, the tadpole becomes a green Slod instead. The blue Slod wields bone hooks that infect wounded humanoids with a transformative disease known as Chaos Phage. This affliction turns victims into red Slotty, or green Slotty if the host was a spellcaster capable of casting 3 RD level spells or higher. Green Slotty are surprisingly intelligent and possess innate spellcasting abilities. They can change their shape to mimic humanoids, often adopting the form of their host. At an unpredictable point in their existence, they unlock the power to instantly and permanently transform into gray Slotty, a process that may take years, even decades. Gray Slotty act as extensions of their masters, the Death Slotty, beyond Limbo's boundaries. Often taking humanoid form, they wield greatswords imbued with innate magic. A remarkable transformation awaits a gray Slod that consumes the entire corpse of a deceased Death Slod. It instantly becomes a Death Slod. These beings are deeply corrupted by the negative energy plane, taking sadistic pleasure in causing harm and propagating their race by coercing red and blue Slotty into invasions of other planes. Those who survive their incursions become unwitting incubators for new Slotty, perpetuating this cycle of chaos and malevolence. A specter is the vengeful, unbound spirit of a once-living humanoid, trapped in the mortal realm due to unresolved matters or dark magic. These entities have severed all ties to their past existence and are doomed to wander the world endlessly. Some specters are created when a soul is forcibly ripped from a living body by sinister forces such as wraiths. Unlike ghosts, whose restless souls find peace once their unfinished business is resolved, specters have no such redemption. Their fate is to remain on the material plane, with their only release being the obliteration of their essence. Until that moment, they lead solitary lives in desolate places, forgotten by the passage of time. Specters harbor an undying hatred for the living. The mere presence of living beings reminds them of the life they can never reclaim. This overwhelming sorrow and anger can only be temporarily eased by extinguishing the lives of the living. They kill swiftly and mercilessly, finding the slightest satisfaction in depriving others of life. However, no matter how many lives they snuff out, specters are unable to escape their unrelenting hatred and sorrow. These creatures dwell in darkness, and sunlight is a source of agony for them. At night, they emerge from their resting places, seeking out living beings to slay. They know that few weapons can harm them in return. As dawn approaches, they retreat back into the shadows, patiently awaiting the cover of night to resume their relentless hunt. Specters possess an undead nature, requiring no sustenance like air, food, drink, or sleep. Now, a variant of the specter known as a poltergeist exists. Unlike regular specters, poltergeists are confused and invisible spirits of individuals who have no memory of how they died. They express their rage by hurling creatures and objects through the power of their shattered psyche. Sphinxes are formidable creatures known for guarding the secrets and treasures of the gods. With a calm demeanor, they assess each new group that approaches them, their lairs often strewn with the remains of those who failed their tests. Sphinxes possess powerful leonine bodies, adorned with great wings capable of carrying them gracefully through the air. These divine guardians evaluate those who seek the treasures hidden in the realms of gods, whether it be long-forgotten knowledge or mighty spells. Those who willingly face a Sphinx's test are bound to it until the end, and only the worthy survive. The rest meet their demise at the hands of the Sphinx. Some Sphinxes are created as high priests of the deities they serve, while others are embodied spirits brought into the mortal realm through prayer or divine intervention. These tireless beings maintain their eternal watch, requiring neither sleep nor sustenance. They rarely interact with their kind, their existence solely dedicated to their sacred mission. The secrets and treasures guarded by Sphinxes remain under divine protection. Should a creature fail the Sphinx's test, the path to the coveted knowledge or object disappears. Even if a Sphinx is defeated in combat, a quester will still fail to gain the secret they sought and may incur the wrath of the god who placed the Sphinx as a guardian. Benevolent deities occasionally grant Sphinxes the power to remove failed supplicants, ensuring they never encounter the Sphinx again. However, those who fail typically meet a gruesome end beneath the creature's claws. Mortals may encounter Sphinxes in ancient tombs and ruins, but some Sphinxes possess the ability to access extraplanar realms. Conversations with them can shift suddenly to alien locations, and only those deemed worthy gain admittance to these otherworldly realms. Some Sphinxes, driven by weariness, remorse, or dreams of worship, may break free from their divine commands. However, even if their alignment and loyalties change, they never abandon the place they guard or grant their secrets to unworthy seekers. Now, there are two distinct types of Sphinxes. Androsphinx. These creatures bear the head of a humanoid male on their lion's body. Outwardly gruff and often starting conversations with insults, they test the courage and valor of supplicants through quests and their terrifying roars. Those who pass their tests may be rewarded with a hero's feast. Gynosphinx. Gynosphinxes possess the head of a humanoid female. Some have regal appearances, while others exhibit more leonine features. Their eyes possess extraordinary sight, piercing invisibility, and magic. Supplicants who gaze into their eyes may find themselves magically transported to distant planes for challenging trials. Gynosphinxes are repositories of knowledge and wisdom, testing the wit of supplicants with riddles and puzzles. Some are open to bargaining for treasure or services. Sphinxes preside over ancient temples, sepulchres, or vaults, concealing divine secrets and treasures that mortals cannot easily access. In secluded groves and shaded glens, you'll find the tiny creatures known as sprites. These fey beings sport dragonfly wings that allow them to flutter gracefully. However, despite their fey beauty, sprites lack warmth and compassion. They are known for their aggressiveness and hardy warrior nature. When strangers approach their homes, sprites judge their moral character, often taking severe measures to ward them away. Sprites are guardians of the forest, creating small villages in the treetops and verdant glades adorned with moss, wildflowers, and toadstools. They thrive in harmony with the wild, and they tolerate no trespassers. If intruders venture too close, sprites employ ominous rustling and snapping twigs to lead them astray. Creatures who persist are stung with poisoned arrows and lulled into a deep slumber. While they sleep, sprites make their escape, retreating to an even more secluded part of the forest. These fey creatures possess the unique ability to sense the goodness or evilness of a creature by the sound and feeling of its beating heart. Weighing the balance of a creature's past actions, sprites can determine whether its heart beats rapidly in love or flutters in sorrow, or if it's darkened by hate or greed. The power to perceive the heart is infallible because the heart cannot lie. Within their forest domains, sprites are skilled poison brewers. They craft toxins, unguents, antidotes, and various poisons, including the sleep poison used to coat their arrows. They venture deep into the woods to gather rare flowers, mosses, and fungi, sometimes crossing into dangerous territory in their quest for ingredients. In desperate situations, sprites may even steal these components from the gardens of hags. Despite their stern and serious demeanor, sprites are good-hearted beings. They oppose the will of evil fae and vow to thwart evil archfey at every opportunity. If they encounter adventurers on a quest to rid their forest of an evil fey creature or goblinoid threat, sprites offer their support and may come to their aid when least expected. Unlike pixies, sprites are not known for indulging in frivolous merriment and fun. They are resolute warriors, protectors, and judges. Their seriousness sets them apart from other fae, earning them a reputation for being dour. However, those who respect the sprite's territory find steadfast allies in times of trouble. The Sturge is a grotesque flying creature that combines the features of a large bat with an oversized mosquito. It possesses sharp pincers at the end of its legs and wields a long, needle-like proboscis that slashes through the air as it searches for its next meal. Sturges sustain themselves by feeding on the blood of living creatures. They attach to their prey and drain them slowly. While individual sturges pose little threat, when they gather in packs, they become a formidable menace. They can reattach themselves as swiftly as their weakening victims attempt to remove them. To feed, a sturge lands on its victim, seeks out a vulnerable spot, and then thrusts its proboscis into the flesh. Simultaneously, it employs its pincer legs to firmly latch onto the victim. Once the sturge has satisfied its hunger, it detaches from its prey and takes flight, leaving to digest its meal. Succubi and incubi, alluring and wicked dark-winged fiends, can be found throughout the lower planes. They serve various malevolent entities, including devils, demons, night hags, rakshasas, and Yugoloths. These fiends, often in the service of Asmodeus and the demon lord Graz'zt, are skilled in tempting mortals into performing evil acts. While legends speak of succubi and incubi as separate beings, they possess the ability to assume either form, with most having a preference. Their true forms are rarely seen by mortals, as they prefer to begin their corruptive work in subtle, veiled ways. Succubi and incubi first appear in ethereal form, capable of passing through walls like ghosts. They lurk beside a mortal's bed, whispering forbidden pleasures and tempting them to indulge in their darkest desires. As they fill their victims' dreams with debauchery, the victim becomes increasingly susceptible to temptation in their waking life. Ultimately, the fiend takes on a tempting humanoid form to directly influence the victim's actions. Disguised as someone who previously appeared only in the victim's dreams, they seduce or befriend the victim, encouraging them to perform evil acts willingly. The fiends do not require a formal pledge or contract to claim a mortal soul. Instead, when they have fully corrupted a victim, often by causing them to commit thought, word, and deed betrayals, the victim's soul becomes the property of the fiend. The more virtuous the victim, the longer the corruption process takes, but the more rewarding the ultimate downfall. After successfully corrupting a victim, the succubus or incubus kills them, and the tainted soul descends into the lower planes. Magical charm is used only when necessary for self-defense. A charmed victim is not held responsible for their actions, and forcing them to act against their will does not bring the fiend closer to obtaining the victim's soul. The kiss of a succubus or incubus is a reflection of their profound emptiness and longing for a corrupted soul. The recipient experiences only pain and a sense of emptiness. As the kiss is nothing less than an attack, typically delivered as a final act before the fiend departs, succubi and incubi can reproduce with each other to create more of their kind. Less commonly, they can also reproduce with a humanoid, resulting in the birth of a Cambion child, invariably inheriting the wickedness of their fiendish parent. The legendary Tarrasque is one of the most feared creatures on the material plane. It is widely believed that only a single Tarrasque exists, and its appearances are unpredictable. This monstrous beast is a scaly biped, standing at an imposing 50 feet in height and measuring 70 feet in length. It weighs hundreds of tons and moves with the grace of a predatory bird, using its powerful tail to maintain balance. Its cavernous mouth is wide enough to swallow nearly all creatures, and its insatiable hunger can lead it to devour entire town populations. The Tarrasque's destructive potential is so immense that some cultures incorporate it into their religious beliefs, weaving its sporadic appearances into stories of divine judgment and wrath. Legends describe how the Tarrasque often lies dormant in a hidden lair beneath the earth, remaining in this state for decades or even centuries. When it awakens, triggered by some mysterious cosmic signal, it rises from the depths to annihilate everything in its path. Threekreen are nomadic insectoid creatures that inhabit deserts and savannas, keeping their distance from other races. They communicate through a unique language that doesn't involve words. Instead, they clack their mandibles and use their antennae to convey their thoughts and emotions, making it challenging for other races to understand or replicate. Threekreen are not as prone to emotional outbursts as humans, but they do experience a full range of emotions. Those with psionic abilities may display a wider emotional range, especially when interacting with more emotional races like humans. Threekreen have a predatory nature, viewing all living creatures as potential food sources. They have a particular taste for elf flesh. However, if a creature can serve a purpose other than sustenance, they are less likely to attack it outright. Threekreen only kill to meet their survival needs and never for sport. One notable trait of Threekreen is their lack of a need for sleep. They can rest while remaining alert and capable of performing light tasks. This trait is believed to contribute to their relatively short lifespans, with the average Threekreen living for about 30 years. Trents are sentient, awakened trees that inhabit ancient forests. While they prefer a life of tranquility, Trents fiercely defend their woodland domains against external threats. The transformation of a tree into a Trent is a gradual and special process that occurs under the influence of nature's magic. Trees with the potential to awaken are protected by Trents and powerful druids in secret groves. As a tree nears the moment of awakening, it begins to develop face-like features in its bark, divides its lower trunk into legs, and grows long branches that serve as arms. When the time is right, the tree uproots itself, becoming a Trent, and joins its fellow Trents in safeguarding the forest. Trents continue to grow even after awakening, with some reaching impressive sizes and developing innate magical abilities that allow them to control plants and animals. They can animate plants to ensnare intruders, summon wildlife to aid them, and communicate over great distances using natural means. While they spend most of their time as trees, Trents remain aware of their surroundings, capable of sensing events happening miles away through subtle changes in the forest. Trents are protectors of the wilderness, and they only become aggressive when they perceive a threat to their home. Those who harm healthy trees recklessly use fire, poison the forest, or destroy ancient trees, especially those close to awakening, risk incurring the wrath of a Trent. Troglodytes are a savage and degenerate humanoid species that inhabits the shallow depths of the Underdark. Their existence is marked by constant warfare, both among their own kind and against neighboring creatures. They use crude markers like cracked bones, skulls, and pictographs made from blood or dung to demarcate their territories. These creatures are among the most repulsive of humanoids. Troglodytes have voracious appetites and are known to eat virtually anything they can find, often dwelling in squalor. The walls of their cavernous homes are coated with filth, oily secretions, and the remnants of their foul feasts. Troglodytes possess a simple and communal culture primarily focused on obtaining food. Their limited intelligence limits their ability to plan for the future, so they rely on constant hunting and raiding to sustain themselves. They take sadistic pleasure in hunting down weaker, intelligent creatures and show no mercy to their captives, who often become meals in their lairs. Leadership among troglodytes is determined by size and strength, with the largest and toughest individuals assuming leadership roles. However, any sign of weakness or hesitation can lead to brutal attacks from other troglodytes. Their meager possessions are scavenged from their prey, and they highly value metal weapons and armor, often fighting among themselves to possess such items. Troglodyte tribes can be torn apart by battles over even a single weapon. Some troglodyte tribes venerate a demonic entity called Graz'zt, a monstrously fat toad lizard that resides in the abyss. This deity offers no tangible benefits to its worshippers, but the troglodytes aspire to become as fat, well-fed, and content as Graz'zt seems to be, making it a focus of their devotion. Trolls are creatures driven by insatiable appetites, consuming anything they can catch and overpower. They lack organized societies, but are often employed as mercenaries by other monstrous races like orcs, ogres, ettins, hags, and giants. In exchange for their services, trolls demand payment in the form of food and treasure. However, trolls are notoriously difficult to control, often acting according to their own whims, even when collaborating with more powerful beings. One of the most notorious traits of trolls is their remarkable regenerative ability. When injured, a troll's wounds heal rapidly. Even if an opponent manages to sever one of its limbs or its head, these dismembered parts can sometimes continue to function independently. In some cases, a troll can reattach its severed body parts, seemingly unfazed by the temporary loss. However, this remarkable regenerative power can be neutralized by acid and fire. Trolls are particularly enraged by attacks involving acid and fire, prioritizing those attackers above all other threats. Trolls are susceptible to mutation due to their regenerative capabilities. While such transformations are relatively rare, they can occur as a result of a troll's actions or external factors. For example, a decapitated troll might grow 2 heads from the stump of its neck, and a troll that consumes a fey creature may acquire some of that creature's unique traits and abilities. The Umber Hulk is a monstrous creature that dwells deep underground, often lurking in cave complexes, dungeons, and settlements in the Underdark as it searches for food. Encounters with Umber Hulks are typically traumatic experiences, and survivors often have fragmented memories of the events due to the creature's mind-scrambling gaze. Umber Hulks are known for their ability to burrow through solid rock, creating new tunnels as they move. Their incredibly tough chitinous exoskeletons allow them to withstand cave-ins, tunnel collapses, and rockfalls, which often occur in their wake. These creatures are ambush predators, lying in wait within the walls of a cavern or passageway. They use their hair-like feelers to sense any nearby movement. When they strike, they burst forth from the earth and rock, catching their unsuspecting prey off guard. The bewildering gaze of the Umber Hulk leaves its victims entranced and helpless as the creature's mandibles close in for the kill. What makes encounters with Umber Hulks particularly unsettling is their ability to scramble the memories of those who survive. Many individuals who have faced an Umber Hulk cannot recall the details of the attack due to the creature's confusing gaze. Those who have fought and defeated these creatures can recognize the signs and often share tales of their encounters. For other denizens of the Underdark, stories of vanished explorers and wanton destruction serve as warnings about an unknown and formidable foe. Umber Hulks are often portrayed as supernatural entities in these harrowing stories, and they are universally associated with the idea that once you spot one, it's already too late to escape its deadly grasp. Unicorns are celestial creatures that inhabit enchanted forests. Although they resemble horses, unicorns possess a magical and otherworldly quality, their white forms gleaming like starlight. A distinctive feature of a unicorn is its single spiraling ivory horn, which holds potent magical properties. This horn can heal the sick and injured with its touch, making it a symbol of hope and divine power. Unicorns possess a unique ability to understand the languages of various woodland creatures, including elves and sylvan folk. They grant access to their woods to kind-hearted beings, but remain vigilant against evil, swiftly dealing with any malevolent intruders. These celestial beings are divine guardians sent by benevolent deities to ward off evil and protect sacred places. Most unicorns have a bounded realm, often an enchanted forest, under their watchful care. However, on occasion, gods may send unicorns to guard specific individuals or artifacts in need of protection. In these cases, evil creatures dare not enter the unicorn's domain. Unicorns are most commonly associated with deities of the forest and woodlands, as well as gods of benevolent fae. While all unicorns possess natural healing abilities, some serve the gods in greater capacities, performing miracles and acting as protectors of the highest order. Within a unicorn's forest, a sense of tranquility prevails. The creatures of the woodlands seem unusually tame, and even typically mischievous fae creatures, such as pixies, sprites, satyrs, and dryads, willingly serve the unicorn within its woods. Under its watchful eye, the creatures feel secure from the encroachment of civilization and the spread of evil. A unicorn is an ever-watchful guardian, roaming its domain with a delicate grace that rarely disturbs the other denizens of the forest. It can be elusive, appearing briefly before vanishing into the depths of the wilderness. The horn of a unicorn is its most sacred possession, a shard of divine magic crafted into a spiraling ivory structure. Unicorn horn wands are powerful magical instruments and weapons adorned with unicorn horn strike with divine force. Wizards also value powdered unicorn horn for its use in potent potions and scroll ink. However, anyone who plays a role, no matter how small, in the slaying of a unicorn can expect divine retribution. In times of great darkness and evil, the gods may pair a unicorn mount with a chosen champion. A paladin mounted on a unicorn signifies the direct intervention of the gods in mortal affairs, a holy alliance formed to battle demons and banish devils. The unicorn remains steadfast by the champion's side, its horn radiant against the encroaching night. However, if the champion falls from grace or strays from the path of righteousness, the unicorn departs, never to return. A unicorn's lair can take many forms within its enchanted forest, such as ancient ruins overgrown with vines, misty clearings surrounded by mighty oaks, flower-covered hilltops teeming with butterflies, or other serene woodland settings. Vampires, creatures of the night, are cursed to an eternal existence driven by their insatiable hunger for the life essence of the living. In their undeath, they become creatures of shadow and darkness, forever avoiding sunlight, which burns them to their core. As creatures of the night, they cast no reflections and leave no shadows. To blend among the living, vampires must remain concealed within the shroud of darkness and away from reflective surfaces. The passage into undeath strips vampires of their emotional attachments from their previous life. Love transforms into a voracious obsession, while friendship corrodes into bitter jealousy. Emotions are replaced by physical desires, and vampires fixate on tangible representations of their cravings. A vampire lusting for love may become fixated on a young and beautiful individual, while one yearning for youth might be drawn to a child. Some vampires surround themselves with art, literature, or macabre items such as torture devices or trophies from their victims. Vampires perpetuate their kind by turning their victims into vampire spawn, ravenous creatures sharing the vampire's thirst for blood, but subservient to the one who created them. Only by allowing a spawn to drink from their own blood can a true vampire free it from their control, a practice few vampires willingly engage in. Vampire spawn regain their free will when their creator meets their end. Each vampire is tethered to its coffin, crypt, or gravesite, where it must rest during daylight hours. If a vampire wasn't granted a proper burial, it must rest beneath at least a foot of earth at the site of its transformation into undeath. A vampire can relocate its resting place by transporting its coffin or a significant amount of its grave dirt to a new location. Some vampires maintain multiple resting sites, ensuring their survival and secrecy. The Water Weird is an elemental guardian tethered to a specific water-filled location, often found in pools or fountains. While submerged in water, it remains invisible, revealing its serpentine form only when it emerges to attack. The Water Weird uses its coiling body to crush any intruders, except those granted immunity by its summoner or those declared off-limits. When defeated, a Water Weird reverts to an inanimate pool of water. Water Weirds are devoid of moral concepts like good or evil, typical of elemental beings. However, a Water Weird's alignment may shift if it is bound to a water source with particular qualities. A Water Weird connected to a sacred water source can develop a neutral good alignment, preferring to intimidate intruders rather than causing harm. Conversely, a Water Weird linked to a tainted water source may become neutral evil, taking pleasure in killing and potentially turning against its summoner. It can shed this evil alignment if its waters are purified using a spell like Purify Food and Drink. Wights are malevolent undead creatures originating from mortal beings, driven by dark desires and vanity in their former lives. When these individuals meet their demise, their spirits beckon to maleficent entities such as the demon Lord Orcus or other underworld deities, pleading for a chance at undeath in exchange for eternal servitude. Answering this call, these spirits are transformed into wights, retaining their memories and desires. As undead, wights are unwaveringly committed to the dark forces that granted them undeath. They pledge their loyalty to their new masters while retaining their individual willpower, allowing them to pursue their sinister objectives with relentless determination. Wights exist in a state between life and death, characterized by their insatiable hunger for the life essence present in all living beings. When they attack, the wights' cold touch can drain this life essence from their victims, a process observed as white-hot embers glowing in their dark eyes. During the daylight hours, wights avoid the sun, which they despise, and seek refuge in crypts, tombs, and barrow mounds. Their lairs are eerie, lifeless places surrounded by withered vegetation, shunned by animals, and imbued with a sense of desolation. Wights possess the ability to raise humanoids they've slain as obedient zombies under their control. Driven by a hunger for living souls and the desire for power that awaken them to undeath, some wights serve as formidable soldiers, often collaborating with other malevolent entities like wraiths. Though they have the capacity for strategic planning, wights typically rely on their destructive instincts to overcome any adversaries in their path. Will-o-wisps, sinister and wispy orbs of light are often found in desolate locales and battlefields, drawn by dark fate or malevolent magic to feast on fear and despair. Emissaries of hope and doom. Appearing as flickering lantern lights in the distance, will-o-wisps can alter their colors or extinguish their glow at will. When they activate their lights, these enigmatic entities offer a glimmer of hope, luring unsuspecting creatures towards them. However, this is merely a ruse. Will-o-wisps lead their victims into treacherous traps such as quicksand pits and monster lairs, relishing in their suffering and savoring their cries of despair. Those evil souls who fall prey to these creatures might transform into will-o-wisps themselves, their mournful spirits flickering above their lifeless bodies. nourished by despair. Will-o'-wisps are the tormented souls of malevolent beings who met their end in anguish and misery while wandering forsaken lands saturated with potent magic. These malefic entities thrive in desolate environments like swampy bogs and bone-laden battlefields where sorrow hangs heavier than the pervasive mist and fog. Trapped in these desolate realms devoid of hope and memory, will-o'-wisps entice other creatures towards grim destinies and feed upon their misery. Instruments of darkness, will-o'-wisps are seldom known to communicate, but when they do, their voices resemble faint, distant whispers. In the dismal domains they haunt, these creatures sometimes establish symbiotic relationships with their malevolent neighbors. Hags, oni, black dragons, and evil cultists collaborate with will-o'-wisps to ensnare unsuspecting creatures in ambushes. As their wicked allies encircle and eliminate their prey, the wisps hover overhead, savoring the torment of a final breath and reveling in the sensation as the light of life extinguishes from a creature's eyes. The Wraith is a creature of pure malice, a malevolent entity taking on an incorporeal form with a relentless thirst for extinguishing all life. Negative energy courses through its essence, and its mere presence causes nearby plant life to wither and animals to flee. Even small fires can be snuffed out by the ominous aura of the Wraith. When a mortal humanoid leads a depraved life or forms a sinister pact, it dooms its soul to eternal damnation in the lower planes. In rare cases, a soul becomes so saturated with negative energy that it collapses upon itself, ceasing to exist just before transitioning to an afterlife. In this macabre twist of fate, the spirit transforms into a soulless wraith, a malefic void trapped on the plane of its demise. Almost all remnants of the wraith's past life vanish, replaced by an insatiable urge to annihilate other life forms. Wraiths possess the unique ability to traverse solid objects and creatures effortlessly, akin to a mortal passing through mist. Although they may retain fragments of their former lives as hazy memories, these are mere fleeting impressions, like distant, half-remembered dreams. Moments of fascination or tempered wrath may occasionally arise, but most wraiths loathe their prior existence as a painful reminder of their current cursed state. Wraiths possess the power to create an undead servant from the spirit of a recently deceased humanoid who suffered a violent end. This unfortunate fragment of despair becomes a specter, harboring spite for all living beings. Some wraiths rise to command legions of the undead, plotting the destruction of the living. When they lead their armies into battle, life and hope wither in their presence. Even if forced to retreat, the lands they occupy are left desolate and barren, often leading to the starvation and death of those who inhabit them. The wyvern, a distant relative of the formidable dragons, is a fearsome creature often encountered in the wild. These winged predators are known for their dark, menacing silhouettes as they soar through the skies, instilling alarm in those living on the fringes of civilization. A wyvern possesses several distinctive features that set it apart. It has scaly legs, leathery wings, and a sinewy tail that culminates in its most deadly weapon, a venomous stinger. The poison within a wyvern's stinger is extraordinarily potent, capable of swiftly ending the life of its victim. This venom courses through the victim's bloodstream, causing the disintegration of veins and arteries until it reaches the heart. While wyverns are formidable adversaries, their poison is highly sought after by hunters and adventurers, used in alchemical concoctions and to enhance the lethality of weapons. These creatures are adept aerial hunters, preferring to engage their prey in the air. Only when absolutely necessary or when deceived into a disadvantageous position will a wyvern engage in ground combat. In such cases, it assumes a low, crouched posture, keeping its stinger poised menacingly while emitting hisses and growls. Wyverns are known for their aggressiveness and recklessness when pursuing prey. They will relent only if they sustain severe injuries, or if their quarry manages to elude them long enough for a more accessible meal to appear. If they corner a fleeing creature in a confined space, they guard the hiding spot, striking with their stinger whenever the opportunity arises. Although possessing more cunning than ordinary beasts, wyverns lack the intelligence of their dragon cousins. Those who keep their composure when stalked by a wyvern in the skies can often outmaneuver or deceive it. Wyverns tend to follow a direct path to their prey, giving little thought to the possibility of ambush. Taming a wyvern for use as a mount is a challenging and perilous endeavor. The best results come from raising a wyvern as a hatchling. However, their violent temperament has claimed the lives of many aspiring masters who dared to try. The Xorn, peculiar beings originating from the elemental plane of Earth, possess a unique appetite for gemstones and precious metals. They navigate through the material world, particularly the Underdark, seeking these valuable resources. When minerals are scarce, they can become hostile towards miners and treasure hunters. Characterized by their heavy bodies, Xorn have a formidable mouth atop their heads. They possess 3 long arms, each ending in sharp talons, and 3 large, stone-lidded eyes with a wide field of vision. Xorn are elemental travelers, seamlessly gliding through stone and dirt, akin to fish in water. Their movement does not disrupt the earth. Instead, they merge with and flow through it, leaving no trace of their passage. Normally, Xorn prefer to remain in their native elemental plane of Earth, where they have an ample supply of gemstones and precious metals to sustain themselves. However, on occasion, they may find themselves on the material plane due to accidents or curiosity, at which point they seek sustenance and a means to return home. While Xorn typically ignore other creatures as they cannot consume organic matter, their innate ability to detect metals and stones often draws them to adventurers carrying coins and gems. Xorn are not inherently malicious. Instead, they attempt to persuade owners to part with their treasures, offering information in return. If ignored, they may resort to intimidation. In dire circumstances, when starving or provoked, they may resort to force. Yetis, imposing creatures that dwell in remote mountain regions, strike fear into the hearts of local miners and herders with their wind-borne howls. They are formidable hunters that prowl alpine peaks in search of sustenance. Their snow-white fur allows them to blend seamlessly into the frozen landscape, while their icy simian eyes possess a paralyzing quality that can immobilize prey. These creatures are keen hunters, possessing a keen sense of smell that can detect living flesh from miles away. When a Yeti locates its prey, it swiftly navigates the icy terrain to claim its meal, often accompanied by exhilarating howls of the hunt. Even in the midst of a blizzard, the scent of its quarry draws the Yeti through the cold and snow. Yetis are solitary hunters, or may occasionally be found in small family groups. If other Yetis catch wind of a battle or fleeing creatures, they may converge on the scene. Territorial conflicts often erupt among them over the spoils of such encounters, with fallen Yetis themselves becoming a source of food amid euphoric howling. Their howls are known to precede natural disasters like avalanches, blizzards, or deadly frosts, leading some mountain dwellers to believe that these eerie cries carry the voices of loved ones lost in such calamities. Others view the Yeti's howl as a reminder of humanity's vulnerability in the untamed wilderness. When mountain herds are abundant, Yetis tend to steer clear of humanoid settlements. However, driven by hunger, they may launch waves of brutal attacks on these settlements, breaching gates and walls to feast upon the inhabitants. Devious mountain inhabitants have been known to manipulate Yetis, using them as unwitting weapons in conflicts. Some warlords bait Yetis into enemy camps with slaughtered livestock, sowing chaos before battle, while others overhunt local game to force Yetis to target nearby humanoid communities that can then be annexed. The abominable Yeti, a larger and more savage variant, stands 3 times taller than a human. Typically solitary, they may pair up to raise their young. These towering Yetis are highly territorial, relentlessly attacking and devouring any warm-blooded creatures they encounter, leaving scattered bones in their wake across the icy wilderness. Yuan-Ti, a race of serpent folk, are devoid of compassion and harbor a sinister desire to dominate other races and elevate themselves to godhood. They originate from remote temples located in jungles, swamps, and deserts. In their earlier existence, Yuan-Ti were human, their culture rich, and their warriors renowned. They revered serpents as totem animals, emphasizing qualities like flexibility, poise, and deadly precision. Their philosophy encouraged emotional detachment and focused thinking. Their once thriving empires and cities stood as symbols of their greatness, with temples reaching toward the heavens in worship. Over time, their devotion to serpent gods grew fanatical, with cults emerging that indulged in cannibalism and humanoid sacrifice. Through dark sorcery and breeding with snakes, they sacrificed their humanity to become serpent-like in form, thought, and emotion. This transformation marked a pivotal moment for the Yuan-Ti, allowing them to shed their human nature. However, not all embraced this transformation, leading to conflict and eventual decline of their empires. The remaining Yuan-Ti now reside in the ruins of their once great capitals, far removed from other races. Yuan-Ti are notably cold-hearted, viewing emotions as exploitable weaknesses. They approach life with extreme pragmatism, making them resistant to manipulation. Their influence on other creatures often begins with promises of wealth and power, deceiving those who underestimate their cunning nature. Yuan-Ti leaders are ruthless tacticians, willing to sacrifice lesser Yuan-Ti for victory. They have no concept of honorable combat and prefer to strike first in ambushes. Yuan-Ti's existence revolves around their temples, but they do not genuinely worship their gods. Instead, they see worship as a means to acquire power, with the ultimate goal of devouring and replacing their own deities. Yuan-Ti abominations are monstrous serpent humanoid hybrids, the highest caste in Yuan-Ti society, and their appearance aligns most closely with the serpent god's intentions. They mastermind complex schemes and engage in dark rites with aspirations of world domination. Yuan-Ti Malisons represent a middle caste within Yuan-Ti society, possessing a grotesque blend of human and serpent features. They wield venom-tipped arrows and employ magical suggestion to force the surrender of their enemies. Yuan-Ti purebloods constitute the lowest caste, closely resembling humans but bearing subtle serpent-like traits. They often disguise themselves with cloaks and cowls to infiltrate civilized lands, gather information, abduct prisoners for interrogation and sacrifice, and engage in trade to further their sinister agendas. Yugoloths are fiends known for their capricious nature, dwelling in the plains of Acheron, Gehenna, Hades, and Carcery. They are mercenaries with shifting loyalties, driven primarily by their own interests and desires. Originating on Gehenna, the first Yugoloths were created by night hags, possibly commissioned by Asmodeus. The hags used 4 magic tomes known as the Books of Keeping to bind the Yugoloths' loyalty by recording their true names. This control over the fiends allowed the night hags to capture the true names of other fiends as well. However, the Sisterhood of Night Hags dissolved due to internal strife, leading to the loss or theft of the Books of Keeping. Freed from servitude, the Yugoloths became independent and now offer their services to the highest bidder. Yugoloths, when summoned, demand substantial rewards for their loyalty, but their promises are often broken when better opportunities arise. While they can be reasoned with, their word is rarely reliable. These fiends constantly quarrel among themselves, and without a strong leader, they engage in violence for their own benefit. When a Yugoloth is slain outside of Gehenna, it dissolves into Ichor and reforms at full strength on its native plane, Gehenna. The 4 Books of Keeping, containing true names of Yugoloths, are highly sought after and can control summoned Yugoloths, albeit grudgingly. The General of Gehenna, a powerful and mysterious entity, remains elusive, with no mention in the Books of Keeping. Arcanoloths, with jackal-headed appearances, are highly intelligent spellcasters and diplomats, often assuming humanoid forms to negotiate and gain trust. They seek knowledge, power, and information in exchange for their services. Mesoloths, insect-like foot soldiers in Yugoloth armies, are driven by violence and rewards. They can release toxic fumes when surrounded by foes. Yugoloths, resembling muscular gargoyles, are elite airborne troops. They use their bat wings, sharp claws, and innate magic to strike swiftly in battle. They are known for their loyalty when treated well by their masters. Ultraloths, commanding Yugoloth armies, have slender, gray-skinned humanoid appearances with elongated heads. They possess mesmerizing eyes and often lead Yugoloth forces throughout the plains, acting as commanders or crime bosses. Lesser Yugoloths obey their summons without requiring payment. Zombies, animated corpses brought to life by sinister necromantic magic, are relentless in their pursuit of living beings. They appear as they did in life, bearing the wounds that led to their demise, but their bodies often deteriorate over time, manifesting the effects of decay and exposure. The process of creating a zombie involves animating the remains of the deceased, turning them into obedient servants. Typically, humanoids are the preferred source for creating zombies, although any formerly living creature can be reanimated. Necromantic spells or the presence of dark magic can bring a corpse back to life as a zombie, with some even rising spontaneously in areas saturated with dark magic. Once a creature becomes a zombie, only powerful magic, like a resurrection spell, can restore it to life. Zombies possess no vestiges of their former selves. Their minds are devoid of thought and individuality. Left without specific instructions, they stand still and deteriorate or attack any living creature that crosses their path. This malevolent magic imbues them with an innate evil, making them dangerous adversaries when uncontrolled. Zombies are relentless in their pursuit of their targets, taking the most direct route without regard for obstacles, tactics, or hazardous terrain. They are mindless soldiers, incapable of reasoning beyond moving toward their intended target and attacking any enemy they encounter. While they can follow simple orders and differentiate between friends and foes, their abilities are limited to basic actions like shambling in a given direction and attacking any foes in their path. Zombies equipped with weapons will use them, but they lack the ability to retrieve dropped weapons or perform more complex tasks.